Chapter 1197. Yes. The doctor nodded and said, Mr. Yang, please come this way. Yang Ming stood up and walked out of the lounge with the doctor. General Kars and Li Chong also followed behind Yang Ming. Huang Lele naturally went with Yang Ming. Wherever Yang Ming went, she would follow. Coming out of the lounge, they went straight out of the venue and got on a military ambulance parked at the entrance of the venue. General Kars and Li Chong both had special cars, but when they saw Yang Ming get on the ambulance, they naturally followed and squeezed into the ambulance. The doctor quickly said a few words to the driver in front of the car. The driver's face immediately showed an expression of fear and trepidation. He was just an ordinary ambulance driver. He never thought that one day he would be the driver of Li Chong and General Kars. And there was another big shot sitting in the car. This made the driver a little excited and didn't know what to do. General Kars and Li Chong didn't understand why Yang Ming was so interested in Victoria, but Huang Lele never asked about Yang Ming's matters. She obediently accompanied Yang Ming. Whatever Yang Ming did, she just agreed. The ambulance drove to Shoujia City Hospital, which was the only hospital in the city. It was under military control. Now, Li Chong had taken over the management. Although it was also open to the people of Country X, people could be seen standing guard on both sides of the hospital door. When the ambulance drove in, it was also checked by the guard. General Kars and Captain Li Chong are in the car. The driver kindly reminded the two guards who came to check. He was also afraid that General Kars and Li Chong would be disturbed, especially when there was a big shot inside. The guard glanced at the driver suspiciously and looked at his ambulance. Apparently, he didn't believe the driver's words. General Kars and Captain Li Chong can send your car? Get out of the car and open the trunk. I think you are very suspicious. Wait. The driver was shocked and quickly stopped him. Why? Are you scared? The guard glared and increasingly felt that the driver was suspicious. Take out your work ID and let me see. Okay. The driver quickly took out his ID and handed it to the guard. The guard carefully examined it and found that there was no problem with the ID, but this did not mean that there was no problem with the guard, because now the guard's attitude was very suspicious. He actually said that General Kars and Captain Li Chong were sitting in the car. How could General Kars and Captain Li Chong sit in this kind of car? They all had their own cars, so the guard obviously did not believe what the driver said. Seeing that he did not respond, he walked to the back of the car and prepared to open the rear door of the car. Because the ambulance was fully enclosed, the people inside couldn't see the situation outside, but the car suddenly stopped. General Kars waited for a long time, but he didn't see the car start again. He faintly heard the quarrel outside the car, so he quickly pushed open the door of the rear compartment, but he saw a hospital guard standing under the car and reaching out to him. What are you going to do? General Kars was stunned and asked randomly. The guard stretched out his hands and was about to open the door himself, but he saw that the door opened by itself. It was General Kars who opened the door. The guard was shocked and quickly stood up. He gave a military salute and said, "Reporting to General Kars, I am performing a routine inspection. I don't know that the person in the car is you." When General Kars heard that the guard was performing a routine inspection, he nodded and was not angry. He waved his hand and said, "You did a good job. However, I have something important to do. Let the driver get in the car quickly." "Yes," said the guard quickly. The driver glanced at the guard with some pride. He thought, "Didn't you not believe that General Kars is in the car? What about this time? Do you believe it now? Let's see if you still dare to look down on people." Of course, this was just a small episode. It did not affect Yang Ming's mood. When he learned about the incident, he just smiled faintly. His thoughts were more on Victoria. After all, it was indeed not easy to find such a suitable candidate. Yang Ming also hoped that Victoria could overcome the difficulties and wake up. But all of this was not something that Yang Ming could decide. Yang Ming had obtained the golden finger that God gave him, which was already much stronger than others. But he still couldn't fight against fate. Some things could not be resisted, and they could not be changed by people's will. For example, whether Victoria could wake up or not, he could only listen to God's arrangement. Yang Ming followed the doctor to the intensive care unit and saw Victoria lying on the bed. Victoria's blood-stained face had been wiped clean, revealing a clean face, but there was no color. She looked very pale and haggard. Yang Ming sighed slightly, looked at the pile of numbers on the instrument, and then said, "What's the situation now?" "Her breathing is very stable. It is a relatively good sign." The doctor looked at the numbers on the instrument and said, "In fact, Victoria's breathing was also very stable before. Whether she could wake up or not was not determined by her breathing." But Yang Ming listened to the doctor's words and relaxed a lot. He nodded and said, "If there is news, call me immediately, whether it is good news or bad news." Yang Ming naturally knew that everything had two sides. It was impossible to only report the good news and not the bad news. Perhaps he got good news. Perhaps Victoria would leave this world forever. "Okay, Mr. Yang." The doctor quickly agreed. "Let's go." Yang Ming didn't know why he came to see Victoria. Perhaps Yang Ming also knew that Victoria might be approaching the end of her life, so he came this time. Yang Ming didn't expect that he could help her. He just felt that her life experience was a bit pitiful. As an assassin, Wang Xiaoyan and I are hundreds of times stronger than her. My skill is not weaker than Wang Xiaoyan's, but my life is very different. For Victoria, who is in the prime of her youth, is this unfair? I hope she can wake up. As long as she wakes up, Yang Ming can give her another life and a new way of living. Let her find herself and the long-lost dignity. However, whether all this can become a reality still depends on herself, because fate is only in her own hands. Yang Ming turned around and walked to the door of the ward. He walked halfway and returned. He put the remote control in his hand next to Victoria's pillow and said, "I have returned the remote control to you. Whether you can hold on to it or not depends on yourself in the future. Should I wake up, or should I continue sleeping and seize my chance?" After that, Yang Ming patted Victoria's hand and turned around again. This time, Yang Ming left the ward without looking back. General Kars, Li Chang, and Huang Lele also followed Yang Ming out of the hospital ward. After Li Ziqing returned to the guest house, his heart became more and more panicked. He always felt a sense of uneasiness, which made him very uncomfortable. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Li Tianjiao also saw that Li Ziqing's mood was not right. "Yang Ming still has no attitude, which makes me very uneasy," Li Ziqing said bitterly. "Now this feeling is really a bit worse than death." "Father, how can you think like this?" Li Tianjiao was shocked. "Father, there will always be a way. There will always be a solution. You don't have to worry about this. We have now obtained the right to operate the iron ore mine and half of the gold mine. This is something worth celebrating. Don't mention this." Li Ziqing waved his hand. "What is there to be happy about? Whether we can continue to stand firm here is a problem. If Yang Ming wants to deal with us, it is just a matter of a word." "Yes, I thought of it." Li Tianyu on the side suddenly interjected. "What did you think of?" Li Tianjia was a little dissatisfied that his younger brother interrupted his father's words. He glared at him and asked, "Previously, we took the gold mine from the Huang family's hands, which almost ruined their family. Now we also spent money to invest in the iron ore mine and gold mine. Do you think that when the time comes, Yang Ming will also do the same thing?" Li Tianyu said with some panic, "Will he also take our iron ore mine and gold mine?" And Li Ziqing was stunned after hearing it. He suddenly felt that Li Tianyu's words were very reasonable. "Tianyu, your analysis is very good. This is called giving others a taste of their own medicine. When you say this, it is really possible." Li Tianjia did not care about arguing with Li Tianyu at this time, because what Li Tianyu said was indeed reasonable. "Tianyu, what you said is really reasonable. No wonder Yang Ming has not made a move. He may really think so. Let's first immerse ourselves in the joy of the successful bid. After a while, we have all stabilized. The money and equipment for mining have also been invested. At that time, he will directly take back our management rights. Then we can only cry. Tianyu, your mind is quite flexible." These words reminded me. Li Ziqing nodded heavily. "It seems that we can't wait for Yang Ming to retaliate. We should do something." "Do something? What will we do?" Li Tianjia asked, baffled. "Transfer the mine. After we get the money, We quickly leave this place. Once we return to Singapore, Yang Ming's hands can't reach us. What do you do to us? Said Li Ziqing. Li Ziqing said, this is a good way, but in this way, aren't we bidding for nothing? Li Tianyu also felt that his father's method was feasible. However, when he thought of withdrawing the investment here, he had no industry that could compete with Li Tianjia, so his heart was a little uncomfortable. Chapter 1198. Bidding for nothing? Compared with going bankrupt, this is already a very good result. Li Ziqing said coldly. At that time, if they take back our mines, just like when General Kars took back the Huang family's gold mine, we won't even have time to cry. Yeah, losing money is still a small matter. Who knows how Yang Ming will mess with us? Li Tianjia also followed Li Ziqing, although he also felt that it was a pity to withdraw his investment at present. Relatively speaking, he did not want the family's overseas investment to be too large and let Li Tianyu's status surpass his own. Although Li Tianyu knew that Li Tianjia was more or less targeting him, it was undeniable that what Li Tianjia said was very reasonable, so he had to accept this reality. Well, let's consider it as a waste of time. It can't be said that it is a waste of effort. Li Ziqing waved his hand. After all, our 2 mines were also obtained through bidding. It is not easy to get them. Naturally, it is impossible to sell them at the original price. There are also labor costs. For example, the half-gold mine that we subsequently bid for. If we sell it to Mr. Bobby will definitely not only spend the money we bid for, he will give us the corresponding reward. That is also true. Li Tianyu nodded and said, then let's contact Mr. Bobby first. Find me his phone number. I want to ask him to come and talk to him personally. Li Ziqing instructed Li Tianjia. Although the guest house where they lived was specially set up for them investors, a figure like Bobby, although he had a room in this guest house, would not live here. He still had a villa nearby. Li Tianyu and Li Tianjia quickly began to look for Bobby's contact information on the investor contact list issued by the venue. People like Bobby would naturally be at the top of the list, so they quickly found his phone number. Since Li Ziqing had made a decision, he did not want to delay time and quickly dialed Bobby's phone number. Hello, is this Mr. Bobby? Li Ziqing's voice sounded very respectful. Oh yes, I am Bobby. Who is this? Bobby picked up the phone and asked politely. Now, although his status in Country X was already very high, there were people who were higher than him, such as Yang Ming, Li Chong, and General Kars. I am Li Ziqing, the owner of the other half of that gold mine. Li Ziqing said, oh, it turned out to be Mr. Li. What's the matter? Bobby heard that it was Li Ziqing, and it was a little strange. Although the authority of the mine had been determined, it would take some time to talk about cooperation. Wasn't Li Ziqing a little too impatient? This is the case. I don't know if Mr. Bobby is free. I want to talk to you, said Li Ziqing. Oh, talk. Well, then let's meet in a while. After I finish my dinner, I will meet you in my room at the guest house. Bobby said, oh, do you know my room number? Yes, it's recorded in the contact list. As Li Ziqing spoke, he flipped open the roster and said, it's on the 3rd floor, Presidential Suite 301, right? Yes, I'll see you later. 7 o'clock in the evening, Bobby said. Okay, I will be there on time, said Li Ziqing quickly. Hanging up the phone, Li Ziqing breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, Bobby agreed to meet with him, which was a good thing. Li Ziqing believed that as long as the 2 sides met, and his price was not so outrageous, Bobby would definitely accept it. After all, if 2 companies operated a gold mine at the same time, there would be many inconveniences. It was difficult to reach a consensus on mining opinions. It was inevitable that there would be disputes. In this way, no one would be happy. Therefore, as long as he showed the intention to transfer, he believed that Bobby would be happy to take over the gold mine. How is it, father? Asked Li Tianjia. Fortunately, Bobby agreed to meet with me. Li Ziqing said, at 7 o'clock in his presidential suite in the guest house. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Ziqing came to the presidential suite 301 on the 3rd floor of the guest house on time. He knocked on the door, and Bobby's voice came from inside. Please come in. Obviously, Bobby had arrived a little earlier, which made Li Ziqing very happy. This showed that Bobby had given him enough sincerity. Li Ziqing pushed open the door of the room and walked in. This presidential suite was much better than the room he lived in. His was just an ordinary three-person room, which was far less luxurious than Bobby's room. Even if it was such a luxurious room, Bobby did not live in it. He still lived in the villa outside. This made Li Ziqing feel a little emotional. Comparing people is really annoying. Mr. Bobby, hello. Li Ziqing smiled and greeted Bobby. At this moment, Bobby was sitting on the sofa drinking coffee and watching TV. When he saw Li Ziqing, he did not get up. He just nodded to him. Mr. Li, you are here. Yeah, Mr. Bobby, how are you? Are you okay? Li Ziqing did not understand the speaking habits of Westerners, so it was a bit awkward to talk about them. I'm fine, Mr. Li. Why are you in such a hurry to ask me out? What's the matter? Asked Bobby. Hee, this is the case. Don't we have the same gold mine? Said Li Ziqing. Oh, I understand. You're here to talk to me about cooperation, right? Asked Bobby. Oh, no. But yes, it is indeed a matter of cooperation. Li Ziqing didn't know how to answer Bobby's question, so he simply said straightforwardly, Mr. Bobby, I think it is not a pleasant thing for two people to operate a gold mine together. There will always be times when there are differences of opinion. Yes, I think so too. Bobby nodded. You came to me. Don't tell me you want me to transfer the gold mine to you? No. Li Ziqing quickly waved his hand. Of course not. I mean, I can transfer my half of the gold mine to you. Oh, Bobby was stunned. He looked up with interest and looked at Li Ziqing. You mean you want to buy me half of the gold mine in your hands? Yes. Li Ziqing nodded. To be honest, I'm not very interested. Bobby said something that made Li Ziqing very discouraged. In fact, if it were any other time, Bobby would be very interested in Li Ziqing's proposal. But now, because the other party was Li Ziqing, Bobby had no interest in dealing with him. General Kars and Yang Ming seemed to have a problem with this Li Ziqing, and they wanted to take the opportunity to fix him. What's more, Yang Ming had promised him that he would hand over the gold mine management rights in Li Ziqing's hands to him. So Bobby had no need to buy the half of the gold mine from Li Ziqing. It was a waste to spend a lot of money. Li Ziqing widened his eyes and looked at Bobby incredulously. You're not interested? This is the case. Bobby nodded affirmatively. You don't think that I want to take the opportunity to blackmail you? Li Ziqing immediately guessed that maybe Bobby didn't want him to earn too much, so he played hard to get. So he said, don't worry. The price will not be too expensive. It will definitely be very reasonable. You know, I'm not a greedy person. No. Bobby waved his hand. It's not for this reason. I really don't want to buy the management rights in your hands. It's true. Even if you sell it to me at the original price, I won't take it. What? You don't want it even if I sell it at the original price? Li Ziqing seemed to not believe what Bobby said. No way. Mr. Bobby, are you kidding? I'm not kidding. Bobby shook his head. I'm telling the truth. I really don't want to buy the management rights in your hands. Li Ziqing was really dumbfounded at the moment. He felt that his brain was short-circuited. This was a situation that he didn't expect at all. He didn't expect that Bobby would say this. Originally, he thought that as long as he spoke, Bobby would happily buy the management rights in his hands. Now, Bobby actually said that he wouldn't want it even if he sold it at the original price. This was too surprising. Do you want me to sell it to you at a loss? Yang Ming nodded. Loss, As Bobby spoke until here, he paused and said, even if you lose money, I won't take it. Ugh. Li Ziqing really didn't know what to say. The development of the matter had completely exceeded Li Ziqing's expectations. It was not what he could expect at all. If Mr. Li's talking about this, I don't think we need to talk about it. Bobby said with a smile. Wait, Mr. Bobby, I don't understand. Since you're not interested, why did you bid for this gold mine in the first place? Moreover, for this gold mine, you also sacrificed one of your fighters. This seems to be somewhat inexplicable, right? Li Ziqing asked unwillingly. If I sell the management rights at the original price, you are now bidding for this gold mine at the same price. What's the difference? I was just bidding for fun. What's wrong with that? Bobby laughed. Well, then I have nothing to say. Li Ziqing was very disappointed. Mr. Bobby, sorry to bother you. I will go first. Goodbye. Bobby still had a polite attitude, but he refused to let people go. Li Ziqing saw that Bobby had already asked him to leave, so he stood up helplessly and walked out of Bobby's room. Bobby looked at Li Ziqing's back, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This old guy seems to have noticed the dissatisfaction of General Kars and Yangming. Is he ready to get rid of the industry in his hands and escape? How can I cooperate with him? I have to create some trouble for him. Chapter 1199. Bobby didn't think that Li Ziqing would give up after being rejected by him. Since Li Ziqing had made up his mind to get rid of the industry in his hands and evacuate here, then he would still sell the mineral management rights in his hands to others. Since Bobby already knew the attitude of Yang Ming and General Kars, then Bobby couldn't sit idly by. He must do something to create some trouble for Li Ziqing so that he couldn't get rid of the industry in his hands and trapped him here. Thinking of this, Bobby smiled, picked up the phone in the room, and dialed an old friend's phone number according to the room's internal line number on the roster. Hey, is this Mike? I am Bobby. Hey, Mr. Bobby, why did you call me? Mike and Bobby had a good relationship. The two people's previous minds were not far away, so Mike and Bobby were very familiar with each other. Although Mike's industry was not as big as Bobby's, this did not affect their friendship. Old man, I am in the guest house. Are you free? Let's have a drink together. Bobby invited Mike. Okay, no problem, buddy. Mike naturally agreed to Bobby's invitation very readily. Hanging up the phone, Bobby smiled slightly. Mike was a famous old loudspeaker. As long as he knew something, everyone around him would know it the next day. Therefore, as long as Bobby told Mike about Li Ziqing's matter, he believed that Mike would soon tell the others. It didn't take long for there to be a knock on the door of the room. Bobby immediately said, "Please come in." "Hey, old man, hello." Mike pushed the door and walked in. "Today, you have a rich battle result." "It's okay." Bobby said, "Your battle result is also good." "Same here." Mike smiled. "I am not as rich as you, but the last gold mine is quite regrettable. Someone else took half of the management rights. It's not a pity Bobby laughed. "Come on, old man." Mike stared at him and said, "Do you know that it's not a good thing for two people to manage the same mine together? When the time comes, there will definitely be differences of opinion. Haven't you thought about buying the management rights from him?" Li Ziqing did come to me, and he just came, but I refused him," Bobby said with a smile. "Ah, rejected him?" Mike was stunned. He looked at Bobby inexplicably. "No way. Are you kidding me? You actually rejected it? This is such a good opportunity." "Oh, I know. It must be because his price is too high and he wants to take the opportunity to extort you. So you refused, right?" "In fact, that's not the case." Bobby shook his head. Li Ziqing said that he can sell it to me at the original price." "Original price? Then why did you refuse?" Mike's eyes widened. "No way, bro. Did I hear wrong? Or is there something wrong with your mind? You actually refused such a good thing?" "You didn't hear wrong. My mind is also very good." Bobby said, "But I don't dare to take over the business in Li Ziqing's hands." "Don't dare to take over?" Mike looked at Bobby suspiciously. "What do you mean by don't dare to take over? Could it be that there's something else going on? Secret?" "Oh, this is too confidential." "Old man, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's not good for you to know too much." Bobby said, "I can only say that don't get too close to Li Ziqing, or you'll be unlucky. I can't afford to offend people who want to touch him." "Ah, is there such a thing?" Mike's interest was immediately piqued. "This is big news. Hey, buddy, tell me, what's the secret behind this?" "This secret, I can't say." Bobby waved his hand. "This kind of thing can't be said casually." "Old man, I can't harm you. What I said before is not a secret. It's okay for you to say it, but the latter, your mouth." "Huh, yeah, that's true." Mike nodded. "In this case, I still don't know. Even old man, you can't afford to offend people. I can't afford to offend them. It's good that you understand." Bobby nodded. "Come, let's not talk about this. Let's drink." "AI, this Li Ziqing is really unlucky." Mike smiled. "Let's not talk about it. Let's drink." As a result, that night, after Mike walked out of Bobby's room, he went into the room of several investors who were playing dice. "Mike, why are you here? Do you want to play 2 games? Look at you. Did you just drink? Where have you been?" A guy named Larry asked into the microphone. "Hey, I just came from Bobby's room. Mike said, "Hey, let me tell you some amazing news. Do you know? Li Ziqing actually went to Bobby and sold him the management rights of the other half of the gold mine." "What's so amazing about this?" Larry said disapprovingly. "If two people operate together, there will definitely not be any good results. It is better to sell to the other party. If I were Li Ziqing, I would do the same. That's not the amazing thing. Hey, buddy, listen to me." Mike waved his hand and continued. "The amazing news is that Bobby actually refused Li Ziqing's proposal. He refused. The asking price is too high. It's normal to refuse. What's so strange about this?" Larry continued. "Hey, can you listen to me?" Mike glared at Larry. "The key problem is that Li Ziqing said that he wanted to transfer the management rights to Bobby at the original price, but Bobby didn't accept it." "Oh, really?" When the people present heard Mike's words, they finally let out a cry of surprise at the same time. This was indeed too shocking. Yes, nothing could be more shocking than this news. "I say, Mike, are you kidding me? This is not something to laugh about." Larry obviously didn't believe it. After all, this was such a good opportunity. Why would Bobby refuse? How is this possible? Either Mike was lying, or there was something else going on. Why would I joke? Mike waved his hand unhappily. "Don't you know my character? Indeed, I like to gossip a lot, but which one of the things I say is not true?" "That's true." Larry nodded and thought about it. Mike really didn't seem to lie to anyone, so he said, "Then, is there any secret to this matter?" "Of course, there's a secret," Mike said with some pride. "It is said that Bobby has been warned not to get too close to Li Ziqing, and not to get involved in Li Ziqing's affairs. Otherwise what?" Larry asked in a hurry. "Otherwise, Bobby didn't say it, but obviously, Bobby doesn't dare to deal with Li Ziqing. I don't know which powerful character has warned him to be so careful," said Mike. "No way. Even Bobby is afraid?" Larry was surprised. If Bobby doesn't dare to provoke someone, then who dares to provoke? "That's right. AI, it seems that I have to stay away from Li Ziqing in the future, so as not to get into trouble," said Mike. "That's right, you're right. Fortunately, you told us about this. It seems that we have to stay away from Li Ziqing." Larry nodded and said sincerely. Everyone also agreed. Therefore, before the next morning, the news had already spread. The rumor that Li Ziqing had offended a powerful person had shrouded the entire guest house. Even Bobby couldn't afford to provoke someone, so they naturally couldn't afford to provoke him. Li Ziqing certainly didn't know that now no one in the entire guest house dared to deal with him. Li Ziqing returned to his room very disappointed. "Father, how is it?" As soon as Li Ziqing entered the room, Li Qianjia and Li Qianyu greeted him. "AI, don't mention it." Li Ziqing waved his hand helplessly. "Damn it, Bobby actually refused. He refused my request. He didn't want to buy the management rights in my hands." Bobby refused you? He doesn't want to buy the management rights in your hands?" Li Tianjia was somewhat inexplicable. "Why? Is it because the price you offered is too high?" "Too high?" Li Ziqing shook his head. "What is too high? I sold it to him at the original price, but he didn't want it." "What? He didn't want the original price? What does he mean?" Li Tianjia was anxious when he heard it. "Is he sure that we don't want to work together? Does he want us to lose money and sell it to him?" "He doesn't want it even if we lose money," Li Ziqing said bitterly. "Bobby said that he doesn't want it even if we lose money. He is not interested in this gold mine." "Then don't sell it to him. Let's sell it to others," Li Tianjia said. "I don't believe that I can't find other buyers except for him." "That's right. I will contact others again." Li Ziqing nodded. "If you want to buy it, I won't sell it to him. It's not like we can't sell the minerals in our hands." Thinking of this, Li Ziqing's gloomy mood was better again. He planned to contact others tomorrow morning. However, what he didn't know was that in the guest house, rumors had already spread. There were all kinds of versions. They even said that Li Ziqing was a liar who tried to deceive Bobby, but he was rejected, of course. This was just one of the versions. There were many different versions. Li Ziqing naturally didn't think of this. If he knew, he didn't know how to feel. Should he cry or laugh? Chapter 1200. Things were sometimes so wonderful. Because of Yang Ming's hint, Bobby directly rejected Li Ziqing. And because Bobby acted on his own accord, rumors started to spread due to a strange combination of circumstances. In Li Ziqing's view, although the management rights of the two mines in his hand were not particularly good, at least it was not particularly bad. The annual income of this iron mine was also good. Therefore, he had not realized that Bobby did not buy his gold mine management rights for other reasons. He thought that Bobby was pretending to be badass. Because Bobby lost the game, he deliberately put on this indifferent attitude. It must be like this. These big shots all paid more attention to their own image. Li Ziqing had humiliated him in public, so he would naturally bear a grudge in his heart. Therefore, it was not strange for him to do something that went against common sense at this moment. The phone rang sharply. The most old-fashioned phone installed in the room was still installed. There was no way. These were all problems left over from the previous war. Being backward was not something that Yang Ming could change in a short time. Although Yang Ming had money, it would take a long time to rebuild this island. First of all, it was to regulate the investors here. The original Country X was too chaotic. Everyone had their own armed forces. Wars happened from time to time. These were very unstable factors. Yang Ming must put an end to these. Therefore, the first thing that Yang Ming asked Li Chang to do was to cut off all the individual armed forces. In the entire island, no armed forces with weapons were allowed to exist, including the armed forces of these investors for self-defense. Of course, they could be allowed to retain a certain number of security personnel to maintain the order and safety of the mining area, but they must be strictly reviewed and recorded. After this rule was issued, although it caused dissatisfaction among several large investors, there was no other way. If they wanted to continue to mingle here, they could only obey and abide by the rules. Not to mention their small armed forces, even General Houghton and other hostile forces of General Karst's regime, who were 10 times stronger than them, were annihilated under Li Chang's strong blow. How could they compete with his opponent? This was the first step that Yang Ming had to do. The second step was to promote vacation and tourism on a large scale. This idea came from Henry Island, where Yang Ming had been. A declining aristocrat had bought a private island that did not belong to any country. But under the influence of this declining aristocrat, it had become a vacation paradise for the rich. This declining aristocrat also used this island to get acquainted with many of the world's top nobles and re-entered the upper class. This was a story that people love to talk about, and what Yang Ming wanted to imitate was Henry Island. Moreover, Yang Ming had the advantage. In terms of land area, Yang Ming occupied 3 to 4 times the land area of Henry Island, which meant that Yang Ming could build more entertainment facilities and apartments. However, Yang Ming's disadvantage was that the small island of Country X was located near the North African plate, and most of North Africa was under the control of the subtropical high pressure and the dry northeast trade winds. In addition, the edge of the plateau was surrounded by tall mountains, blocking the arrival of the seawater, so the climate was hot and dry. It was a tropical desert climate. There was little precipitation, and the evaporation was strong. However, Country X was not like this. Country X was an independent island surrounded by the ocean, so under the influence of the ocean climate, it was not hot. The 4 seasons were pleasant, and it was better than Henry Island. However, this required vigorous publicity because most people would think of the heat when they heard of North Africa, so Yang Ming must let everyone recognize this. Country X was not very hot. Of course, with the support and publicity of old Buffon, the top aristocrat in Europe, it was not difficult to believe that Country X would continue to attract tourists. The ultimate goal that Yang Ming wanted to create was a private resort. This was also the foundation to maintain Country X's prosperity. Even after 100 years, as long as the vacation business on the island still existed, Yang Ming's descendants would have enough opportunities to contact the world's top billionaires. As long as these were grasped, the family would be prosperous forever. However, this was only a preliminary idea of Yang Ming. It would take a long time to put it into action, just like the old-fashioned telephone in this room. These all needed to be replaced, but things always had to be done step by step. Yang Ming picked up the phone, and the voice of the previous doctor came from the other side. "Mr. Yang? I'm Dr. Jessica." "Hello, Dr. Jessica. Yang Ming's tone also became serious. How is Victoria? Is she out of danger? Victoria, the situation is not very good. She may not make it past tonight. Mr. Yang, do you want to come and see? Dr. Jessica said with some difficulty. What? Yang Ming was shocked. Although he had already expected that this might be one of the results, when he really heard this, Yang Ming still had some sadness in his heart. It was not because Yang Ming lost a suitable bodyguard, but because he was sad for this poor girl. She was also a human, but she did not enjoy the joy of being a human, and she just left the world. Okay, I will go over. Yang Ming said, sorry to trouble you, Dr. Jessica. It's no trouble, but we have done our best. Dr. Jessica said quickly. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming called Li Chong directly. This time, he did not bring General cars. It was enough for Li Chong to drive. Huang Lele, perhaps because of the tiredness of the day, had already gone to bed early. Yang Ming did not disturb her again. Li Chong's car soon stopped under the villa where Yang Ming lived. Yang Ming went out of the villa and got in the car. Li Chong did not say anything. He tacitly started the car and drove in the direction of the hospital. Shojia City at night was simply dark. There was no nightlife at all. This was obviously not possible. The goal here was to be a city that never sleeps, so that it could attract those rich people to come here for a vacation. Li Chong, wait for a while. Find some time to go to Henry Island. Yang Ming looked out of the dark window and instructed Li Chong. Henry Island? Since Li Chong came here, he also began to care about international affairs. Of course, he had heard of the existence of Henry Island. However, Li Chong obviously did not think that Yang Ming would let him go to Henry Island for a vacation. There were so many things to be done here. How could there be time to go on a vacation? Obviously, what Yang Ming said had another meaning. Li Chong thought about it, and thought of the similarities between Country X and Henry Island. They were both private island-shaped territories, and the climate was very warm and pleasant. Yang Ming wanted to develop this place into another Henry Island. Brother Yang wants to develop this place into a resort? After Li Chong understood, he asked tentatively. Yang Ming nodded. Yes, if this place wants to develop for a long time, it must have some focus. Although this place is called a country, it is actually not a country. In the end, it is just a private territory. Internationally, it is impossible to obtain the status of a country. In this way, we have a lot of inconveniences. If we want to develop this place, we can't just invest money in it. We have to find ways to make money. Although contracting the development rights of the mines is very profitable, these are one-off. We have contracted the development rights for 10 years. In these 10 years, we have to face a situation of zero income. So, I think that developing the resort tourism industry will allow us to have a steady flow of money into our pockets. Assassins and mercenary organizations, aren't they also very profitable? Li Chong asked carefully. These things can't be put on the table. We still have to form a pillar of the industry. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, what do you think of this matter? I think that as long as we have the resources of guests, this plan is very feasible. I am afraid that after it is built, there will be too few tourists. Li Chong carefully expressed his thoughts. The source of guests is not a problem. You don't have to worry about this. Yang Ming said, as long as old Buffon was there, then the source of guests was not a problem at all. He believed that as long as the guests came once and were satisfied with this place, there would be a second and third time. Yang Ming didn't want these people to come because of old Buffon's favor. Old Buffon's favor was only used as a bait. No matter how useful the favor was, if the supporting facilities couldn't keep up, people would consider the favor once or twice, but they would always hesitate for the third time. Yang Ming would not do this kind of one-off business. So Yang Ming must complete the supporting facilities before opening the door to receive guests. As long as there is no problem with the source of guests, then we can do it. Li Chong nodded. Brother Yang, when do I leave? After I return to China in these 2 days, the bidding meeting here will be over. You can go then. Yang Ming said, right, you can take Lu Xinyang with you. His mind is more flexible. Let him experience it. Maybe he can come up with better ideas when he comes back. The car drove into the hospital. This time, Li Chong drove his own car. After the guard saw Li Chong, he directly let him in and did not make a mistake like before. He quickly went upstairs and came to the intensive care unit. At the door, Yang Ming saw Dr. Jessica. "Mr. Yang, you are here?" Dr. Jessica quickly came over and greeted Yang Ming. When she saw Li Chong next to Yang Ming, she quickly said, "Captain Li, you are here too." Yang Ming nodded slightly and asked, "How is Victoria?" "I'm really sorry." Dr. Jessica's face showed a bit of apology. "Victoria, she can't make it?" Yang Ming looked at Dr. Jessica's face and was shocked. Yang Ming did not expect that Victoria could not hold on in the end and left this world. Chapter 1201. "No, Mr. Yang, you misunderstood." Dr. Jessica quickly added, "This is the case. Victoria was in a very dangerous situation for a while, but after emergency rescue, she is now successfully out of danger. I apologize because it's so late and I have to trouble you. So that's how it is." Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and blamed himself for being too anxious. However, he comforted Jessica. "Dr. Jessica, you don't have to apologize. Victoria can be out of danger. Your efforts are inseparable. Having said that, I should be the one thanking you." Jessica nodded. Seeing that Yang Ming did not mind, Dr. Jessica was relieved and said, "Now Victoria is on infusion. It will take about half an hour. Let's go to the lounge and wait for a while." "All right." Yang Ming nodded. "Right? Is there anything to eat here? I'm really a little hungry." "Yes, there's a restaurant in the hospital. I'll call and ask them to make some food and send it over," Dr. Jessica said quickly. "No need," Yang Ming said with a smile. "If there are any leftovers, just bring them up. There is no need to make them again." "Okay." Dr. Jessica listened to Yang Ming's words and nodded. "I'll call now." Victoria opened her eyes in the hospital bed and looked at everything around her with some doubts. Sophisticated medical equipment, a white room, and a thick gauze wrapped around her chest. Where am I? Am I in heaven? Victoria's thought flashed slightly, and even she felt a little funny. All of this had answered her question. She was now in a hospital. Victoria was puzzled. Who sent her to the hospital? As a slave boxer who lost the game and fell in the ring, shouldn't she be thrown into the sea to feed the fish? Victoria was used to this kind of situation. She was not the only slave boxer under Bobby. There were many. When they lost the game and were knocked down in the ring, they lost their value. Regardless of whether they were dead or not, they would be directly thrown into the sea or under the cliff. This was the fate of this group of people, and it could not be changed. The moment Victoria fell to the ground, she foresaw her fate, so she didn't think she had a chance to survive. Victoria quietly sorted out her messy thoughts. She was sure that she was not dead, but she was indeed lying in the hospital bed. The infusion tube on her arm also proved all this. She was not abandoned. Instead, she was sent to the hospital and received very good treatment. This made Victoria's cold heart involuntarily feel touched. However, she was just moved. Victoria didn't think that Bobby was any good, and she couldn't treat Bobby as a good person. Even after she recovered, she was still a slave, a boxer who worked for Bobby. Victoria sighed slightly and closed her eyes. Do I have a future? How long would this nightmarish life last? She longed for freedom, even if it was just for one day. However, this was obviously an extravagant hope. Victoria understood that from the moment the Egyptians sold her to Bobby, she had no freedom in her life. That remote control could control her life and death. Although there were many times when her life was worse than death, a bad life was better than a good death. Who was willing to die? Victoria put away her unrealistic thoughts. Her heart was far from being as cold as her appearance. It was just that she couldn't show all this. Even if she showed it, who could she talk to? Bobby? Hee, this is simply a big joke. Bobby is such a high and mighty person. Will he have a heart-to-heart talk with a slave? Victoria could only pin all her hopes and expectations on her afterlife, if there was really an afterlife. Her extravagant hopes were not high. She didn't have to live too well, but she could go to school, work, and even have a boyfriend like a normal girl. All of this could only be envisioned in the dead of night. The life of a normal person was unattainable. Although it was right beside her, Victoria could never escape the shackles of fate. Victoria turned sideways and placed her head in a more comfortable position. Lying in bed for a long time made her feel that her neck was a little stiff. What is this? Victoria suddenly felt that there seemed to be something under her neck, which made her a little uncomfortable. Victoria quickly touched her neck with her other arm that did not have an infusion. It was a square, matchbox-sized thing. Victoria took out the square thing and put it in front of her. When she looked at it, she was stunned. This was the remote control for the bomb in her body. She glanced at the number on it. It was really her own one. Victoria was very familiar with this thing. She knew this thing since she was a child. Many times, this thing was in front of her, in the hands of the Egyptians, but she couldn't get it. But at this moment, this remote control was placed on the side of her bed. What does this mean? Could it be that Bobby left it here? Victoria obviously didn't believe that Bobby would take the initiative to put it on the bed. She knew Bobby's character too well. Bobby was a cold-blooded guy, especially when it came to his slaves. He simply had an indifferent attitude. Even if Bobby wanted to give up a slave, he wouldn't let that slave have an easy time. If one were to say that Bobby returned the remote control to Victoria because she had fought for him for many years, Victoria would not believe it because this matter was too funny for Bobby. Or if this was Bobby testing her, then it was even more unnecessary because the loyalty of slaves did not need to be tested. The loyalty of slaves did not come from their hearts, but the master's strong pressure made them unable to resist. It was a waste of time to test the loyalty of a low-level slave in this way. Therefore, the only possibility that Victoria could think of was that Bobby accidentally forgot the remote control here. Victoria took a deep breath and looked at the remote control in her hand nervously. Her whole body trembled involuntarily. Yes, she was very excited. She knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. A good opportunity to say goodbye to her previous slave life and escape. Although Victoria had not seen the world and had not lived independently in society, this did not hinder her pursuit of happiness and freedom. Although Victoria also understood that Bobby's network was strong enough to spread all over the world, and he might be able to catch her the next day after she escaped, Victoria did not care. She had already thought it through. Even if it was just one day of freedom, she was satisfied. Therefore, Victoria thought of escaping. This was her only chance. Thinking of this, Victoria quickly pulled out the infusion tube on her other arm with her hand, then got up and jumped out of bed. The wound on her body was suddenly affected, making Victoria grin involuntarily. It was obviously unrealistic to go out from the front door of the ward. Victoria was not sure whether there were guards or doctors outside the front door. The outside of the window of the ward was also covered with protective steel windows. It was impossible to escape from the window. The only hope was the bathroom in the ward. There was generally a ventilation channel in the bathroom. She might be able to escape through the ventilation channel. Thinking of this, Victoria endured the pain in her body and quickly flashed into the bathroom. Victoria lived in a high-level intensive care unit, which was for some powerful people, but because Victoria had now become Yang Ming's person, she was sent to this ward. Therefore, there was a separate bathroom in this ward. Although the bathroom was decorated very simply, it was very clean. There were people who came to clean it every day. After entering the bathroom, Victoria first locked the door of the bathroom and then began to study the ventilation channel in the bathroom. It's almost time. Let's go. Dr. Jessica looked at her watch and then said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Yang, if there is no accident, Victoria will wake up soon. She is out of the critical period and all the indicators are close to normal." Yang Ming stood up after listening and followed Dr. Jessica out of the lounge with Li Chang. The food that had just been sent from the hospital's cafeteria was very delicious. Yang Ming was very full. For Yang Ming, he didn't like to eat any delicacies. This kind of ordinary home-cooked meal made Yang Ming feel very comfortable. Dr. Jessica pushed open the door of the ward and said, "Mr. Yang, please come in." Dr. Jessica exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the empty ward. "Where is he? Why is she gone?" Yang Ming and Li Chang also entered the ward. With Dr. Jessica's exclamation, they saw the empty bed and the infusion bottle that was about to run out. Brother Yang, I am afraid that Victoria escaped after she woke up, Li Chong said with a wry smile. Maybe Bobby is right. You shouldn't have returned the remote control to Victoria. Otherwise, you will be using it to control her. Control her? Yang Ming shook his head. I never thought about controlling her. Victoria, she has the right to choose her own life. If she doesn't want to stay, then I don't need to force her. Brother Yang, you asked for Victoria from Bobby's hands just to let her go? Li Chong looked at Yang Ming with some confusion. Yes, give her freedom, Yang Ming said faintly. Chapter 1202. Yes, give her freedom, Yang Ming said faintly. I said that she has the right to choose her life. If she doesn't want to stay, I won't force her. Li Chong didn't expect Yang Ming's real thoughts to be like this. Brother Yang, then you didn't want to keep her from the beginning? We thought that you had taken a liking to her beauty. Li Chong and Yang Ming had known each other for a long time. They were the kind of people who were relatively close, so he didn't have so many scruples when he spoke. He also understood that Yang Ming regarded him as a friend and a brother. Subordinates were just a formality. Yang Ming listened to Li Chong's words and suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He kicked Li Chong lightly and said, No way. Am I such an unbearable person like you? I have a lot of women around me. How can I love every one of them? Li Chong laughed twice and said, We misunderstood. It turns out that Brother Yang, you just want to give her freedom. Not exactly. Yang Ming waved his hand and sighed. He said with some regret, In fact, I want to bring her back to China and let her go to school with Chen Mengyan and the others. This way, she can secretly protect the safety of Chen Mengyan and the others. Of course, although she's a bodyguard in name, her external identity is also a college student. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you spent so much effort to rescue her. Li Chong nodded and said in realization. Victoria, at this moment, was listening to the conversation outside with her ears perked up and leaning on the bathroom door. The sound of the door opening just now shocked Victoria. But fortunately, the people who came in did not seem to notice the situation in the bathroom. Therefore, Victoria put her ear on the bathroom door and listened to the movement outside so that she could implement her escape plan after the people outside left. She was Chinese. Even the Egyptians didn't know this. This was a secret in the depths of her heart, so she could understand the conversation between Yang Ming and Li Chong. However, Yang Ming's words moved the fragile heart under Victoria's tough appearance. Give her freedom. She had the right to choose her life. These two short sentences made Victoria's eyes brim with tears, and she couldn't hold back her tears. For 18 years, no one had ever said such a thing to her. Not to mention giving her freedom, he had never given her anything else. She was a slave, a machine that had been trained to kill. She didn't have her own freedom or her own life. All she had was to work hard until the day she died. No one had ever given her respect, but at this moment, Yang Ming said that he would give her freedom. Victoria didn't like to talk, but it didn't mean that she couldn't understand what others were saying. Yang Ming's few words made Victoria understand the ins and outs of why she could survive. Sure enough, it was the man outside who took her from Bobby's hands. It was this man who saved her. If it was Bobby, this was simply impossible. Victoria's heart began to sway at this moment. Indeed, she wanted to be free. She wanted to run away. However, the man outside set a condition that moved her even more. Go to college. Although she was secretly working as a bodyguard for someone, it didn't matter. What was important was that she could go to school like a normal girl. This was the life that Victoria had dreamed of. However, there were shortcomings in everything. Not to mention whether what the man outside said was true or false. Even if it was true, Victoria also understood that her identity in front of him was always that of a servant. This couldn't be changed. However, the advantage was that this was much better than being a fugitive. Victoria was penniless and didn't know where to escape. She didn't even know how to integrate into society and how to go to school. Since the man outside could get her from Bobby's hands, he should have a certain amount of power. My problems may not be a problem at all when it comes to him. However, Victoria said to Yang Ming. Am I such an unbearable person? I have a lot of women around me. How can I love every one of them? She was secretly unhappy. Victoria had seen a lot of filthy people in the upper class. Didn't men love every one of them? Victoria knew that she was very beautiful, and the reason why Bobby didn't touch her. Victoria also knew that Bobby was afraid that she would resist and perish together with him. Therefore, after listening to Yang Ming's words, Victoria was slightly dissatisfied. While she secretly scolded Yang Ming for being hypocritical, she was also slightly unconvinced. Are the women around him as beautiful as fairies? While Victoria was complaining about Yang Ming, she also made the most important decision in her life. Victoria opened the door of the bathroom and walked out with a normal expression. You're actually here? Dr. Jessica was frightened by Victoria's disappearance. She was afraid that Yang Ming would blame her. When she saw Victoria actually coming out of the bathroom, she was relieved, but her tone was still a little panicked. I just went to the bathroom. I'm sorry. Victoria showed an apologetic expression. After I woke up, I needed to go to the toilet. It turned out to be like this. It's good that you were fine. Jessica nodded and said. Yang Ming looked at Victoria with a deep meaning and smiled faintly. Although Victoria's expression was very natural, she was too natural. However, Jessica obviously didn't notice this, and Yang Ming didn't intend to expose her. Victoria might have an amazing talent in killing, but in terms of disguise, she was much worse. She might want to tell a perfect lie, but she didn't do it. After all, she was a person who had just woken up. How could she be so calm when she saw Jessica, Yang Ming, and Li Chong, these three strangers? She was too calm, which could only explain one problem. That was, she pretended to be calm, and her cleverness backfired on her. In fact, when Yang Ming just entered the room, Yang Ming noticed Victoria in the bathroom. Others couldn't see her, but for Yang Ming, who had special abilities, it was easy. Therefore, when Yang Ming talked to Li Chong, he deliberately said something that could move Victoria. Of course, these words were indeed Yang Ming's true thoughts, but he deliberately said it in front of Victoria. What Yang Ming found interesting was that Victoria could actually understand Chinese. Yang Ming's original plan was to find a topic to say those words to Dr. Jessica in English after he finished talking to Li Chong. But now it seemed that it was no longer necessary. Did you save me? Victoria looked at Dr. Jessica. Thank you, doctor. No, you should be thanking Mr. Yang. It was his idea that we sent you to the hospital. Dr. Jessica naturally wanted to sell Yang Ming's favor. According to Mr. Bobby's intention, you were thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Although Victoria was very clear about the fate of the other slaves, now that she heard Dr. Jessica's words, she still had a palpitation of surviving a disaster. In her eyes, there was also a trace of hatred. Of course, this hatred was directed at Bobby. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Victoria's sentence was from the bottom of her heart. She had never expressed gratitude to anyone, but today was the first time. You don't have to say thank you. Yang Ming smiled. I saved you because I naturally have a use for you. I believe you heard what we just said. What did you say? At this moment, Yang Ming and Victoria were talking in English, so Victoria continued to pretend to be stupid. There are some things that we don't need to say, right? Miss Victoria. Yang Ming used Chinese this time. After he finished speaking, he looked at Victoria with a smile. Victoria looked embarrassed. She didn't expect Yang Ming to guess that she understood Chinese. However, there was nothing to hide. She didn't tell the Egyptian and Bobby before, because there was no need to do so. The relationship between her, the Egyptian, and Bobby was completely a master-servant relationship. Victoria didn't need to tell them. She just needed to create benefits for them. Well, I admit it. Just now in the bathroom, I heard your conversation. Victoria nodded and readily admitted it. In this case, do you have any opinion on my proposal? Yang Ming was also very satisfied with Victoria's honesty. Whether you go or stay is in your hands. If you want to leave, I will bless you. You don't have to go out from the bathroom vent. You can go out from the hospital gate. I will not only let you leave, but I will also give you some support for travel expenses. When Yang Ming said this, he paused and waited for Victoria's statement. However, Victoria did not make a sound. She stood there quietly, waiting for Yang Ming's next words. Of course, if you don't want to go, you can continue to follow me and return to China with me. I will arrange for you to enter a university. Your identity on the surface is a college student. I will not limit your personal freedom, but you have to secretly protect the safety of my girlfriends, said Yang Ming. I will go back with you. Victoria actually had an answer in her heart. After Yang Ming finished speaking, she replied without hesitation. Yang Ming gave her respect and freedom, making her feel that she was now an equal person with others. Moreover, Yang Ming's tone of discussion made Victoria somewhat flattered. In any case, Victoria was willing to follow Yang Ming just because of his attitude toward her. Chapter 1203. Okay, stay here and recuperate. After your injury is healed, we will leave. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, Yang Ming already knew Victoria's answer. The conversation just now was just a formality. If Victoria didn't want to accept it, he was afraid she wouldn't have come out of the bathroom. I have no problem. I'll take a break. I can leave tomorrow. As Victoria spoke, she stretched out her arm in front of Yang Ming, indicating that she had no problem. However, the strenuous exercise still made her frown slightly. Don't force yourself. Yang Ming looked at Victoria's appearance and found it funny. No matter how cold her appearance was, she was always a normal girl. No, I can do it. Victoria nodded firmly. Okay. Yang Ming saw that Victoria insisted, so he no longer persuaded her. Then the day after tomorrow. I still have a little personal matter to deal with tomorrow. Okay, Victoria replied. Rest for another day tomorrow. There should be no problem. The personal matter that Yang Ming referred to was naturally Li Ziqing's matter. Yang Ming was going to leave one day to deal with Li Ziqing. One day was enough. Right, the remote control, did you see it? Yang Ming looked up and looked at Victoria. And I saw it. Victoria nodded. Thank you, give it to me. Yang Ming reached out to Victoria. Victoria was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming at a loss. She didn't understand why Yang Ming asked her for the remote control again. Give me the remote control. Yang Ming repeated what he said before in detail. This. Victoria hesitated. Could it be that Yang Ming was just pretending to be a good person to move me, but in the end, he didn't want to give me freedom? To be honest, Victoria didn't want to hand over the remote control, but Yang Ming's previous words made her very moved. She subconsciously felt that Yang Ming was not the kind of person who would go back on his words. Now that he wanted the remote control, there must be a purpose. So, after a brief hesitation, Victoria took out the remote control from her pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Here. Why did you hand it over? Isn't this thing very important to you? Yang Ming wanted to tease Victoria. Of course, he also wanted to test her. Yang Ming wanted to see if Victoria really wanted to follow him. However, Yang Ming also understood that it seemed unrealistic to expect Victoria to work for him with just a few words. Yang Ming didn't have extravagant hopes. However, Victoria obediently handed over the remote control, which surprised Yang Ming. What he didn't expect was that these simple words were the root of what moved Victoria. Because Victoria had never been respected by others, Yang Ming was the first person to talk to her like this, and Yang Ming also promised to give her freedom. Therefore, this made Victoria feel that it was worth it to gamble once. Even if Yang Ming went back on his word, she also gained respect once. Once was enough for her. So, Victoria handed over the remote control that was vital to her. But when she heard that Yang Ming was still making sarcastic remarks, Victoria immediately pouted and said with grievance, "Didn't you want it? If I want it, you hand it over?" Yang Ming was very satisfied with Victoria's action. He didn't reach out to take the remote control, but continued to ask, "What if I don't hand it over? Since I have decided to follow you, then the remote control is naturally still in your hands." Victoria was very aware. She shrugged and said naturally, "Actually, it doesn't matter. I have already thought it through." Yang Ming took the remote control from Victoria's hand and smiled. In fact, this remote control is no longer of any use. Dr. Jessica knows this best. Isn't that right, Dr. Jessica? Victoria looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. She didn't know what he meant. Yes, Miss Victoria. During the operation, I have already taken out the chip in your body and handed it to Mr. Yang. Dr. Jessica listened to Yang Ming's words and quickly explained. Taken out? Victoria was stunned at first. Then her face showed a joyful expression. Really? Dr. Jessica nodded affirmatively. All of this came too suddenly. The chip in her body had once become a nightmare for Victoria. Victoria dreamed of taking out the chip in her body, but she couldn't. Under the eyes of Bobby and the Egyptians, it was impossible for her to perform this kind of surgery. She did not have any opportunity to contact people in this area. So Victoria just thought about it when she was dreaming. When she was awake, she would not have such unrealistic ideas. I think there should be such a trust between us. Yang Ming smiled. Now, when you return the remote control to me, I can be sure that you absolutely trust me. So, I told you about taking out the chip in your body. Thank you. Victoria was really moved this time. Tears lingered in her eyes a few times and finally fell down. Am I very useless? I'm a boxer, and I actually cried. I didn't do it in the ring. Yang Ming shook his head. No, this is not useless, but it shows that you have found yourself and become a person with feelings. I hope you can show your emotions on your face, not that cold face of yours. I will work hard. Victoria tried her best to smile. She felt that her choice today would change her future life. She was no longer a slave, a boxer who worked for her master. Yang Ming and Li Chong left Victoria's ward together. When they went downstairs, Li Chong gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. Brother Yang, you're really good at buying people's hearts. Really? Yang Ming waved his hand. I admit that I deliberately said some words in front of Victoria, but in fact I do think so. Li Chong, as a superior, it is right to say some beautiful words, but you must fulfill what you said. Don't always say empty words. Beautiful words can buy people's hearts, but lies can also lose people's hearts. Li Chong nodded thoughtfully. He knew that Yang Ming was reminding him to do this when he spoke in the future. Early the next morning, Li Ziqing found his old acquaintance, Jeffers. Hey Jeffers, how is it? Do you want to have breakfast together? Li Ziqing patted Jeffers on the shoulder enthusiastically and said to him. In this bid, Jeffers only maintained the small coal mine in his hands and did not have any breakthroughs. However, this was already very satisfying for him, because his strength was already relatively weak, so he did not dare to compete with others for anything. Oh, Mr. Li? When Jeffers saw that it was Li Ziqing, he subconsciously took 2 steps back, but in the end, he stood still. Li Ziqing naturally saw Jeffers' reaction, but he did not feel anything. He thought that Jeffers was frightened by him and could not help but react. Of course, it's me. Let's go. How about we go to my room to enjoy breakfast together? I asked Tianjia to buy good porridge. It's very fragrant. Jeffers hesitated, looked around, and found that there was no one else. He nodded and said, Well, then let's go to your room. Jeffers naturally heard the rumors about Li Ziqing, so when he saw Li Ziqing, he subconsciously kept a certain distance from him. However, because of their previous relationship, Jeffers could not talk to Li Ziqing. Now, Li Ziqing invited him to have breakfast together. Originally, Jeffers wanted to refuse, but when he heard that they were only going to his room, not to the public restaurant, and that they were going to eat delicious porridge, Jeffers reluctantly agreed. Li Ziqing also slightly noticed that something seemed to be wrong with Jeffers, but he did not think about it. What he cared about now was to get rid of the iron ore and half of the gold mine in his hands as soon as possible, and then leave this damn place. Jeffers carefully followed Li Ziqing to his room. Seeing that no one saw him, Jeffers breathed a sigh of relief. After entering the door, he became more enthusiastic. Mr. Li, why are you so polite? You invited me to eat so early in the morning? We have a good relationship. Li Ziqing stared at him and lied. Although Li Ziqing and Jeffers were familiar before, they were only familiar with each other. It was far from a good relationship. Jeffers naturally did not take it seriously and laughed twice with Li Ziqing. Jeffers, now there's a great thing that is going to happen to you. How about it? Do you want to hear it? Li Ziqing closed the door and said mysteriously, Great thing? What good thing? Jeffers was stunned and looked at Li Ziqing with some surprise. If it weren't for our good relationship, I wouldn't have found you first. Li Ziqing lowered his voice and said, "This time, you got the right to operate a coal mine, right?" Although Jeffers was somewhat inexplicable about why Li Ziqing said this, he nodded and said, "Yes, you know my strength. How can I be qualified to compete with others for those profitable mines? Who doesn't want to make more money? But I cannot know my limits, right? Hee hee, but now there is a great opportunity in front of you." Li Ziqing said, "It depends on whether you want to grasp it or not." Chapter 1204. What good opportunity? Jeffers was confused by Li Ziqing. He still hadn't figured out what Li Ziqing wanted to say. "I'm going to transfer the management rights of the iron mine to you." Li Ziqing seemed to be talking about a good thing. He looked up and winked at Jeffers. "Of course, I can also transfer the ownership of half of the gold mine to you. How about it? Is it enough?" "What? Transfer it to me?" Jeffers was stunned and looked at Li Ziqing with some amazement. "Yeah, how about it? Are you surprised? And it's the original price." Li Ziqing patted Jeffers' shoulder and said, "Original price?" Jeffers looked at the smiling Li Ziqing and suddenly thought of the rumor he heard last night. Li Ziqing wanted to transfer the management rights of the gold mine to Bobby, but Bobby directly refused. Yesterday, when he heard it, Jeffers didn't believe it. After all, it was difficult to tell whether this kind of thing was true or not. But today he believed it, because Li Ziqing found Jeffers again and wanted to transfer the ownership of the iron mine and gold mine in his hands. If Li Ziqing really wanted to transfer the ownership in his hands, then the best transfer of the ownership of the gold mine was Bobby, because he had the ownership of the other half of the gold mine. But Li Ziqing found him, which showed that the rumor yesterday was true. Only after Bobby refused, Li Ziqing would find someone else. Otherwise, why didn't he transfer the gold mine to Bobby? The management rights of this half of the gold mine were the biggest for Bobby. Only in Bobby's hands could the benefits be maximized. For others, it was obviously not attractive. Therefore, when Li Ziqing said that he wanted to transfer the management rights of half of the gold mine to him, Jeffers immediately realized this. Even Bobby didn't dare to take the gold mine. How could Jeffers dare to take it? Obviously, he didn't dare. "Yes, the original price. How about it? This is not a problem for you, right?" Li Ziqing saw Jeffers' surprised expression and didn't think much about it. He thought that Jeffers was flattered. The price is not a problem for me." Although Jeffers only operated a small coal mine, the profit of this kind of thing was unimaginable. Therefore, even if it was only a small coal mine, Jeffers' family was not thin. It was more than enough for him to buy Li Ziqing's iron ore mine and half of the gold mine. However, Jeffs did not dare to buy it. Although he was very tempted by Li Ziqing's suggestion, he was not someone who did not know the rules. To survive in this land, he had to abide by the rules here. Bobby couldn't afford to offend a person. Jeffers didn't even dare to think about it. He didn't want to offend a big shot because of a temporary interest. He couldn't even manage the coal mine in the end. Therefore, all Jeffs could think of was to refuse. He had no choice but to refuse. Since it's not a problem, then let's study the specific matters of the transfer. Li Ziqing didn't wait for Jeffers to finish and quickly interrupted him. "No, Mr. Li, listen to me first." Jeffers waved his hand and said, the price is not a problem, but I don't want to buy the management rights of the iron and gold mines in your hands." "What? You don't want to buy it?" Li Ziqing's eyes widened. "Jeffers, are you mistaken? You don't want to buy it? Didn't you tell me before that you wanted to have more minerals?" "Oh, yes, but that was in the past, not now. Now I have changed my mind and can operate my small coal mine with peace of mind. I am satisfied." "Yes, satisfied. That's it," Jeffers said incoherently. After all, his relationship with Li Ziqing was relatively harmonious before. Now, he directly refused, which made him feel a little sorry. However, he really couldn't help Li Ziqing. At the same time, he also hated Li Ziqing in his heart. Obviously, he had offended a big shot, so he had to quickly transfer the mines in his hands and leave here. However, Yang Ming acted like a savior, as if he had given him a big advantage. This made Jeffers very annoyed. Jeffers didn't believe that Li Ziqing didn't understand this. If he didn't know that he had offended someone, How could he sell the mineral management rights in his hands? And it was the original price? Unless his brain was punctured. As a matter of fact, this mineral management rights were not easy to obtain. Even if it was transferred, it was impossible to transfer it at the original price. However, Li Ziqing transferred it at the original price. This made people ponder deeply. Originally, Jeffers planned to tell Li Ziqing about the rumors outside, but now, Li Ziqing seemed to treat him as a fool. This was what Jeffers couldn't tolerate. So, Jeffers didn't intend to tell Li Ziqing about the rumors he heard outside yesterday. It was better to let this guy be kept in the dark. What the hell is going on? Jeffers, are you kidding? You're not tempted by such favorable conditions? When Li Ziqing saw that Jeffers refused, he was at a loss. Previously, he was full of confidence. He felt that as long as Jeffers was not a fool, he would definitely buy the iron mine and half of the gold mine management rights from him. However, his idea was once again defeated. Just like the contrast before and after finding Bobby yesterday, Li Ziqing's heart couldn't bear it. Jeffers snorted coldly in his heart. He thought, "It is a lie to say that I am not tempted, but I also need to have the capital to be tempted. The kind of power struggle between the big shots is not something that people at my level can participate in. Li Ziqing, the victim, can only be sacrificed naturally. I am really not tempted, and I am not interested." Jeffers' expression showed a very indifferent posture. He was somewhat disgusted with Li Ziqing's face. Not interested? How is this possible? Li Ziqing looked at Jeffers with some unwillingness. Are you kidding me? This is not funny at all. This opportunity is rare. I'm the first to find you. If you don't want it, there are many people waiting in line to take it. The relationship between the two of us is very good. So I contacted you first. I don't want to let others take advantage of me. Jeffers had a feeling of vomiting. He looked at Li Ziqing's face that was not red even when he was lying. He shook his head silently. No, let others take advantage of you. The first to find me? Jeffers wanted to laugh on the spot. How many times was it when I found Bobby yesterday? A zeroth time? If it can be calculated like this, take advantage of me? This is simply harming others. Fortunately, I am well informed and know some secret things. Otherwise, if I buy the mines in Li Ziqing's hands stupidly, not to mention that the money may be in vain, but it is hard to say whether I can continue to mingle here. Thankfully, Li Ziqing was the first one who didn't find him. Otherwise, Jeffers might have been fooled. It is really dangerous. However, after all, they have been in a relationship for many years. Before Jeffers left, he decided to remind Li Ziqing. Mr. Li, why do you want to transfer these 2 mines of yours? This is the case. My business in Singapore has some cash flow problems. I want to get rid of the iron or mine and half of the gold mine management rights as soon as possible so that I can take the money to fill the deficit there. Li Ziqing casually made up a lie. Jeffers shook his head and gave up the last reminder to Li Ziqing. This person was not worth his reminder. At this time, he was still lying, which made Jeffers very annoyed. He had just paid the mineral contract fee yesterday, and he was in a hurry to use the money today. If he was not crazy, then he was talking nonsense. I wish you good luck. I am really not interested in your iron or mine and half of the gold mine. Jeffers patted Li Ziqing's shoulder and walked out of Li Ziqing's room. He did not drink the porridge in front of him. Li Ziqing did not ask him to stay. The ultimate reason why he invited Jeffers to drink the porridge was to transfer the mineral management rights to him. Since he had refused, there was nothing to talk about. As for whether Jeffers drank the porridge or not, it was not Li Ziqing's concern. Motherfucker, Li Ziqing scolded. Why are all of you acting like you are crazy? You're not interested in such a popular thing? I don't believe that if you two are not interested, everyone is not interested. After Jeffers went out of Li Ziqing's room, he began to spread the news everywhere. Li Ziqing had hurt his heart. He decided not to leave any face for Li Ziqing. Hey, do you know who was looking for me just now? Jeffers came to the restaurant. He did not eat at all when he was in Li Ziqing's room, so after he came out, he went directly to the restaurant. Who? Big Mouth Mike immediately came over. He liked to inquire about these strange things. It's Li Ziqing. Jeffers smiled mysteriously. Oh, Mike immediately became interested. It's him. How is it? Why is he looking for you? What do you think he is looking for me for? Jeffers said deliberately. Let me think about it. Mike nodded. I know. He must be selling you the management rights of his two mines, right? Is that the case? Yes, that's it. Jeffers confirmed Mike's words. Do you know what he said? He said that he let me take advantage of him. He let me see that he got a great deal. He wanted to transfer the management rights of the two mines to me at the original price. Moreover, he said that he thought of me first. Oh, ha! After Mike heard it, he laughed. The first, ha ha, it's so funny. What do you say? Chapter 1205. Of course I refused. What ability do I have to accept something that even Mr. Bobby doesn't dare to accept? Mike shook his head and said, the most annoying thing is that this guy still wants to hide it from me. He obviously offended a big shot and told me that he has a cash flow problem. Isn't this trying to kill me? You didn't fall for it. None of us will be fooled by him. Mike patted Jeffers' shoulder and said, yeah, thanks to you reminding me yesterday. Otherwise, I might have. AI, let's not talk about it. Jeffers sighed and said with some fear, we are all friends. Why are you thanking me? Mike waved his hand. However, with your personal experience, we have also learned a lot. Everyone has to be careful. Li Jiqing may not give up and continue to sell his minerals to us. Hey, we all know. Who would still want to take over his mines? Everyone laughed. After Li Jiqing scolded Jeffers, he was naturally very unwilling, but there was no way. He didn't understand. Why did everyone suddenly lose interest in the minerals that were originally in high demand? Father, how was your talk with Jeffers? Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu came in from the next room and asked Li Jiqing. Damn, this guy actually rejected me. He also said that he was not interested. Is there a mistake? Li Jiqing said coldly. These people are all like idiots. I sold it to them at the original price, but they don't want it. He doesn't want it? Li Tianyu suddenly frowned. It can't be. Why doesn't he want it? Who knows? These people are like eating the wrong medicine. They won't even pick up this kind of bargain. Li Jiqing said angrily. Father, I think it seems that our transfer price is too cheap. Li Tianyu interjected at this time. We should raise the price and transfer it more expensive. Too cheap. Li Jiqing was stunned. Is so cheap. We can't transfer it at the original price, let alone raise the price? No. I think the problem is this price. Li Tianyu shook his head and said, it is because it is too cheap that it can't be transferred. How can it not be transferred if it is too cheap? Can it be sold if it is expensive? Li Jiqing's eyes widened. Apparently, he did not believe Li Tianyu's theory. Father, you're so smart. Why can't you figure it out? Li Tianyu hurriedly explained in detail. Think about it. We spent a lot of effort to bid for the management rights of these two mines. Now, we are selling them at the original price. How can this not make people suspicious? You can continue. Li Jiqing nodded. He seemed to have grasped some of the knack. Let's not talk about the cost of hiring Li Lixin. Just the time spent going back and forth is already enough, right? Li Tianyu said, and now, if we sell at the original price, what will others think? They will definitely think that we are either crazy or that there is something wrong with these two mines. Obviously, we can't be lunatics. Then, there's only one explanation. There's a problem with the mine. Yeah. Li Jiqing patted his head and suddenly realized, why didn't I think of it before? It turned out to be like this. No wonder I felt that the eyes of Bobby and Jeffers were flickering. It turned out that they were suspicious of me. This time, I can't sell at the original price. I have to raise the price. Yes, only by raising the price, others will think that we just want to earn a difference in price, so we bid for these mines. It is reasonable. Li Tianyu nodded and said, Tianyu, your analysis is good. Li Jiqing was suddenly enlightened. He was in a very good mood. Naturally, he was not stingy with his praise for Li Tianyu. Li Tianjia was somewhat disdainful on the side. When Li Tianyu said this, he actually thought about it, but he didn't think that his father didn't consider these things. But obviously, Li Jiqing was blinded by the situation. After Li Jiqing figured this out, he was not so worried. After breakfast in the room, He came to the activity room on the first floor of the guest house. Many investors would come here to play cards or something in their spare time. Li Ziqing entered the activity room and did not attract anyone's attention. Everyone was playing their own game. Li Ziqing simply found a card game and sat down. "Hey man, what are you playing?" Li Ziqing looked at the black man closest to him and asked. "Blackjack." When the black man saw that it was Li Ziqing, his expression changed involuntarily. However, he still replied to his question. "What mineral did you invest in this time?" When Li Ziqing saw the black man talking to him, he naturally continued to talk. The black man naturally heard about Li Ziqing, and after experiencing the incident with Jeffers in the morning, he naturally wanted to stay away from Li Ziqing. However, this guy was sitting next to him, so the black man could only answer him indifferently. "I didn't get any minerals. My boxer is too garbage. He didn't win a single game." After Li Ziqing listened to the black man's words, his heart suddenly moved. "You didn't get a single mineral? Isn't that the person I'm looking for?" So, Li Ziqing quickly continued to talk with the black man. "That's a pity." "Yeah." After the black man finished speaking, he cursed, "Damn it, I took too many cards." As he said this, he closed the cards in his hand. "In my hands, there are 2 minerals. I don't know if you're interested." Li Ziqing was ready to start peddling the minerals in his hands. "In fact, I am a middleman. I make a living by speculating. I now have an iron mine and half a gold mine in my hands. I don't know if you're interested, speculator." The black man repeated Li Ziqing's words. It was not salty nor light. It was difficult to understand the meaning in his tone. "Yes, I'm a speculator." Li Ziqing said, "You only need to give me a certain benefit, and I will transfer the minerals in my hands to you. How about it? Isn't this a good deal? At least you won't go back empty-handed." "Go back empty-handed? I've already gone back empty-handed, and I have booked a ticket for tomorrow." The black man snorted. "Yeah, now, you have such an opportunity. You met me, this speculator." Li Ziqing thought that the black man was tempted and tried to introduce him. "Ha ha 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 ha." Suddenly, a loud and small voice interrupted the conversation between the two. Li Ziqing frowned. He thought, who is so unethical? Although this is a public place, you have to take into account the quality of a person, right? We're talking about business. Please keep your voice down. Li Ziqing found the source of the laughter. It was a white man sitting not far from them. Oh, okay, Mr. Speculator." Mike showed a mocking expression. "I know you want to transfer the minerals in your hands as soon as possible because you have a cash flow problem." "What cash flow problem?" Li Ziqing glared at Mike. He was somewhat dissatisfied that Mike interrupted the conversation between him and the black man. "My business in Singapore has a cash flow problem. I need funds, so I will transfer the minerals in my hands at the original price." "Oh, now you see that our black brother is easy to bully, right? You just turn around and raise the price?" Mike learned how Li Ziqing talked to Jeffers before and pinched his nose. "You." Li Ziqing's face suddenly turned red. He didn't expect Jeffers to leak their conversation. This made him very angry. How could this Jeffers do such a dirty and shameless thing? What's wrong with me? Mike was not afraid of Li Ziqing, especially after he learned from Bobby that there was a big shot who wanted to deal with Li Ziqing. He didn't care about him anymore. Therefore, he used all the sarcasm. "Are you a fool, or are we fools? One person, one price? Do you think it's interesting to do this?" Li Ziqing's face was blue and white for a while. After a while, he snorted. "Well, I admit that my cash flow problem is not good. I will sell my minerals at the original price. Who wants them? I'm not interested." Mike spread his hands, stood up, and walked directly to the door of the activity room. "Sorry, I'm not interested." The black man also stood up. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. Although he really wanted the minerals in Li Ziqing's hands, he also understood that it was better not to buy it than not being able to gain a foothold after buying it. "Hey man, I can give you a discount. How about it?" Li Ziqing shouted with his teeth clenched. "I really don't have any interest." The black man shook his head and left without looking back. "Let's go. It's not interesting here." The other people in the activity room also stood up and walked to the door. In the end, only Li Ziqing was left, sitting at the table in the lounge. Li Ziqing didn't understand why everyone seemed to have discussed it. They were not interested in the minerals in his hands. Li Ziqing was really dumbfounded this time. He originally thought that there was no need to worry about selling the goods. However, the current situation was that no one wanted him even if he sold it at the original price or even at a lower price. What the hell is wrong with these people? It doesn't make sense. Why do they want such a good deal? Is someone not letting them buy it? Thinking of this, suddenly a chill hit Li Ziqing's body. Not letting them buy it. Yes, it must be like this. There must be a behind-the-scenes mastermind behind this matter. And this behind-the-scenes mastermind, is it Yang Ming? Thinking of this, Li Ziqing's body couldn't help but begin to tremble. Could it be that Yang Ming's revenge has begun? Yang Ming doesn't want me to transfer the minerals in my hands to others? Of course, Li Ziqing didn't think that Yang Ming didn't let him transfer because he wanted him to continue operating. Chapter 1206. Victoria was lying in the hospital bed, quietly thinking about what had just happened. This day had brought her too many surprises, and it had already exceeded what she could bear. The freedom that she had always longed for actually came to her so easily. Victoria had a feeling of a dream. It was very unreal. Yang Ming did not take the remote control away in the end, but Victoria had no use for it. She kept it just as a souvenir. Tomorrow, am I going to embark on a new life? Victoria was afraid that after she woke up, everything would change back to the original state, so she went to bed very late last night. However, when she woke up today and saw the remote control on her pillow, Victoria was convinced that she was not dreaming. Dang, dang, dang. There was a knock on the door. Please come in. Victoria thought it was the nurse who came to change her medicine, so she did not care and spoke calmly. The door of the ward was pushed open, and Dr. Jessica took the lead. However, behind Dr. Jessica stood a person who made Victoria resent and fear from the bottom of her heart. This person was her former master, Bobby. This resentment and fear were involuntary. Although Victoria had nothing to do with him now, under years of submission to Bobby's oppression, Victoria had developed a fear of him. Victoria, how do you feel? Are you feeling better? Bobby walked into the ward cautiously and greeted Victoria with a face full of concern. Bobby was a sociable person. He had worked hard to establish a relationship with Yang Ming. Naturally, he had to find ways to maintain and consolidate it. Therefore, when Yang Ming wanted to take Victoria away and treat her, Bobby mistakenly thought that Yang Ming had taken a fancy to Victoria because he did not think that the injured Victoria had any other use for Yang Ming. Yesterday, what Yang Ming said to Victoria, although Jessica heard it, she would never say these things without Yang Ming's permission. The doctors in this hospital were all soldiers, so they would never reveal anything. Therefore, although Jessica knew the real reason why Yang Ming wanted Victoria, this reason could not be told to Bobby. As for what Bobby thought, it was Bobby's own business. For Bobby's question, Jessica did not say anything other than a smile. However, the more it was like this, the more Bobby misunderstood. He thought that Jessica was smiling ambiguously, so his heart was even more fearful. After entering Victoria's room, Bobby was so careful. Victoria was shocked by Bobby's attitude. She did not know how Bobby, who had always been high and mighty, suddenly became like this. Victoria opened her mouth in amazement, and she did not say a word for a long time. Victoria, I know that I may have gone overboard with what I did to you before, but you were my slave at that time. Now that you have a noble status, I think you won't hold a grudge against me and won't take what happened in the past to heart, right? Bobby saw that Victoria did not answer, and he was sure that Victoria was holding a grudge. Moreover, seeing that Victoria was now living in such a high-end ward, and there was a professional doctor accompanying her 24 hours a day, Bobby knew that Victoria should occupy a large position in Yang Ming's heart. In this way, this little girl was favored, and it was inevitable that she would resent Bobby for what he had done before. At that time, she would flirt with Yang Ming's pillow. Then, wouldn't Bobby be done for? Thinking of the accidents that might happen in the future, Bobby quickly ran to Victoria's ward to seek her forgiveness. Victoria was even more inexplicable. When did my identity become noble? Now, I just have a certain amount of freedom, but it is not related to the word noble. In this world, there are so many free people like me. I can't even count them. Are these people all noble? As a matter of fact, the beggars in the slums also had freedom, and Victoria really didn't feel that her situation was much better than theirs. When Bobby saw Victoria's appearance, he guessed that Victoria must still be very resentful. If he wanted to get Victoria's forgiveness, he was afraid that it would not be possible with just a few words. Victoria, it is your blessing that Mr. Yang likes you. However, you have to grasp this opportunity well. There is no shortage of beautiful women around Mr. Yang. So, if you want to always get Mr. Yang's favor, you have to first learn how to please and please men. Bobby saw that his blind apology was useless, so he changed his tactics. Before he came here, he made 2 preparations. One of the preparations was to talk to Victoria as a friend about her future and how she could stand firm in Yang Ming's family. Hey! Victoria's eyes widened. What does he mean by there is no shortage of beautiful women around Mr. Yang? What does it have to do with me if there are more beautiful women around him? It's just a few more targets to be protected. Moreover, why do I want to get Yang Ming's favor? Victoria, your previous identity. Oh, I'm sorry. Although it's somewhat demeaning to mention this now, I'm telling the truth. I hope you can understand. I'm now talking to you from the perspective of a friend. Bobby's 2 hands didn't know what to do, but his sincerity was fully shown. And then, Victoria was confused. When she saw that Bobby was also at a loss, she suddenly felt a little funny. Is this still the Bobby who used to flaunt his prowess? In front of me, he suddenly became like a child. The huge contrast made Victoria feel like she was dreaming. Victoria wanted to figure out what was wrong with Bobby, so she asked him to continue. Seeing that Victoria finally spoke, Bobby was overjoyed. It seems that Victoria is a little relaxed. I played the friendship card correctly, so he quickly continued. You couldn't have come into contact with these things between men and women in the past. Take me as an example. I have many women around me, but the one who attracts me the most may not be the most beautiful, but the most charming. A woman's charm can be cultivated and changed, so I came here this time mainly to talk to you about these things. Oh, Victoria still didn't quite understand the ultimate purpose of Bobby coming here. What woman's charm? Could it be that Bobby suddenly became stupid? Victoria had never seen Bobby talk and act like this before. If you want to always capture Mr. Yang's heart, Victoria, you have to work hard, Bobby said and mysteriously handed a box to Victoria's hand. Then he squinted his eyes and said, Here, I have a small video player for you. There are videos that I downloaded for you. Some of the world's famous intelligence organizations are training female intelligence officers. The skill of seducing men is first class. If you learn half of it, you can female intelligence officer training. Victoria took the small box from Bobby's hand and repeated to herself. That's right. I spent a lot of effort to get it. Bobby quickly took credit. Well, Miss Victoria, I won't disturb your rest. I will come to visit you later. In addition, I got some fresh fruits that you like to eat. They're on the side of the bed. Bobby obviously didn't know what kind of fruit Victoria was willing to eat before, but Bobby had learned some of Victoria's living habits from the slaves under him overnight. Usually, Bobby was not harsh on the diet of these slaves because he wanted to rely on them to win the competition for him. So they must keep up with the diet and nutrition. After Bobby said these words, he got up and left. He smiled and nodded to Victoria before leaving the ward. Victoria held the box in her hand and stared at Bobby's departing back in confusion. She shook her head. What the hell is going on? What happened to Bobby? Jessica looked at the inexplicable Victoria and shook her head helplessly. Miss Victoria, Mr. Bobby thought that Mr. Yang took a fancy to your beauty and made you his woman. So, Bobby has such a posture. Ah! Victoria suddenly blushed after listening to Jessica's words. The current Victoria was more like a normal girl. She had thrown away the shackles of her previous fate and became a free person. Victoria finally understood what the association said before and after Bobby. It turned out that Bobby regarded her as Yang Ming's woman. However, what puzzled Victoria was that Bobby at least didn't have to be so humble to her, right? When she went out with Bobby to fight in the arena, she also saw many beautiful women with Bobby's friends, but Bobby did not deliberately flatter them. On the contrary, he was very cold because in the eyes of these men, women were accessories. Only power and money could make them excited. Victoria even saw that one of Bobby's friend's women was slapped in public by Bobby's friends because she offended Bobby with words. This also indirectly showed that the friendship between men did not need women to be involved. But now, Victoria seemed to see another scene, which made her really inexplicable. She finally couldn't help but ask, but even if this is the case, Bobby doesn't have to treat me like this, right? His attitude. After Jessica listened to Victoria's words, she shook her head with a bitter smile. Even if you just asked him to kneel, he might not hesitate. Kneel? This is impossible, right? Victoria exclaimed. I understand what you're thinking. If you are just the woman of a friend with the same status as Bobby, then Bobby will definitely not treat you with such an attitude. But when a man's identity has completely overridden another person, the woman around him, even if she is just an unfavored one, will become high and mighty. Jessica said slowly, Mr. Yang, in this land, has absolute power, so your identity will also rise. Jessica naturally knew Yang Ming's real intention for Victoria, so she didn't have to worry about anything. She told Victoria all these things to help her solve her doubts, and, at the same time, she could better understand the master she would serve in the future. High and mighty, Victoria had never felt like today before. Originally, she thought that Bobby had already stood at the top of wealth and upper-class society, but now it seemed that there were people who were stronger than Bobby. Just because of the groundless title of being Yang Ming's woman, Bobby, who was originally high and mighty, flattered her. It also made her change from a slave with the lowest status to a high and mighty empress. All of this was brought about by the man she saw last night. What kind of person is he? Victoria became a little absent-minded. This kind of rise and fall in status made her believe that her choice was correct. Although she was not Yang Ming's woman, and she couldn't be one, she didn't see lust and desire for her beauty in Yang Ming's eyes. It was just a kind of faint concern. However, in Victoria's heart, she was still a little vain. At the very least, she used the title of Yang Ming's woman to intimidate Bobby. This made her little heart unprecedentedly satisfied. Yes, from the very beginning, the identity of a slave, she suddenly rode on the head of the master. Who could not be happy? Victoria took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Thank you for not exposing this matter just now, so that I can vent the anger in my heart. I have no right to say anything to Bobby. What he thinks is his own guess. Jessica shrugged. In fact, even if you are the bodyguard of Mr. Yang's woman, Bobby will still look at you in a different light. This is the difference in identity. The gap between him and Mr. Yang is too big. Jessica said this because she naturally saw Yang Ming's posture in front of Li Chong and General Kars. Even Li Chong and General Kars were in awe of a person. So what was Bobby? Li Ziqing. And how should I deal with him? Yang Ming stretched lazily and asked Huang Lele, who had not fully woken up. I don't know. I will sleep for a while. Huang Lele rubbed her eyes and glanced at the time on the alarm clock at the bedside. She found that it was still early, so she fell asleep again. Yang Ming smiled and got up and got out of bed. His schedule was limited, so he only had one day to deal with Li Ziqing. As for Li Ziqing wanting to sell the iron, ore, and gold mines in his hands, Yang Ming naturally heard the news. Bobby immediately told Yang Ming about the situation. For this opportunity to have a relationship with Yang Ming, Bobby naturally would not let it go. Yang Ming was non-committal about Bobby's approach. Sometimes, making the enemy panic psychologically was more torturous than doing something to them. Li Ziqing's family was probably in this mood now. They were in a panic all day long. He had not retaliated against them, but they had already fallen into the situation of scaring themselves. Thinking about it, Yang Ming felt a little funny. He had two mines in his hands. He couldn't sell them, and he couldn't mine them himself. This was probably the most painful thing in life. Yang Ming's prediction was naturally not wrong. At this moment, Li Ziqing was sitting in the guest house's room with a pale face, just like the white impermanence in the movie. Beside him were Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu. It must be Yang Ming's revenge. Li Ziqing's face was pale. Although his words were excited, there was some panic. Otherwise, why didn't anyone buy the iron ore and gold mine in my hands? These are the golden chickens that lay golden eggs. These people are not interested. If it weren't for Yang Ming's pressure, how could it be explained? Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu also fell into silence. Now, the Li family had reached a dilemma. They didn't dare to take a step forward. Who knew what kind of retaliation would be brought if they continued to operate in this place? But even if they took a step back, they couldn't retreat. No one took over the mines in their hands. That was an investment of $6 billion. It was not a small number. How could they just give it up like that? What they cheated from Huang Xiaofei was only $5 billion. Father, I think we can only make a choice now. I think under the pressure of Yang Ming, no one will take over our mines, and we can't continue to operate. I think we should make a choice and give up. Li Tianjia hesitated and advised. Give up. Li Ziqing exclaimed. That is more than $6 billion. This time, not only did we invest Huang Xiaofei's money, but we also used a large amount of the company's cash. If we give up like this, won't we lose a lot? Losing a lot is better than dying here, right? Li Tianjia advised. We can't give up our lives for money, right? Where there is life, there is hope. To be honest, in this place, I have no confidence in my heart. There is no law here. There are no rules. General Kars and Li Chang's words are the law. If they want to kill us, it is just a matter of a word. How could Li Ziqing not know that Li Tianjia was telling the truth? If he didn't know, he wouldn't be eager to get rid of the mines in his hands. It was because he knew this that he wanted to leave here as soon as possible. But now, it seemed that his idea was obviously not feasible. No one would take over the mines in his hands. Although Li Tianyu also felt that this was a great loss, this was the only way, so he had to agree. Father, we have no other choice. Chapter 1207. After Yang Ming left the room, he came to the dining room. Huang Xiaofei, Huang Rongtian, and Huang Rongjin had already woken up. They were sitting in the dining room and chatting happily. Seeing Yang Ming come in, Huang Xiaofei nodded with a smile. Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin stood up enthusiastically and greeted Yang Ming. They understood that the change in the Huang family could not be separated from this man in front of them. Although he was Huang Leilei's boyfriend, if he did not appear, the Huang family might really be finished. When are we going back to China? The things here were over. Huang Rongjin naturally thought about returning to China. We will leave tomorrow morning. But how do we deal with Li Ziqing's matter? Have you thought about how to deal with him? Asked Yang Ming. We were just talking about Li Ziqing's matter. Li Ziqing wanted to sell the mines in his hands, but no one took over. We also heard about this matter. Li Ziqing probably didn't think that he would have such a day. Huang Rongjin couldn't help but laugh when he said this. Hee. Huang Xiaofei also laughed heartily. This time, Li Ziqing's fall is really not small. The money he lost is much more than what he cheated from me before. It could be seen that Huang Xiaofei was really happy. He had come out of the shadow of the previous incident. Now, have you decided how to deal with him? Asked Yang Ming. Deal with him? I think he has already been punished. He has lost more money. Let's just forget about dealing with him. Huang Xiaofei thought about it and said faintly. Sometimes, when a person was in a different position, their thoughts would be different. In the beginning, Huang Xiaofei hated Li Ziqing to the bone. He could not wait to kill him to vent the hatred in his heart. But now, knowing Yang Ming's position in Country X, and knowing that Yang Ming was the owner of this land, Huang Xiaofei's perspective on the problem had also changed. He now looked at Li Ziqing with a completely overlooking attitude, just like an elephant looking at an ant. He could trample Li Ziqing to death with just a move of his feet. Therefore, he had no interest in how to ravage Li Ziqing. After all, the scariest thing was to put a person in a state of fear. True fear was the fear of the unknown, not the fear of reality. Li Ziqing was now already in fear. It was estimated that this kind of torment had tortured him to the point of madness, so Huang Xiaofei had no interest in attacking him physically. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. He's Yiqing. Yang. After Huang Xiaofei heard it, he waved his hand and said, in fact, this feeling of being cheated of so much money is even worse. I have personally felt this feeling. It is simply better to die than to live. Yang Ming, if you didn't appear, maybe I would have chosen to commit suicide. So, I understand that kind of pain, and Li Ziqing's family will spend the rest of their lives in this kind of pain. Oh, this is a good idea. Yang Ming listened to Huang Xiaofei's words, and he had another idea in his heart. There was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Okay, then, let them lose more money. Lose more money? What do you mean? Huang Xiaofei didn't understand Yang Ming's words. Aren't they losing enough money now? Now? If they can't sell the mines in their hands, what does it have to do with me? Yang Ming spread his hands. They can leave, but the 40 billion patakas that they cheated from you before should be returned to you, right? They didn't use it to invest in mines. Ah, you mean let them take out another 40 billion patakas? Huang Xiaofei understood Yang Ming's words and exclaimed. Yang Ming nodded and said, but it's not again, but should. His investment in mines is the money he invested. It has nothing to do with the money he owes you. If he wasn't greedy and wanted to get some benefits here, why would he come to invest? Then again, if he didn't come here to invest, how can I trouble him? If he stayed in Singapore, I really couldn't do anything to him. Yang Ming and Huang Xiaofei were right. At this moment, Li Ziqing's mind had begun to waver. Yes, Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu were right. Where there is life, there is hope. Giving up some now was just a temporary waver. Although it was painful, it was better than losing his life. Thinking of this, Li Ziqing finally made a decision. Pack up. We will leave and return to China. I really regret coming here to invest this time. I didn't expect the Huang family to find such a big backer. I really didn't expect it. Li Ziqing's voice was a little bitter and hoarse, but this was normal. Who would not be distressed when they suddenly lost such a large sum of money? However, what made Li Ziqing's family more frightened was still to come. Li Ziqing's family packed up their things and came out of the guest house. As soon as they walked to the door of the guest house, they were stopped. Sorry, Mr. Li, you can't leave. Can't leave? Why? Li Ziqing was shocked, but he asked calmly. He had already thought of the worst result in his heart, but he was not very sure, so at this moment, he deliberately made himself look more calm. He hoped that these people stopped him because of other things. This is an order from above. The guard said faintly, please go back. An order from above? What order? We are here to invest. Why do you want to restrict my personal freedom? Li Ziqing suddenly became agitated. He could not be agitated because the worst possibility had already occurred. The order from above is to prohibit you from leaving the guest house. The guard replied word by word. Prohibit me from leaving? Why? Li Ziqing snorted coldly and tried to push away the guard's obstruction. I will leave. What can you do to me? The muzzle of a long gun was pressed against Li Ziqing's chest. If you insist on leaving, according to the order, we will shoot you to death. You dare to shoot me to death? I don't believe it. What right do you have to shoot me to death? Li Ziqing shouted in exasperation. Everyone come out and take a look. This is how they treat investors. They restrict their freedom and even want to kill them. In the future, who would dare to invest in this damn place? Li Ziqing's clamor and noise did not attract any onlookers because the investors in this guest house already knew that Li Ziqing had provoked a very powerful person, so this had nothing to do with them. Who would stand up for Li Ziqing at this time? Isn't this asking for trouble? Ka! Li Ziqing heard the clear sound of a bullet being loaded, and the sweat on his forehead flowed down in an instant. His shouting just now was just to attract the attention of the investors here and arouse their public anger. In this way, the law would not punish the majority, and Li Ziqing could get the support of others. But now, obviously, his words did not resonate. Instead, it aroused the guard's vigilance. The guard had already loaded the bullet. Li Ziqing was not a fool. He knew that the guard would do what he said. So for a while, all the words that were about to come out of his mouth stopped abruptly. His half-open mouth froze on the spot. Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu did not expect things to develop in this direction. Now, they had restricted their freedom and did not let them leave at will. The guard obviously did what he said. They could not watch their father die, so Li Tianjia pulled Li Ziqing's sleeve and whispered, "Father, let's go back to the room. We will make plans after we go back." Li Ziqing was already timid. Now that he was pulled by Li Tianjia, he also had a way out. He snorted and turned back to the guest house. After entering the guest house, Li Ziqing found that all the room doors were closed. Obviously, others did not want to be involved in this matter, so they simply closed the door and pretended not to know. Li Ziqing sighed and said something that made him feel self-deprecating, but he had to say it. If you knew it would be like this, why did you do it in the first place? Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu also bowed their heads in silence. Indeed, thinking about it now, Li Ziqing's previous approach was a bit too much. He almost forced the Huang family into a dead end, but they were indifferent and complacent. They had no compassion, but now, retribution was on their heads. How do you think Yang Ming will deal with us? Li Ziqing sat on the bed in the room absent-mindedly, like a criminal waiting to be judged by fate. He didn't know his future, and he didn't know what would happen to him in the next moment. Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu's hearts were also full of panic. Their psychological quality was not as good as Li Ziqing's. They were still young, and they didn't want to die in this damn place at such a young age. However, looking at the situation now, Yang Ming didn't seem to want to kill them. Otherwise, he wouldn't just restrict their travel. If Yang Ming wanted to kill them to vent his anger, he would directly take them to a remote place. Whether they were killed or abused, it was entirely up to Yang Ming's preferences. But now, Yang Ming didn't say how to deal with them. He just trapped them here. Until now, the Li family didn't even see Yang Ming's shadow, which made them feel uneasy. In many cases, the process was more terrible than the result. They always hoped that Yang Ming would let them go, but they were even more afraid that Yang Ming would think of more cruel ways to harm them. Tianyu, if you didn't try to invest here, we wouldn't have come. Who would have thought that we would encounter this kind of thing? Not to mention that we lost money, but now we can't even leave. Li Tianjia finally couldn't help but complain about the inner torment. What did you say? Li Tianyu's heart was also uncomfortable. After being stimulated by Li Tianjia, his fragile soul suddenly collapsed. He stood up and pointed at Li Tianjia and scolded, "You motherfucker! If you weren't lustful and had thoughts about Huang Lele, how could we fall into this situation? Who are you scolding? You scolded my mother? I will kill you." Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu were not born from the same mother, so Li Tianjia was very sensitive to this topic. After being scolded by Li Tianyu, he immediately exploded. He raised his arm and hit Li Tianyu. "Who are you trying to kill?" Li Tianyu didn't show weakness and wrestled with Li Tianjia. "Okay, stop fighting." Li Ziqing was depressed in his heart, but his two sons were wrestling together. How would he feel good? He quickly scolded them. However, Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu's hearts were full of anger. How could they stop at this moment? Don't think that I don't know your thoughts. When you suggested that my father send me abroad, you wanted to inherit the family business. Li Tianyu sneered as he fought. But you are restless. You want to seduce Huang Lele. I think you are a toad who wants to eat swan meat. You tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. Now, the Huang family's revenge is here. What do you think? I think we should castrate you and make Huang family happy. Maybe they will let us go. What did you say? Li Tianjia listened to Li Tianyu's words and was furious. Indeed, when he suggested that his father send Li Tianyu to Africa, he also wanted to exclude him from the center of power. However, Li Tianyu exposed his thoughts in public. He suddenly became angry, especially when Li Tianyu said that he wanted to castrate him to please the Huang family. He was even angrier. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He grabbed Li Tianyu's penis and pulled it up forcefully. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to castrate me, I will castrate you first. Let's see how you inherit the family business in the future. I will let you die without descendants." Ha 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 ha. Under the disaster of the family, the ugliness and ferocity and human nature broke out in an instant. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that a husband and wife were birds in the same forest, but they flew away separately in the face of disaster? Husband and wife were like this, and so were brothers. Not to mention this kind of half-brother who had been fighting openly and secretly since childhood. Li Tianjia was ruthless at this moment. He wanted to solve Li Tianyu, this future trouble, once and for all. Under the pressure of no future and no reality of the next moment, the ferocity in his human nature burst out immediately. Ouch! Li Tianyu was in pain, and his tears came out. However, he did not show any weakness. Originally, he probably could not survive. Now, the Li Tianjia actually bullied him like this. He wanted to vent his anger before he died. Therefore, Li Tianyu did not care about the pain. He kicked Li Tianjia's groin with his backhand. He kicked again and again, ignoring the pain of Li Tianjia pulling his groin. "What are you two doing?" Li Ziqing was shocked. He quickly stepped forward to stop it. How could this be? Yang Ming had not done anything yet. These two sons were fighting and killing each other first, and they were so vicious. Don't worry about it. Li Tianyu was dissatisfied with his father's bias. When he was sent overseas, his father nodded and agreed. If it were not for Li Tianjia, the eldest son, how could he be treated like this? Therefore, when he saw his father coming to stop the fight, he subconsciously thought that his father was taking sides. It just so happened that Li Ziqing pulled Li Tianyu's clothes first. Therefore, Li Tianyu's hatred surged into his brain. He raised his right leg. The leg that was about to kick Li Tianjia changed its direction and kicked Li Ziqing. Because the angle and direction of the kick were originally aimed at Li Tianjia's crotch, the angle did not change after the change of direction. So the kick landed on Li Ziqing's crotch. Li Ziqing suddenly squatted on the ground in pain. He covered his crotch in pain. He was a person in his 50s or 60s. That part was naturally much more fragile than a young person. Therefore, with one kick, his crotch exploded, and he rolled directly on the ground. For Li Ziqing's rolling on the ground, Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu did not care. The two of them had reached a state of madness. They did not consider the consequences at all. Li Tianjia's eyes were bloodshot. He had no scruples now, and Li Tianyu was the same. Therefore, the two crazy people kicked and scratched each other until there was a large amount of blood in their crotches. Then, they both fell to the ground unwillingly. At this moment, Li Ziqing had already fainted from the pain. The security guards in the guest house naturally heard the fighting in Li Ziqing's room. They rushed over and found that the Li family's father and son had fallen to the ground. Everyone's crotch had a lot of blood. These three people won't be having a threesome, right? The security guard widened his eyes and quickly reported the situation to his superior. Yang Ming was eating breakfast in the restaurant. He was talking with Huang Xiaofei and his son about how to deal with Li Ziqing's family. But he did not expect to get such news. The Li family's father and son killed each other, and the three of them had their genitals destroyed. Even though Yang Ming had seen a lot of things, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. Isn't this too much? I haven't done anything to them yet, and these three people have started to fight among themselves. Isn't their psychological quality too bad? Brother Yang, what should we do now? Should we let them die on their own? Li Chang stood at the scene and was also surprised. Perhaps the state of Li Ziqing and his son was unprecedented. It could be said to be unprecedented. That won't do. How can we just let them die? Send them to the hospital for treatment. Then, give them an amputation surgery. Yang Ming smiled strangely after listening and said, "Amputation surgery? Their legs are not broken." Li Chang was somewhat inexplicable after listening to Yang Ming's words. Didn't their genitals explode? I'm talking about the third leg. Yang Ming explained. Okay. Li Chang understood and hung up the phone. Huang Rongjin, who was listening to Yang Ming's phone call, accidentally spat out the porridge in his mouth. He gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. Yang Ming's amputation was simply too vivid. Huang Xiaofei and Huang Rongtian were relatively far away. At this moment, they still didn't understand what happened on Yang Ming's phone call. They were looking at Yang Ming and Huang Rongjin strangely. Yang Ming hung up the phone. He didn't know if it was funny or not. Chapter 12:08. This feeling was very strange, but it was more sad. Li Ziqing's family actually fell in their own panic and uneasiness. When Huang Rongjin told what happened to Li Ziqing's family to his father and brother, the two were also laughing, including Huang Xiaofei, the elder. At the moment, he was laughing so hard that he almost fainted. It's really retribution. I didn't expect Li Ziqing's family to have such a result. Now, without dealing with them, he has been punished. Right? Why don't you let them fend for themselves? Asked Huang Rongjin. Sometimes, being alive is more painful than being dead, isn't it? Yang Ming shrugged. Besides, if they're dead, who do I ask for money? That's true. Huang Rongtian nodded. As a man, without money, you can't touch a woman. Being alive is really more painful than being dead. When Li Ziqing's family woke up, they didn't expect them to be lying in the hospital. Who sent them to the hospital? The three people on the hospital bed all looked at each other. Perhaps Yang Ming couldn't wait to kill them, right? Looking at his father and brother on the hospital bed, Li Tianyu felt a lot of emotions, and his heart was full of regret. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, he was indeed a little too impulsive before. Li Tianjiao was also in the same mood. Now, the Li family was completely extinct this time. The bursts of pain from his lower body clearly indicated this point. However, what could he do with regret now? Li Ziqing was also bitter in his heart. Is the Li family really finished this time? How can we be so unlucky again and again? Just when Li Ziqing's family had their own thoughts, the door of the ward was pushed open. Mr. Yang, Li Ziqing, and the others are awake. Dr. Jessica said to Yang Ming in the lounge. Yang Ming nodded and stood up. He really didn't know what kind of thoughts he had when he came to see Li Ziqing and his father. This made him feel that it was too dramatic. Yang Ming. Li Ziqing finally saw Yang Ming, and Yang Ming finally came to see him. However, what Li Ziqing didn't expect was that it would actually be under such a situation. Li Ziqing was a little bitter. This was purely a joke. They didn't do anything to him, but his own people had internal strife, and they were all hospitalized. Hospital? Wait, was it Yang Ming who sent them to the hospital? Otherwise, how did they enter the hospital? You sent us to the hospital? Li Ziqing expressed his doubts. Yes. Yang Ming nodded. He didn't need to deny this. Why? Although Li Ziqing was faintly suspicious, after listening to Yang Ming's affirmative answer, he still asked doubtfully. Li Tianjiao's father, said Li Ziqing calm. Li Ziqing was stunned and asked in confusion, what money? The 40 billion patakas that were cheated from the Huang family. You haven't forgotten, right? Yang Ming's eyes were cold, and he said faintly, if you have forgotten, then I can remind you. Wasn't that money invested in the mines here? Why do you still want it from me? Li Ziqing asked in surprise after hearing it. You also said that you invested in the mines. What does this have to do with me? What I want from you is the 40 billion patakas that you cheated from the Huang family. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, that's not the same. We can't operate here. Isn't the money for contracting the mines in your hands? Li Ziqing was a little agitated. Yang Ming was simply blackmailing him. No wonder Yang Ming hadn't shown up. It turned out that he wanted to extort more money from him. Li Ziqing, I think you're mistaken. You invested the money that you invested. If you can't operate it, it is your own problem. What does it have to do with me? Yang Ming looked at Li Ziqing with an innocent expression. Right, the hospitalization fee for the three of you is $500 million. You have to pay me this money. Of course, if you think it is expensive, you can also complain to the medical supervision department here. Unfortunately, the medical supervision department here has not been established yet. If you want to complain, I can let Carr set up one now to complain to you. What do you think? Isn't this proposal good? After listening to Yang Ming's words, Li Ziqing was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. This is simply a rascal. However, Yang Ming's words also indirectly reminded Li Ziqing. That was, here, Yang Ming's words were effective. He could even order General Cars. This made Li Ziqing's heart tremble. He finally understood his position. Yes, people under the eaves have to bow their heads. Now, for Yang Ming's resistance, it doesn't make sense at all. Isn't it what he says? Li Ziqing, must be at the mercy of others. Mr. Yang, I really have no money in my hands. Li Ziqing was somewhat helpless, but he had to say in a low voice, the cash flow in my hands is invested in the mines here. There is no other money in the family except for real estate. Real estate? Yang Ming frowned. Well, then let's just say that I'm at a disadvantage. You are going to let me go? Li Ziqing asked quickly after listening to Yang Ming's words. Let you go? When did I not let you go? I just want back the 40 billion that originally belonged to me. Isn't this fair? Yang Ming looked at Li Ziqing and said simply and clearly, but I don't have this money. Li Ziqing was a little confused. Didn't Yang Ming say that he would suffer a loss? Isn't that letting him go? But now, it seems that Yang Ming doesn't seem to want to let him go. You don't have money. You can use your real estate to pay off the debt. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, when I said that you would suffer a loss, I meant that the property under your name, I will simply convert it to 40 billion. I won't calculate it carefully. You can directly transfer it to Lele. The 40 billion was originally hers. What? Li Ziqing was furious after listening to Yang Ming's words. He almost jumped out of bed. My real estate is far more than 40 billion. Yang Ming actually gave me 40 billion just like that? Oh, you don't want to? Then you can continue to live here. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he turned and left. Wait, Li Tianyu suddenly shouted. He didn't want to continue to stay in this damn place. He had to go back to Singapore quickly. This place was too horrible. If this continued, he felt that he would go crazy. Why? What's the matter? Yang Ming looked at Li Tianyu. You are ruthless enough. You crippled your father with one kick and your elder brother with another kick. Your end of posterity kick is practiced to the point of perfection. Li Tianyu was pushed by Yang Ming. His face suddenly turned red. Li Ziqing saw Li Tianyu speak. How could he not understand Li Tianyu's meaning? If Yang Ming let them continue to stay in hospital, he was afraid that in the end, they would really lose their lives. It was better to agree to Yang Ming's request. At least, they could go back alive. Although the real estate was gone, with Li Ziqing's connections, they might be able to make a comeback in a few years. So, thinking of this, Li Ziqing spoke on behalf of Li Tianyu. Okay, I agree to your request, but you have to guarantee that we can return to Singapore safely. I have already said that I didn't want to do anything to you. My purpose is just to get back the money you owe me. Yang Ming said very shamelessly. Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu were taken as hostages, and Li Ziqing was going to return to Singapore with Huang Xiaofei. After all the transfer procedures were completed, Yang Ming would inform the people here to release Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu. The storm caused by Li Ziqing came to a dramatic end. The final result was beyond the expectations of Yang Ming, Huang Xiaofei, and others. Li Ziqing's family had become disabled. They had no descendants, and the people who caused this result were their own people. Victoria also packed her bags and was ready to go with Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan rushed to Country X early the next day, preparing to return to Vietnam with the same route as Yang Ming, and then return to China. He had to break up with Huang Lele, but fortunately, Huang Xiaofei would no longer prevent Yang Ming from contacting Huang Lele in the future. Huang Lele could return to work in Macau's airline company. As a result, there would be more opportunities to meet Yang Ming. When they left, they naturally took Wulong and the Black Man Jim's stowaway boat. This time, Wulong had learned his lesson. Although he saw that there was a beautiful woman beside Yang Ming, he didn't dare to do anything bad again. The last lesson had scared him. However, Wulong's lust was still difficult to change. He did not dare to look at Wang Xiaoyan. When Victoria boarded the boat, Wulong couldn't help but look at her a few more times. His saliva almost flowed out. Wulong thought, this kid's luck is not bad. He is surrounded by first-class beauties, but I don't have this blessing. As he was fantasizing in his heart, suddenly, a cold dagger was placed on Wulong's neck. What are you looking at? Asked Victoria coldly. I didn't look at anything. Wulong almost peed his pants in fright. He thought, my God, who are these people? One is fiercer than the other. Is this chick also a master who kills without blinking an eye? If you look again, I will dig out your eyeballs. Victoria snorted and put away the dagger. If it were in the past, this guy named Wulong would already be dead. In Victoria's eyes, except for the master and the master's friends, other people who provoked her would be killed by her. This was also a way for Victoria to relieve pressure. Chapter 1209. Along the way, Wulong was very well behaved. For such people who he could not afford to provoke, he would not take the initiative to provoke them again. However, Wulong did not understand what these people were doing. They were not like ordinary stowaways at all. Instead, they were like people with status. In the evening, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan stayed in a room, and Victoria stayed in another room. As an assassin, Victoria keenly smelled a murderous aura from Wang Xiaoyan. However, Yang Ming did not have such a feeling. The feeling that Yang Ming gave people was ordinary. There was nothing special about him, but he had a unique temperament that made people look up to him. This was different from the feeling that Bobby gave people. Bobby was a kind of tyrannical high pressure, while Yang Ming was like a spring breeze, but full of awe. Perhaps this was the charm of his personality. Victoria was a little puzzled about the fact that Wang Xiaoyan was Yang Ming's woman. She saw the breath of her own kind from Wang Xiaoyan. This woman was definitely a dangerous person. However, Yang Ming asked her to protect his woman. Does Wang Xiaoyan need others to protect her? Victoria was very puzzled. Wang Xiaoyan should have very high skills. She did not need Victoria's protection at all. It was late at night, but Victoria did not fall asleep. She sat quietly on the deck alone, hugging her legs, thinking about what happened in the past 2 days. For her, it was like a dream. From a slave to a bodyguard with a free identity, this was simply a world of difference. Victoria could not accept this reality for a while. She always thought that she had fallen asleep. When she woke up, all of this would be a bubble. Wulong and Jim sat at the other end of the deck. Although Victoria, a beautiful girl, was not far away, Wulong did not have the slightest crooked thoughts. He could see that this Victoria was more frightening than Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan was just scaring him, but this Victoria could really kill him. When he boarded the ship during the day, the murderous look in Victoria's eyes made Wulong, who lived on the tip of the knife every day, shudder. Suddenly, on the surface of the sea, not far away, there was a flickering light. Wulong's expression suddenly turned cold, and Jim on the side also roared. He reached out to a box not far away and took out a shotgun from it. However, just as he held the shotgun in his hand, a dagger appeared on Jim's neck. "Why are you holding a gun?" It was Victoria's voice. Unknowingly, Victoria, who had just been by the side, had appeared behind Jim like a ghost. Jim and Wulong were both shocked. Wulong quickly waved his hand and explained, "Miss, the other side is a pirate ship." "Pirate ship? They're signaling us to stop the ship, or else they'll open fire." "Pirate ship?" Victoria frowned, repeated what Goro said, and looked in the direction of the signal light in the distance. She did not understand the rules of sailing at sea, so she did not understand these signals. When she saw Jim holding a gun, Victoria did not know what he was going to do, so she was vigilant and put the dagger on his neck. "It's a pirate ship." Wulong nodded. "People who often travel at sea, who hasn't encountered pirates, but most of them are looking for money. Just give them the valuable things, and it will be fine. However, you must also show a posture of resistance. Otherwise, you will be bullied by them. Give me the gun. You go and inform Mr. Yang." Victoria was not afraid of pirates. She had automatically ignored all opponents. In her opinion, pirates and robbers were also people. As long as she wanted to kill them, she could still kill them. Jim glanced at Wulong and saw Wulong nodding, so he obediently handed the shotgun in his hand to Victoria. In fact, Wulong did not rely on this gun to repel the pirates, but with this gun in hand, it could make these pirates restrain themselves and not be too unscrupulous. People like him, who often traveled at sea, would take such measures when encountering pirates. With a gun in hand, when the pirates came to rob, the pirates would generally leave some leeway. For example, they would not take all the money, and they would not touch the fresh water and food on the ship. It was because a dog would jump over the wall when it was anxious. If these ship owners were forced into a corner, they would also do things that would perish together with the pirates. Therefore, when the ship owner held a gun, it had become an unspoken rule. When the pirates saw it, they would naturally leave some leeway. "Mr. Yang, we encounter pirates." Jim knocked on the door of Yang Ming's room and shouted loudly. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan had already fallen asleep, but both of them belonged to the kind of people who were extremely sensitive. When Jim came over, they were already awakened by the slight creak of the ship's board. So, at the moment when Jim called, Yang Ming immediately turned over and got out of bed and opened the door. "What's wrong, Jim?" "We encountered pirates," Jim said quickly. "Pirates?" Yang Ming was stunned. He turned his head and looked at the window of the cabin. Sure enough, he saw a faintly discernible signal light in the distance. That was the signal for them to stop the ship. Yang Ming learned about similar ship signals in the set of CDs that Fong Tian gave him. Although the pirate ship was still a distance away from here, and it was still night, Yang Ming could clearly see the situation on the ship. It was a small ship. On the mast of the ship, there was a skull flag. Around the ship, there were 4 turrets. According to Yang Ming's observation, the turrets were real. They were not the kind of paper tigers that were used to scare people. On the deck of the pirate ship, there were 4 burly men standing. All of them had tattoos. One of them was even a one-eyed man. Looking at the back, he saw a person that Yang Ming absolutely did not expect. Yang Ming's eyebrows moved slightly. His brows furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character Chuan, and then quickly relaxed. Things are getting more and more interesting, aren't they? Since when did this person get involved in this matter? Yang Ming did not have time to further observe in detail. He hurriedly withdrew his gaze because Jim was still standing aside at the moment. Yang Ming couldn't keep looking out of the window. Yes, at sea, encountering pirates is a normal thing. Jim nodded and said, "Oh, then, under normal circumstances, what do you do when encountering pirates?" asked Yang Ming. "Under normal circumstances, when we meet pirates, we give them valuable things. In fact, on the ship, there is nothing valuable. The pirates also recognize that we are illegal immigrants. We only have a few tens of thousands of dollars on hand. If we give it to them, they won't make things difficult for us. This kind of thing is commonplace." Jim said, "We have guns in our hands, so they won't touch the fresh water and rations on the ship. If they really force us into a corner and we die together, it won't be good for them. Everyone knows that at sea, without fresh water and rations, it's tantamount to waiting to die." Yang Ming nodded after listening and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the deck and see what tricks this group of pirates is playing." "Okay, Mr. Yang, I will go up first. You guys get ready to go up too." As Jim said this, he left the room and quickly ran in the direction of the deck. "Yang Ming, they can't be colluding with the pirates to rob us, right? You know, we have hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash and some diamonds." Wang Xiaoyan frowned and whispered to Yang Ming, "Hee, do you think Wulong has this courage? Especially after seeing the skills of you and Victoria? Will he take this risk?" Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. If Yang Ming hadn't seen the person who had absolutely no reason to appear on the pirate ship, Yang Ming wouldn't be so sure. This matter had nothing to do with Wulong. That's true. Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's analysis and agreed with Yang Ming's words. Wulong didn't need to take such a big risk to rob them. These people who were the leaders of the gangs were not short of money. Robbing Yang Ming's group was basically equivalent to suicide. Therefore, as long as Wulong's brain was fine, he wouldn't do such a thing. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan went to the deck and saw Victoria holding a shotgun. She looked coldly at Wulong and the approaching ship in the distance. The pirate ship had gradually approached. The people on the opposite ship listened. The people on the opposite ship listened. When the pirate ship approached, a shout came from the pirate ship. "Please don't try to make any resistance. Otherwise, we will fire at you." Similar words were repeated several times, and the pirate ship also stopped beside Wulong's ship. Several ropes were thrown on the side of Wulong's ship, completely controlling Wulong's ship near the pirate ship. The 4 macho men on the pirate ship, including the one-eyed man, stayed on the pirate ship, and the other 3 climbed the ropes to Wulong's ship. Hand over all the valuable things. We don't want to do it. You have to be self-aware, said one of the macho men. Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria both looked at Yang Ming at the same time. As long as Yang Ming nodded, the lives of these 3 people, including the macho man on the pirate ship, would be handed over here at the same time. However, Yang Ming shook his head slightly and whispered to Wang Xiaoyan, "Give him the diamonds and money." Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned, but she still threw a small suitcase in her hand in front of the deck, according to what Yang Ming said. Wang Xiaoyan was very surprised why Yang Ming didn't do anything to these pirates. You know, Yang Ming was not a person who would easily suffer a loss. These people actually wanted to rob Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan thought that they would die miserably. Yang Ming was still very confident in dealing with these people, but now the main character had not appeared yet. Yang Ming was too lazy to start with these people. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Ming used his special ability to check the other pirate ship. There were not many rooms on the pirate ship, so Yang Ming completed the investigation almost instantly. On the ship, except for the main character, there were no other hidden people. And on this pirate ship, there were only these 4 macho men. However, what surprised Yang Ming was that the main character was actually, Help me. I was caught by these people. Just as Yang Ming was thinking, a girl's scream for help came from the pirate ship, and the man who stayed on the pirate ship immediately became alert. He raised a gun in his hand and frowned. The unique voice made it easy for Yang Ming to distinguish that this voice was made by the main character on the ship. Even if Yang Ming couldn't hear it, he had already seen who she was just now. The 3 macho men on Garang's ship also paused their hands. Then, they grabbed the black suitcase on the deck. Before they could open it, they were ready to return to the pirate ship. However, at the moment they moved, Yang Ming also moved. Yang Ming quickly grabbed the right leg of the macho man closest to him and pulled him back forcefully. Then, without waiting for him to react, his right hand had already pinched his throat. The macho man fell to the ground without a sound. While Yang Ming killed this macho man, his legs were not idle. His left leg kicked directly and kicked another macho man who wanted help out of the deck and fell directly into the sea. Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria had been paying attention to Yang Ming's movements. So when Yang Ming made a move, Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria also moved. Wang Xiaoyan's glass dagger slipped in her hand in an instant and stabbed the macho man closest to her, who bent down to pick up the black suitcase. Wang Xiaoyan's move was very fierce. The dagger directly penetrated the macho man's heart. After the macho man's body twitched, he fell to the ground silently. Victoria instantly raised her gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The macho man who stayed on the pirate ship was also shot and killed. The whole process was done in one go without the slightest pause. After killing the one-eyed man who stayed on the pirate ship, Victoria added a shot into the sea and hit the macho man, who was kicked into the sea by Yang Ming. Victoria looked at Yang Ming's neat technique and was very surprised. For the first time, she had this feeling of not being able to see through a person. In the past, she could keenly perceive the strength of her opponent in the ring. This was also the secret of her undefeated. But this time, she was wrong. Yang Ming had no murderous aura at all. However, when Yang Ming made a move, it was so fierce and full of blood. This made Victoria involuntarily afraid. If Yang Ming was her enemy, then could she avoid Yang Ming's blow? Wang Xiaoyan's move was not beyond Victoria's expectation. Victoria had long seen that Wang Xiaoyan was the same kind of person as her, so at this moment, she did not feel anything special about Wang Xiaoyan's move. However, Victoria was more and more puzzled. Why did Yang Ming bring her back to China? Yang Ming and the women around him were each more powerful than the other. Did they still need her, Victoria, to protect them? Watching Wang Xiaoyan pull out the dagger expressionlessly and wipe it on the macho man's body a few times before putting it in her cuff, Victoria could judge that Wang Xiaoyan was also a veteran of killing, not inferior to her, Victoria. Wulong and Jim were a little dumbfounded. They did not expect Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, and Victoria to kill the pirates in front of them in an instant. They could not help but widen their eyes. In addition to being surprised, They were also very glad that they did not provoke Yang Ming. Otherwise, they would die more miserably than these pirates. Who are Yang Ming and these people? They are much more ferocious than those pirates. Yang Ming did not pay attention to the corpses on the ship anymore. Instead, he jumped onto the pirate ship and walked in the direction of the sound. It was a locked room. However, under Yang Ming's kick, the door of the entire room was kicked down. Help! The people in the room were still calling for help. Don't shout, Miss Alice. Yang Ming glanced at the girl in the room and said faintly, the people above have all been killed by me. Oh, why is it you? Yang Ming? Alice's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at Yang Ming with blinking eyes, and her mouth opened into an O shape in disbelief. Of course it's me. Yang Ming nodded. If I didn't recognize your voice, do you think I would care about this kind of thing? If Yang Ming hadn't seen the previous scene, Yang Ming might have been deceived by Alice's innocent expression at the moment. Unfortunately, Yang Ming was already alert to this woman. Coupled with the scene he just saw, Yang Ming didn't believe her nonsense at all. It was just that Yang Ming didn't want to expose her now. Yang Ming wanted to see what tricks she was going to play, so he pretended to chat with Alice naturally. That's true. Alice sighed. It seems that I really have to thank God for letting me meet you. Otherwise, as you said, if it were someone else, they might not care about this kind of thing, and they wouldn't have the ability to care about this kind of thing. Those people are professional pirates. They're very powerful. Ordinary people really can't beat them. How do you know that I can beat them? Yang Ming looked at Alice with a smile that was not a smile. And? Alice was stunned. Then she smiled. Naturally, I heard from Uncle Buffon that you are very powerful. Is that so? Yang Ming didn't say anything because there was no need to say anything. Yang Ming was now very sure that this Alice had a problem. There was definitely a problem, because before this, Yang Ming saw the scene in Wulong's cabin. Alice was not locked in the cabin, but in a secret place on the deck of the pirate ship. She was giving orders to the one-eyed dragon. At that time, Yang Ming was in a hurry, so he didn't read their lips in detail. When they spoke, they used English very quickly. Yang Ming couldn't read it as smoothly as his mother tongue, so he didn't know what Alice said. However, this did not affect Yang Ming's judgment. Alice locked herself in the room after instructing the one-eyed dragon. Judging from her attitude toward the one-eyed dragon, they were obviously in cahoots. This was simply a show. Chapter 12:10. Alice obviously didn't know that Yang Ming had X-ray vision and telescopic vision, and he could easily see what she had done before. In the dark night, even with binoculars, he couldn't clearly see the situation on the opposite ship. What's more, Alice had been in a secret place. She didn't think that Yang Ming could find out that this was her plan. What's more, in order to carry out this plan, the 4 crew members on the ship were also prepared to die. This had already made a great sacrifice. It could be said that the acting was very good, but Alice would never have thought that Yang Ming had already seen through her plan, but he still didn't know the real reason why Alice did this. Although Yang Ming had the ability to see through other people's thoughts, it required specific conditions, and it varied from person to person. For people like Alice, their willpower would not be so fragile, so it was difficult for Yang Ming to find an opportunity to make a move. Thank you for saving me, Yang Ming. Alice pecked Yang Ming's face lightly like a dragonfly touching the water, and then said sincerely, you helped me again. How can I thank you? You're already mine. I don't want you to be tainted by others, so I saved you only for myself. You don't have to thank me. Yang Ming gently pushed Alice away and said faintly. Yang Ming had always adopted a respectful attitude toward Alice, this woman. Yang Ming was not a weird uncle with a lolicon tendency. However, Alice didn't look like a lowly, but more like an 18 or 19-year-old girl with even more exaggerated development. It turns out that you were right. You are an overbearing man. Alice's fingertips gently touched Yang Ming's face, full of provocation. But I like men like you. Yang Ming naturally would not be charmed by Alice. Yang Ming knew early on that this woman was acting, and her acting was good, so Yang Ming would not be fooled at all. Since Alice was willing to act, Then Yang Ming was happy to cooperate with her to see what ulterior purpose she ultimately had. Really? But I'm not interested in you for the time being. Yang Ming shrugged and moved Alice's hand away from his face. Take good care of what belongs to me. Don't lose it. Hee hee. Don't you want to ask me how I got here? Alice saw that Yang Ming was really unmoved, so she put away the idea of continuing to tease Yang Ming. Puzzling things always have puzzling reasons. Since they are puzzling, I don't want to know the reason. Yang Ming said indifferently. It was not that he was really not curious, but he knew very well that even if he asked, Alice would definitely talk nonsense and come up with a set of well-prepared words to deal with him. So instead of this, Yang Ming might as well not ask. It's not puzzling. Alice shook her head. Her pair of big watery eyes looked at Yang Ming, and her cheeks gradually blushed. Do you know, Yang Ming? I fell in love with you, really. I came from Europe to Country X to find you, but my ship encountered pirates on the way. My 2 followers were killed by them. When they saw that I was a girl, I was very beautiful. They did not kill me. Instead, they kidnapped me to the ship. But fortunately, they did not have any bad thoughts about me, so they were killed by you. Looking for me? Yang Ming saw Alice's affectionate look, and his whole body trembled. He did not expect this woman to act so realistically, but at this moment, Yang Ming was not willing to expose her on the spot, because Yang Ming had not yet figured out Alice's ultimate intentions. It was not worth it to shed all pretense of cordiality now. Yes, Yang Ming. Alice pursed her lips. She had a lovely look on her face, but her tone was firm. I realize that you are really charming, so I'm going to find you and return your things to you. My things? What things? Yang Ming was nervous because of Alice. When Alice said that, Yang Ming immediately asked subconsciously, my body. After Alice said this, she took the opportunity to fall into Yang Ming's arms. I want to give you, Yang Ming frowned. He was getting more and more confused about Alice's true intentions. In this case, Yang Ming believed that if he really wanted her, Alice could not resist Yang Ming even if she wanted to. In the end, she could only admit that she was unlucky. As for Alice and himself, they should be 2 people who didn't have any interactions. Their meeting was completely accidental, without any inevitability or premeditation. After accepting old Buffon as an apprentice, Yang Ming could have an intersection with Alice. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not go to Europe, and there would be no chance to meet Alice. Alice could be said to be a character that he came into contact with under these coincidences. Although Yang Ming had killed Dorsk on this girl's ship, Yang Ming did not think that Alice entangled him and had anything to do with this matter. Okay, don't mess around. There's still people waiting for us on the ship over there. Yang Ming took a deep breath. For the temptation of a woman, especially the temptation of a beautiful woman, he believed that many people would find it difficult to refuse, regardless of whether there were feelings. Yang Ming and Alice were in this situation now. Therefore, Yang Ming was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and do something that was out of control. Alice listened to Yang Ming's words and glared at Yang Ming with some resentment. Then, she nodded bitterly. Okay, then let's go. Seeing that Yang Ming actually brought back a delicate beauty, Wulong's eyes suddenly widened. However, due to the fear of Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria previously, Wulong learned to be obedient this time. After glancing at Alice, he hurriedly withdrew his gaze. He didn't want to be threatened again. Wang Xiaoyan had seen Alice when she was in Europe. When she saw that Alice actually came back from the pirate ship with Yang Ming, she was slightly stunned, but she did not say anything. She just nodded faintly to Alice. Miss Wang, we meet again. Alice was friendly and extended her hand to Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan reached out and shook hands with Alice, but she did not show much enthusiasm. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan also noticed that this woman was not right, so she kept a certain distance from her appropriately. This was not because Wang Xiaoyan's character was cold, but it depended on who she was with. Just like for Huang Lele, Wang Xiaoyan showed great enthusiasm. Even Wang Xiaoyan herself had some doubts. Was she still herself when she was with Huang Lele? She was like a complete little woman. But now, for Alice, Wang Xiaoyan could not bring out any interest. Let me send you back to Europe first. Yang Ming glanced at Alice and said helplessly, "Call your entourage and ask them to send a ship to pick us up." Fortunately, Yang Ming did not go far. It would not be too hard to turn back now. Wulong, although he felt that it was a little troublesome, he did not dare to say it. He was very afraid of Yang Ming. No need. Alice refused a mobile phone that Yang Ming handed over and waved her hand. "I have decided. I want to follow you. Wherever you go, I will be there." Follow me? After Yang Ming listened to Alice's words, he really felt a little dumbfounded. Yang Ming really did not know what Alice's purpose was. She actually came from Europe. After such a ruse, she wanted to follow him. "Yeah, only you can protect me." Alice nodded firmly. "Although you may not love me now, I will make you fall in love with me." After Wulong listened to Alice's words, he suddenly coughed. Why does this beauty favor the man in front of me? Wulong was very envious of Yang Ming. However, some things were useless even if he was envious. These women were not easy to provoke, and only a man like Yang Ming could subdue them. "Alice, you said that you want to follow me back to China?" Yang Ming looked at Alice. This chick's expression did not seem to be joking. "Yes. Otherwise, why do you think that I came so far to find you? I even encountered pirates on the way and almost lost my virginity." "Why?" Alice nodded affirmatively and walked slowly to Yang Ming. Her hands could not help but open. It seemed that she wanted to hug Yang Ming. "I say, is this woman's brain sick? Yang Ming doesn't like you, and you still want to get close to him?" Before Alice approached Yang Ming, she was pushed away by Wang Xiaoyan. This Alice's pretentious performance made Wang Xiaoyan very uncomfortable. "I say, Miss Wang, you don't need to care about me and Yang Ming, right? Are you jealous?" Alice turned her head, and her charming expression became cold. "Men are most annoyed by jealous women like you. I advise you to save it, or sooner or later, you will be abandoned. Do you believe that I will kill you?" Wang Xiaoyan suddenly stretched out her right hand, and a transparent dagger flashed a cold light toward Alice. "Ha!" Wang Xiaoyan's wrist was caught by Alice. "Crazy!" Alice snorted coldly and pushed away Wang Xiaoyan's hand. "It turns out that you're also a martial artist." Wang Xiaoyan's mouth smiled slightly. "I don't know how you were hijacked by those pirates." Just now, Wang Xiaoyan felt that this Alice was a bit strange, so she deliberately found a fault to test her. She didn't expect that Alice really had kung fu. Otherwise, with Wang Xiaoyan's skill, she would never be so easily caught by Alice. However, Wang Xiaoyan didn't really want to kill Alice, but she showed a flaw to her. However, Alice didn't know that Wang Xiaoyan was just testing her. Wang Xiaoyan was using Yang Ming as an excuse to make trouble. A woman could do anything for a man, especially for a love rival. Therefore, Alice was very clear about this. She wasn't sure if Wang Xiaoyan was trying to scare her, or she really wanted to end her on this dark ship. For her own safety, Alice had to block Wang Xiaoyan's attack, and Wang Xiaoyan saw through the fact that she had kung fu. Under Wang Xiaoyan's interrogation, Alice's expression suddenly panicked, but it was gone in a flash. "They fired a smoke bomb, and I fainted at that time," Alice said calmly. "It turned out to be like this." Wang Xiaoyan still wanted to say something, but she was stopped by Yang Ming's eyes. Wang Xiaoyan snorted and stopped continuing to make trouble for Alice. Yang Ming found that something was wrong with Alice before, but he didn't have time to tell Wang Xiaoyan, so it led to this scene. Yang Ming didn't want Wang Xiaoyan to expose Alice's plot too early, so he stopped her. However, Yang Ming's eyes were different in Alice's eyes. In her view, Yang Ming was protective of the fair sex and stopped the fight between the two women, so she looked at Wang Xiaoyan proudly and stuck out her chest. Alice was arranged to share a room with Victoria. It seemed that on the surface, it was because there were not enough rooms, so she could only live with Victoria. In fact, Yang Ming's intention was to let Victoria look after Alice. Victoria naturally understood. Yang Ming didn't need to say anything. She shouldered this heavy responsibility. "All right, Alice, you can tell me your plan now." Yang Ming sat down, face to face with Alice, and began to talk about her problems frankly. Although Yang Ming also knew that Alice couldn't tell the truth, he could guess some of her thoughts from her lies. "I haven't thought about it yet, but maybe it's to go to school with you?" Alice blinked her eyes and said to Yang Ming, "Go to school with me." Yang Ming had a headache. Originally, the relationships with these women around him had not been straightened out. Now, a crazy Alice came out. How could Yang Ming not have a headache? Yeah, that's the plan for the time being. Alice nodded solemnly. I feel that the best time is the time when you're in love on campus. I've lived my life in vain. There's no meaning to it. Now, I'm finally ready to enjoy my life. Well, Alice, to be honest, I don't know what you're going to do with me, but there are some things that I don't want you to do too much. I don't want to cause some conflicts because of you. You know what I mean? Yang Ming did not pursue what Alice was going to do, but said with some threat and warning, "If you are really here for me, then I hope you can follow the normal rules of the game." Yang Ming's words were not clear, but they had a double meaning. It sounded like Alice liked Yang Ming, so she came. If she wanted to pursue Yang Ming, then she had to follow the rules of the game and not destroy some existing balance. However, Yang Ming's intention was to let Alice have self-respect. She could use whatever move she had, but she shouldn't use some underhanded tricks to create a diversion. Because Yang Ming simply didn't believe that Alice would fall in love with him, this man whom she had only met a few times. After that, without waiting for Alice to answer, Yang Ming stood up and went out of Alice and Victoria's room. Did he suspect something? Alice looked at Yang Ming's back and hesitated. Or, he just doesn't want me to destroy his love life? I hope it's just the latter. However, the woman named Wang Xiaoyan around him has obviously become suspicious. I have to guard against her in the future. When Yang Ming returned to his room, Wang Xiaoyan was already sitting on the bed waiting for him, but her face was facing away. Apparently, she was angry with Yang Ming. What's wrong? Yang Ming smiled and sat on the bed, holding Wang Xiaoyan's shoulder. You're back. I thought you were going to spend the night in that woman's room. Wang Xiaoyan snorted. For Yang Ming's former woman, Wang Xiaoyan was not qualified to be jealous. But for this woman whom Yang Ming met with her, Wang Xiaoyan would naturally throw a little temper. Are you angry? Yang Ming didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to be really angry because of Alice. That woman has a problem. There's really a problem. Wang Xiaoyan snorted again. However, some people are obsessed. It is difficult to see the essence of things. Only after suffering a loss will they know this. Yang Ming was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Yin Yin, do you think that I am really that kind of person who is obsessed? If you're not obsessed, then you are obsessed. Wang Xiaoyan snorted. Yin Yin, in fact, I've already found something wrong with Alice. Yang Ming whispered. I have been suspicious of her since I was in Europe. Really? After Wang Xiaoyan listened, she looked at Yang Ming with some suspicion. Although she was not as angry as before, she was still somewhat uncertain. Of course it's true, as Yang Ming said. He told Wang Xiaoyan about the scene he experienced in the casino in Europe. It turns out that she wants to harm you? Wang Xiaoyan was shocked. Should I kill her tonight, so that she won't harm you again? That's not necessary. I also want to keep her. I don't want to alert the enemy for the time being. I want to see what her ultimate purpose is and whether there is something deeper behind the scenes. Yang Ming said, So, I just stopped you from continuing to expose her. Now, it has not reached the point of shedding all pretense of cordiality. It turned out to be like this. Then you didn't want to say it earlier. Wang Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Yang Ming did not take a fancy to Alice's beauty before he made the previous gesture. Why did I say it earlier? How could I have the chance to say it in a tense situation? Before that, I didn't know that I could meet her again. Yang Ming said as he spread his hands. So, there was one more passenger on the ship. Wulong could only squat in the corner and smoke a cigarette. He pondered in his heart. This Alice really knows Kung Fu. It seems that my guess is right. She is also someone who can't be provoked. This was Wulong's most cowardly sailing trip ever. There were 3 beautiful women on the ship, but he could only watch and not touch them. However, Wulong himself did not feel that there was anything cowardly. What is cowardly? This is called a great man knows when to yield and when not to. If you are stubborn, then you are playing with your own life. Chapter 12:11. After getting off the boat, They still returned to Vietnam by plane. After more than 10 hours of travel, the person who received them was still Fatty Lee, Yang Ming. Fatty Lee rushed to the plane where Yang Ming was. "You're back." "And I'm back, Fatty." Yang Ming smiled and hugged him. The relationship between Yang Ming and Fatty Lee could no longer be linked by simple interests. After the previous battle of life and death, the friendship between the two people was not the kind that could be easily destroyed. "Finally, I can put my heart in my stomach." Fatty Lee breathed a sigh of relief. "I was worried that something would happen to you along the way. You know, that side is not the range that I can control. It's nothing. There is indeed a snakehead who is restless, but after being taught a lesson, he became honest." Yang Ming shrugged and said indifferently, "Huh." Fatty Lee thought of Yang Ming's skill and understood. Who could take advantage of Yang Ming? "Is the situation here stabilized?" Yang Ming walked and asked Fatty Lee. "It's all stabilized. Now, the whole area is under my control." Fatty Lee said, "In the future, if you want to smuggle in, just look for me directly." "How many times can I smuggle in?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "This time, I don't know when I will see you again in the future." "Yeah." Fatty Lee also had some emotions. When he and Fong Tian parted, it was more than 10 years. How many decades can there be in a person's life? However, you can take your wife back to China to visit often. Yang Ming saw Fatty Lee's sadness and patted his shoulder. "I will," Fatty Lee said until here and paused. He wanted to continue to say something, but he stopped. "Fatty, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong?" Yang Ming also saw Fatty Lee's hesitation, so he asked, "Yang Ming, I have something to ask you, but I also know that this is a bit troublesome for you, so I don't know how to say it." Fatty Lee sighed and said slowly, "Sure enough, there is something." Yang Ming patted Fatty Lee's shoulder and said, "Fatty, if you have something to say, just say it. The relationship between the two of us is also from life and death. There is nothing that can't be said. If I can do it, then I will definitely help you." Fatty Lee listened to Yang Ming's words, and his heart was moved. Indeed, the relationship between him and Yang Ming could not be replicated. The experience between the two people were destined to be solid and irreplaceable. Although Yang Ming's help seemed to be more, how could a comrade in arms in the trench be distinguished from each other? "Actually, this is the case," Fatty Lee said. "I don't want to talk about this when you just got off the plane, but you're going to leave soon. I really have to say it." "Fatty Lee, when did you become such a long-winded person? If you have something to say, just say it." Yang Ming kicked Fatty Lee and laughed. "Why are you so long-winded?" "Well, then I will say it directly." Fatty Lee clenched his teeth and said, "Brother Yang, forget it. I will let Yang Mei talk to you later." "Yang Mei?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned and immediately remembered that Yang Mei was Fatty Lee's wife. Seeing Fatty Lee so hesitant, Yang Ming had no way. He could only wait until he saw Yang Mei. At this moment, in the middle of the night, Yang Ming wanted to rest here for a while. He would leave for China at dawn. The resting place was naturally Fatty Lee's home. Yang Mei cooked a few side dishes. Apparently, she knew that Yang Ming would come back today, so she carefully prepared them. Although they were very simple, they looked, smelled, and tasted good. Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, Victoria, and Alice were all hungry. "Alice, you're a woman who is usually aloof. I don't know if you're used to the food. If you're not used to it, then don't eat it." Wang Xiaoyan frowned when she saw Alice pick up the chopsticks. Apparently, she felt that this disposable chopstick was not very hygienic. Wang Xiaoyan's words were obviously not out of concern for Alice, but sarcasm. Alice naturally heard it. After glaring at Wang Xiaoyan, Alice said, "Who said that I am not used to it?" Yang Ming shook his head and said nothing, but Fatty Lee had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't know the identity of the woman brought by Yang Ming, so he didn't dare to speak casually. Alice frowned. It was because she had been in the upper class for a long time that she had that kind of subconscious reaction. But when she really sat down and ate, she didn't care so much. Instead, she ate with relish. "Sister-in-law, your cooking is really good. It seems that Fatty Lee is usually blessed." Yang Ming smiled as he ate. "Mr. Yang, You're used to eating good food. Occasionally, you eat something light and think that it tastes good. If you eat it every day, you won't think so. Yang Mei smiled. Fatty Li waited for Yang Ming and the others to finish eating. He coughed twice to Yang Mei, and Yang Mei immediately understood. Mr. Yang, I have something to trouble you with. Fatty Li may have said half of it before. Yang Mei hesitated and said, Sister-in-law, if there is anything, just say it. I asked Fatty Li to say it before, but he was embarrassed. I have said that as long as I can do it, I will do it. Yang Ming said, Actually, this is the case. Mr. Yang, you see, when you leave, can you take Yang Hua with you? Yang Mei glanced at Yang Hua, who was eating silently with her head down, and then said to Yang Ming, Yang Hua, take her away. Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and then he understood the meaning of Fatty Li and Yang Mei. They wanted him to take Yang Hua back to China, far away from here. Yeah. Fatty Li also threw caution to the wind at the moment and nodded. The education and environment here are far worse than over there, and following me and Yang Mei. You also know that although the situation is stable now, maybe one day, the enemy will come to us. Yang Mei and I don't want to involve Yang Hua, so I asked you to take her away. Just take her back to her hometown. Her uncle is there. That's the case. I thought it was something else. Yang Ming nodded immediately after listening. This is very easy. Don't worry. I will do it. But is Yang Hua willing to be separated from you? When Yang Ming asked this, his eyes moved to Yang Hua on the side. Yang Hua's body moved slightly, but she still lowered her head. Apparently, she had talked to Fatty Li and Yang Mei before and reached a consensus. Emotionally, she is naturally unwilling, but the environment there is good. Yang Mei and I've already told her, said Fatty Li. Well, then take her with you. Yang Ming agreed. As for taking her back to her hometown, it will take a few days. I have to stay in Songjiang for a few days to deal with some things. That's no problem. Yang Hua is not in a hurry. Yang Mei said quickly, Mr. Yang, if you have something to do, you can do it first. The matter was settled like this. Yang Ming could also understand the mood of Fatty Li and Yang Mei. Yang Hua was still young. She should have her own life and not be in Vietnam. She should be living with them on tenterhooks. Yang Hua's identity also doomed her to be unable to marry an ordinary man in the future. The person she married could only be a type of person like Fatty Li. Yang Mei didn't want her sister to be like this, so the only way was to leave here and start a new life. With Yang Ming as an opportunity, Fatty Li and Yang Mei made up their minds to make such a decision. Because Yang Ming and Fatty Li were friends who had gone through life and death, Fatty Li naturally trusted Yang Ming. If it were other people, Fatty Li would definitely not let them take Yang Hua away. Fatty Li had too much contact with the dark side. He knew that if a beautiful and lovely little girl like Yang Hua was entrusted to a person with bad intentions, it was very likely that she would end up being sold to a nightclub as a prostitute. Of course, this was still good. It was even more likely that she would be sold to a remote mountainous area to marry a disabled person as a wife. It was scary just thinking about it. But Yang Ming would never do that. Although he didn't know Yang Ming for a long time, Fatty Li trusted Yang Ming, especially since Yang Ming's other identity was an assassin. Assassins were more trustworthy people. With these 2 points, Fatty Li was relieved to entrust Yang Hua to Yang Ming. In fact, with Fatty Li's own strength, it was not difficult to bring Yang Hua back to China and find her uncle. But the key problem was that Yang Mei was not at ease. Yang Mei and Yang Hua had left that place for many years. They didn't know what had become of their hometown. If they left Yang Hua there without a care, not to mention whether the uncle they had never met would take her in, even if he did, it was uncertain whether he would treat her well. With a strong backer like Yang Ming over there, Yang Mei was relieved. At least, with Yang Ming looking after her, Yang Hua would not suffer any grievances. Yang Ming actually understood this. Since Fatty Li trusted him so much, Yang Ming would not fail to live up to his trust. He would definitely let Yang Hua have a good life. It was dawn. It was time for Yang Ming to leave. Yang Hua and Yang Mei hugged each other and didn't want to separate for a long time. Her eyes were already red from crying. and her voice was hoarse. Fatty Li and Yang Ming stood aside and sighed. Well, Yang Hua, follow your brother Yang Ming. That is your life. You will have a good future. Yang Mei patted Yang Hua's shoulder and said, Sister, you promised me that within 2 years, you will end things here with brother-in-law and come to me. Yang Hua said with a sob. Your brother-in-law and I will come to you as soon as possible. Yang Mei nodded. Yang Hua silently let go of her sister's body. She actually understood that her sister was just comforting her. How could brother-in-law's business here be ended just like that? 2 years. I'm afraid that even 10 years may not be able to end it. After this farewell, when will we meet again? It was still Fatty Li who drove Yang Ming to the boat, but this time, Fatty Li did not go back with Yang Ming. Instead, he arranged a car to pick up Yang Ming on the opposite side. Yang Hua sat quietly in the back of the car, holding her cheeks with both hands. No one knew what she was thinking. She looked back, but she could no longer see the scene in Vietnam. From today onwards, Yang Hua understood that she would face another kind of life. Yang Hua, you stay in Songjiang for a few days. Wait for me to deal with the things in my hands. Then I will arrange to send you to your hometown to find your uncle. Yang Ming turned his head, glanced at Yang Hua, and sighed. Yang Hua nodded in silence. She already knew at this moment that Yang Ming was not the same kind of person as Fatty Li. So at this moment, there was no previous hostility. Her silence was entirely because of sadness. Her sister, who had lived with her for many years, was separated from her today. It would be a long time before they could meet again. Victoria, Wang Xiaoyan, and Alice each occupied a row of independent seats. This was a Toyota coaster. There were a lot of seats, so they were able to be separated. Victoria was a person who did not like to talk much, and her identity was special. Naturally, she would not talk too much to others. Wang Xiaoyan was more disgusted with Alice. Alice was afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would notice something, so she was unwilling to say anything to Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Kejin looked at the information in his hand, and he was a little irritated. This was just a mission to assassinate an ordinary college student. He had wasted so many days. According to the information, there were 3 places where Yang Ming often appeared. One was the school area and dormitory apartment building of Songjiang Industry University. One was the family area of Songjiang Ming Yang Heavy Industry, and the other was the villa in Huashang District. After waiting in these 3 places for many days, Wang Kejin did not see Yang Ming's trace. He even suspected that the information provided in the information was wrong. However, after confirming with the school's academic affairs office, Yang Ming was indeed a student of Songjiang Industry University, and the family area of Songjiang Ming Yang Heavy Industry was indeed the home of Yang Ming's parents. The villa's name was also Yang Ming's name in the community property office. This made Wang Kejin puzzled, but he could only continue to wait back and forth in these 3 places. He did not expect such a simple mission to be so troublesome. If this mission could not be completed, then what face did he have to return to the butterfly family? How could he have the face to become a disciple of Marshal Uncle Tombstone? The mobile phone that he carried with him vibrated twice. Wang Kejin took out the mobile phone and glanced at it. It was his instructor who called. Wang Kejin sighed slightly. My first mission has not been completed yet. I don't know if the instructor will scold me. Hello, instructor. Hello. Wang Kejin picked up the phone and said seriously, Kejin, how is the execution of the mission? Why is there no news for so many days? In the past few days, other instructors have mentioned you. The instructor's voice had some concern and some slight blame. Instructor, my mission has not been completed yet. Wang Kejin braced himself and said, Oh, the mission has not been completed yet? How can an underworld boss in a city be assassinated so easily? The instructor smiled comfortingly. However, you have to hurry up. No, instructor, this is the first mission. I have not completed it yet. Wang Kejin said helplessly. Although he knew that if he said this, the instructor might be disappointed with him, he could not lie. The first mission? The mission to assassinate a college student and his girlfriend? The instructor was stunned and asked incredulously, This mission is so simple. Why haven't you completed it yet? Simple. It is very simple, but I have been waiting for so many days and I have not seen any trace of the target. Wang Kejin hated Yang Ming in his heart. It was all because of this Yang Ming that he fell into this situation. If he could not be accepted by Master Tombstone, then all his previous efforts would have been in vain. Therefore, Wang Kejin blamed all of this on Yang Ming's head. He couldn't wait to tear Yang Ming into pieces. It turned out to be the case. The instructor said after listening, "Then this is not your fault. However, you have to speed up the investigation. This mission has been accepted for a long time, and the person who issued the mission has not been given an explanation. This has an impact on our credibility." "I understand, instructor. Don't worry, I will hurry up," Wang Kejin promised. "Well, keep in touch with me at any time if there is news," the instructor said. Yang Ming first arranged for Victoria, Alice, and Yang Hua to stay in Guo Jinchao's hotel. The hotel had been renovated and renamed the Song Jiangming Yang International Hotel. It was successfully upgraded to a 5-star hotel. Victoria had no opinion on this. Since she was here, she would take it as it came. She understood that Yang Ming still needed some time to arrange her identity, so she was not in a hurry. Yang Hua also had the same idea as Victoria, but she was living in such a luxurious hotel for the first time. She was not quite used to it. Looking at the magnificent room in front of her, compared with the broken house in Vietnam, it was a world of difference. Yang Hua finally understood why so many girls were racking their brains to get married here. This was a qualitative change in life. It was a completely different world. Looking at the cautious look of the hotel waiter, Yang Hua also knew that Yang Ming must be a very powerful person here. She thought that her brother-in-law was also very powerful in Vietnam, but compared with the two, the things that her brother-in-law's power brought were too little. Yang Hua did not like girls who were greedy for vanity. She thought so much because she wanted her sister, Yang Mei, to come here and enjoy life. Her sister was not much older than her, but what she had to bear was much more than her. Alice was obviously used to living in a similar hotel. She did not seem to have any discomfort, but she was annoyed that Yang Ming left her here and ignored her. When Yang Ming left before, he told Victoria and Yang Hua, but he did not say anything to Alice. This was not that Yang Ming forgot, but it was obvious that Yang Ming did it deliberately. Yang Ming wanted to give her the cold shoulder. Of course, Yang Ming must also know that with Alice's identity and wealth in her hands, she did not need any help from Yang Ming and Song Jiang. As for going to school with Yang Ming, she could do it herself. Chapter 12:12. Brother, I have arrived in Songjiang. After Alice waited for Yang Ming to leave, she quickly dialed a number with her satellite phone. She didn't use the phone in the room, although the phone in the room could also make an outside call at any time. However, Alice was a more cautious person. She was afraid that the phone in the room would be monitored, so she didn't use the phone in the room. "Little AI, you have arrived?" The person on the other side asked with concern. "How was it? Did you reveal any flaws along the way?" "There shouldn't be, but that Wang Xiaoyan is very alert. She noticed that I know Kung Fu, and I almost exposed it. Fortunately, I covered up the lie in time," said Alice. "That Wang Xiaoyan, she is indeed a troublesome character. What annoys me the most is that she and Yang Ming actually got together and disrupted my plan again and again." The person on the other side seemed a little irritated. "This plan has been delayed for too long. If we can't solve Yang Ming and alert that person, we will be finished." "Well, I understand. I will find a chance to start as soon as possible." Alice didn't know why, but when she said this, her heart felt like it was stung. She was a little uncomfortable. However, Yang Ming's skill is not worse than mine. This opportunity is not so easy to find. Men are most likely to relax their vigilance when they are infatuated. "Alice, you understand what I mean," said the person on the other side. Although the man on the other side couldn't bear to let Alice sacrifice herself, sometimes, in order to achieve great things, he had to make some sacrifices. "I know," said Alice calmly. From the beginning, when she received this task, she had already planned to sacrifice herself. "Well, if there is nothing, don't contact me," so as not to be discovered by Yang Ming. If he is vigilant and suspicious of you, it won't be good. The person on the other side said, "We are all in Songjiang. It is too dangerous to contact too many people." "Brother, don't worry. I know what to do." After Alice finished speaking, she hung up the phone, but there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. Was it uncomfortable or what? From the perspective of a third party, Yang Ming was an innocent person, but because of a strange combination of circumstances, it affected the interests of her brother. Sometimes, it was hard to tell who was good and who was evil. It was just that the perspective was different and there were changes in the inside. Alice sighed slightly. She didn't have time to think about these things. She still had a lot of things to do. This time, Alice didn't use the satellite phone. She picked up the phone in the room because there was no need to hide it from Yang. "Hello, is this Kate? I'm Alice." The person Alice was talking to was the heiress of a business family in Malaysia. She was slightly older than Alice and had many businesses in the country. "Ah, it's you, Sister Alice. How do you have time to call me?" Although Kate was the heir of a big family in Malaysia with a net worth of billions, compared with Alice, she was worse. She had to rely on Alice to survive in the European market, so she was particularly enthusiastic about Alice's phone call. "Kate, I am in China. You have a lot of connections here, right?" Alice asked. "I want to go to Songjiang's Industry University now. Do you have any connections to let me enter this school?" "It's Songjiang, right?" Kate thought about it and said, "No problem. I am very familiar with Director Song of the Education Department. I helped to facilitate the exchange between several local and Malaysian schools." "Then, I will trouble you with this matter, Kate." Alice didn't expect to solve the problem with just a phone call. Sometimes, it was easy to deal with the person who contacted the matter. Although it was easy for Alice to enter Songjiang Industry University with the help of her brother's relationship, if Yang Ming really investigated how she entered this school, it was easy to expose the layer of relationship behind Alice. Therefore, Alice just used the relationship that she had cultivated over the years, not her own relationship here. This matter was not a big deal for Kate. It was nothing more than selling a favor to Alice. When Director Song heard that Alice came from Europe to study here and was a friend of Kate, he easily agreed. Therefore, Alice entered Songjiang Industry University as an exchange student. Victoria's student identity was not difficult. Yang Ming let Ho Jinhan arrange it. Yang Ming had asked Old Buffon to create a real identity for Victoria in Europe, so Victoria came to China this time as an international student. In this way, Songjiang Industry University had 2 more international students. However, the strange thing was that these 2 international students were Chinese. With Ho Jinhan's social relationship, it was not difficult to arrange for a student to study in the university. These are not things that Yang Ming worried about. Even Ho Jinhan didn't need to worry about it. His own people were responsible for it. After Yang Ming returned to Songjiang, the first thing was naturally to call Chun Mingyan. During this trip, with Huang Lele and Wang Xiaoyan accompanying him, Yang Ming didn't seem to be lonely. After returning, he naturally felt guilty to Chun Mingyan. Chun Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun had already fallen asleep. During this time, Yang Ming wasn't at home, which allowed the 3 girls to get along more freely. Without the previous restraint, their relationship was more harmonious. This was what Yang Ming didn't expect. When Yang Ming was there, Chun Mingyan was always cautious, Lin Jiyun didn't fight for it, and Zhou Jiejia was shy and restrained. This made the 4 of them form a very strange relationship. They were a little awkward when they met each other. Since Yang Ming was gone, there was no such restraint and restriction. There were many topics between women, apart from the man who made them feel awkward. Therefore, in these few days, the relationship between Chun Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun had improved by leaps and bounds. Although occasionally, some people would mention Yang Ming, which caused a temporary awkwardness between them. After a long time of awkwardness, they became accustomed to it. After all, Yang Ming wasn't around. Even later, Yang Ming had become a topic for several people to make fun of each other. Chun Mingyan rubbed her sleepy eyes. She didn't know who was calling so late at night. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jijia on the side were obviously woken up by the ringtone, especially Zhou Jijia, who seemed to have fallen asleep and was awakened by the ringtone. She was staring with a face full of question mark as she looked for the source of the sound. Chen Mingyan picked up the phone and didn't look at the caller ID. She said in a daze, "Hello? Who is it? Dear, are you asleep?" When Yang Ming heard Chen Mingyan's dazed voice, he knew that Chen Mingyan must be asleep. Yang Ming was very sorry for disturbing her rest. However, because Yang Ming returned to Songjiang, it was already more than 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. This was not something he could control. He was an Iron Man who could fly, so he could only come back by car. "Who is your dear?" Chen Mingyan asked inexplicably. She subconsciously thought that the phone call was wrong. She directly hung up, threw the phone aside, and fell on the bed again. "Mingyan, who called?" Zhou Jijia finally woke up. "I don't know. When I picked up the phone, he called me dear." Chen Mingyan waved her hand. She was still in a half-asleep state. "Dear? Could it be Yang Ming calling?" Zhou Jijia was stunned and casually made a joke. Chen Mingyan sat up from the bed again and instantly woke up a lot. "It seems to be Yang Ming." After that, Chen Mingyan quickly took the phone and glanced at the call record. It was indeed Yang Ming's name. Chen Mingyan said with a bitter face, "Sure enough, I just fell asleep and hung up." Zhou Jijia listened to Chen Mingyan's words and remembered Chen Mingyan's previous sentence. "Who is your dear?" She suddenly laughed. "Mingyan, you were too fierce just now. You're still laughing? Didn't I fall asleep?" Chen Mingyan said with some helplessness. "Then hurry up and call." Lin Jiyun also covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. "I hung up. Otherwise, Jiyun, you help me call." Chen Mingyan thought about her own behavior and felt a little embarrassed. If Yang Ming asked, it would be so embarrassing. So, Chen Mingyan threw the phone to Lin Jiyun. "Okay, I'll call." Lin Jiyun smiled and took the phone and pressed the replay button. The phone was quickly connected. Yang Ming looked at the phone that was hung up inexplicably and smiled bitterly. The phone rang. Seeing that it was Chen Mingyan's number, Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. He didn't need to ask. It must be that Chen Mingyan fell asleep. "Hello, Mingyan." Yang Ming didn't call Chen Mingyan directly this time to avoid Chen Mingyan hanging up again. "It's me," Lin Jiyun said quickly. Just now, Sister Mingyan was sleeping, so it's Jiyun. Yang Ming heard Lin Jiyun's voice. "I know. You must be sleeping at this time. I didn't disturb you, right?" "And no." Lin Jiyun shook her head. "We just slept not long ago. I just want to tell you that I'm back. I have arrived in Songjiang." Yang Ming said, "You should rest first. I will find you tomorrow morning." "And okay," Lin Jiyun replied cleverly. "How is it?" When Lin Jiyun hung up the phone, Chen Mingyan asked quickly. Yang Ming said that he has returned to Songjiang. He asked us to rest first and come to see us tomorrow morning. Lin Jiyun said truthfully. "I see." Chen Mingyan was slightly disappointed. She estimated that if she didn't show sleepiness, Yang Ming would be back tonight. During the time when Yang Ming was gone, although Chen Mingyan didn't say it on the surface, she still missed Yang Ming very much in her heart. However, because Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jijia were next to her, Chen Mingyan couldn't show too much enthusiasm. Otherwise, she would be laughed at. Therefore, Chen Mingyan could only give up the idea of continuing to call Yang Ming. She nodded and said, "Okay, then let's continue to sleep. And I'm really sleepy. Yang Ming, this guy, is really annoying. He called me in the middle of the night. And yeah, let's go to sleep." Zhou Jijia licked her lips and resisted her smile, because anyone could see how happy Chen Mingyan was. She didn't blame Yang Ming at all. Yang Ming threw the phone on the driver's seat of the car. After arriving in Songjiang, Yang Ming changed to his BMW X5 and let Fatty Li's people rush back as soon as possible. "Have you appeased your harem?" Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming. There was an indescribable smile on her face. "Not yet. There's still a few." Yang Ming smiled. Wang Xiaoyan shrugged and glared at Yang Ming. If she were to be jealous, she wouldn't be able to handle it. However, what made Wang Xiaoyan feel fortunate was that Yang Ming didn't hide these things from her. This also made Wang Xiaoyan have a little sense of superiority. "Sister Xiaoqing, Are you asleep? Yang Ming called Xiao Qing. Yang Ming? You're back. Xiao Qing's voice suddenly had some surprise. And I just came back. How are you, Sister Xiao Qing? Asked Yang Ming. Aren't I still researching the project? Xiao Qing smiled bitterly. Now, the college is developing a new wireless protocol. I am taking the lead to do it. It's so late. You're still at school? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Yeah, but I'm not still here. I'm always here. I'm living in school, Xiao Qing said helplessly. I'll go to school to find you tomorrow. Yang Ming smiled after listening. Right. How is Sun Jia? Little Jia. I haven't seen her for a few days. I'm so busy that I haven't called her. You should call her. She may have returned to Donghai. Xiao Qing said. So it's like this. Okay, then I'll call her. Yang Ming said. Well, I won't talk to you first. I'm still doing experiments here. Many people are here. Xiao Qing said. Tomorrow afternoon. I'm on vacation tomorrow afternoon. Then tomorrow afternoon. Yang Ming knew that Xiao Qing might be really busy, so he didn't continue to disturb her. Yang Ming called Sun Jie's phone several times, but he couldn't get through. Looking at the time, it was already past 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Perhaps Sun Jie had already gone to bed. Yang Ming didn't continue to call. He planned to call her early in the morning to inform her. As for Zhaoing, Yang Ming hesitated, picked up the phone, and put it down again. The relationship between Zhao Ying and Yang Ming was really strange. Although Yang Ming wanted to call and inform her, he didn't tell her before he left, so he gave up after thinking about it. I don't know how Zhao Ying is these days. Is her anger gone? It's better to test it on the internet first. Calling her recklessly may not be a good thing. Are you done calling? Wang Xiaoyan saw Yang Ming put down the phone, so she asked. But aren't you still here? Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan. Now, it's our private time. Let's go home. Who cares? Wang Xiaoyan was telling the truth. During this time, she was with Yang Ming every day. Wang Xiaoyan even had the illusion that Yang Ming only belonged to her. However, Yang Ming's words reminded her that now that she was back in Songjiang, those days no longer existed. Wang Xiaoyan sighed. The night that was not very rare was now particularly precious. Tomorrow night, Yang Ming would definitely not accompany her anymore, right? The car drove in the direction of the Huashang district. Along the way, Wang Xiaoyan was silent. She never thought that one day she would fall in love with a man. In the past, she came out to create her own assassin group to escape the family's arrangement and fight against the elders of the family. Rather than saying that she didn't want to marry a man without feelings, it was more to fight against the family. Because Wang Xiaoyan had never been in love before, marriage was also a dispensable thing in her opinion, so she didn't care much about it. Until the appearance of Yang Ming and falling in love with Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan began to re-examine her future. Her struggle against the family had become a struggle for her own happiness. Wang Xiaoyan didn't want to be separated from Yang Ming, so she wanted to control her own destiny and create the world's first assassin group to prove to her family that she, Wang Xiaoyan, could also create miracles by breaking away from the marriage. Boom! Just as Wang Xiaoyan bowed her head and pondered, a soft, muffled sound passed through the eardrums of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan at the same time. The body of the BMW shook slightly and lost its balance. At the same time, Yang Ming subconsciously controlled the direction and stepped on the brakes. Fortunately, it was in the community and the speed was not fast. Yang Ming could quickly take measures. The car's tire burst. However, Yang Ming didn't think that it was a natural tire burst because Yang Ming heard the muffled sound very clearly. That was a gunshot with a silencer installed. Someone shot at his wheels. Someone shot. Almost in an instant, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan said this sentence at the same time. The two also reached out and pressed each other's head under the seat at the same time. This BMW X5 was bulletproof. Although it was bulletproof glass, it also depended on what kind of bullet it was. If it was a high-intensity strafe at close range, the bulletproof glass was useless. At this time, they could only pin their hopes on the bulletproof steel plate inside the door. Wang Kejin began to pay attention to the BMW X5 when it just entered the community gate. According to the information, this car was Yang Ming's car. From the surveillance camera installed by Wang Kejin at the community gate, Wang Kejin couldn't see the appearance of the person driving. Therefore, Wang Kejin quickly took out the infrared night vision binoculars and looked carefully in the direction of the BMW. When he confirmed that it was a man and a woman in the car, and the man was the target he was looking for, Yang Ming, Wang Kejin was suddenly ecstatic. Yang Ming, who had disappeared for a few days, finally appeared today. Moreover, there was a woman sitting next to him. This woman was obviously Yang Ming's girlfriend mentioned in the information. She was also one of Wang Kejin's targets. Chapter 12:13. If the person who came was only Yang Ming alone, then Wang Kejin would not necessarily make a move. Because if he killed Yang Ming, it would not be easy to find his girlfriend. After all, the information he brought was only about Yang Ming's information. The information about Yang Ming's girlfriend was only mentioned briefly. There was nothing special about her at all. It could be said that regarding the information about Yang Ming's girlfriend, after Wang Kejin read it, there was no valuable clue except that this person was a woman. It was precisely because of this that Wang Kejin would be cautious. He was ready to wait for Yang Ming and his girlfriend to appear at the same time. Then he would kill them. However, it seemed that tonight was a godsend opportunity. There was a woman sitting in Yang Ming's car. Looking at the intimacy between the two, she should be Yang Ming's girlfriend without a doubt. Wang Kejin did not think that this would be a prostitute that Yang Ming casually found for fun, because who would bring a prostitute back to his residence? It was not a wise choice to let a prostitute know where he lived. Therefore, Wang Kejin believed that the woman next to Yang Ming must be his girlfriend. Yang Ming's car stopped. It stopped just like that. Wang Kejin was slightly stunned. As a matter of fact, the information showed that Yang Ming was just an ordinary college student. In the case of a tire burst, very few people could control the car freely and stop the car stably. However, Yang Ming did it. Although the maneuverability of a BMW car was one of the few in the world, good maneuverability did not mean that everyone's reaction ability was very sharp. Of course, this was not what made Wang Kejin feel incredible. The most incredible thing was that Yang Ming and his girlfriend actually lay down at the same time. Was this reaction the reaction of an ordinary person? Wang Kejin was confident that his pistol had been installed with a silencer. Although the pistol was not very good, because it was very difficult to get a pistol in China, it was already very good for Wang Kejin to get such a gun in a hurry. Even so, in the quiet night, the muffled gunshot was not very obvious. If one did not listen carefully, one would not hear it, especially Yang Ming in the car. This was something that was even more impossible to detect. However, if Yang Ming did not notice, then why did he lie down? This was one of the things that Wang Kejin was puzzled about. Wang Kejin did not have armor-piercing bullets. This pistol was very difficult to buy at a high price from a black gun market in the coastal area. This gun could blow up tires, but it was a bit difficult to shoot a steel plate. Seeing that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan both lay down, Wang Kejin did not dare to act rashly. He did not know if Yang Ming had discovered him. The community at night was quiet and desolate, but even so, Wang Kejin did not dare to act rashly. Who knew if there would be anyone nearby? Wang Kejin wanted to wait for Yang Ming to come out of the car, and then kill Yang Ming with one shot. Therefore, he hid his figure in the shadow of a nearby transformer box, quietly waiting for Yang Ming to get out of the car. Perhaps it may be because Yang Ming thought that he had encountered a robber, so he did not dare to get out of the car. Wang Kejin had seen such a situation on the internet. It was said that at night, the car's tire suddenly burst, or it was suddenly hit. It was possible that it was a trap set by robbers. As long as the owner got out of the car to check, several people would rush over together, hijacking the owner and robbing the valuable things. Perhaps Yang Ming was so cautious after reading the post. Otherwise, Wang Kejin really couldn't figure out why Yang Ming did not get out of the car and even lay down under the seat of the car. Someone just shot. Wang Xiaoyan whispered. Although the car was soundproof enough, Wang Xiaoyan was still afraid that someone outside would hear it. And it seems that you also heard the gunshot. Yang Ming smiled. I didn't expect to encounter this when I just came back. I thought it would be safer to go home. Don't underestimate me. I am also an assassin. Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words and snorted with some dissatisfaction. You should know that assassins are very sensitive to danger, especially gunshots nearby. Hee, this is true. Yang Ming shrugged. We just came back, and we encountered someone shooting at us. Could it be a mistake? Who knows? Wang Xiaoyan was also very helpless. She wanted to go home and have a good sleep. Who knew that they would encounter such a thing when they arrived at the entrance of the community? Did you see the person who fired the gun? And a man about 20 years old with a buzz cut, medium build, and a little thin. Of course, Yang Ming couldn't find Wang Kejin's position and see his appearance at the moment Wang Kejin fired the gun. In that case, Yang Ming would not be Yang Ming, but Superman. Although Yang Ming had special abilities, he was not strong to that extent. When Yang Ming leaned down, Yang Ming began to explore the situation around the car with his special abilities. When he saw Wang Kejin and the counterfeit pistol in his hand, he suddenly felt relieved. This pistol was not enough to threaten the lives of him and Wang Xiaoyan. Not to mention the bulletproof steel plate on the door, even the glass of the car couldn't be penetrated. In this way, there was still no danger for the time being. As long as Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't get out of the car, this person couldn't do anything to Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming's heart was not reconciled to just this. This guy hid in the community and launched an attack on him and Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming didn't think that this was random. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? I just returned to Songjiang, and I was inexplicably attacked. Therefore, Yang Ming believed that this attack must have a reason. At least, the person who attacked them should have a purpose. What Yang Ming wanted to do was to find some clues from the person who attacked them. The recent events made Yang Ming fall into a state of confusion. It seemed that there was no end to the conspiracy against him that was constantly being staged. It had even affected the people around him. Sun Jie, Wang Xiaoyan, and so on. Yang Ming didn't want this to happen. This wasn't the life that Yang Ming wanted. Although there was a saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, Yang Ming didn't want to be involved in these unknown disputes. It wasn't that Yang Ming was afraid of anything, but who wanted to live in caution every day. Recalling the road that he had walked in this year, indeed, he had special abilities and quickly stood at the top of the pyramid of wealth. He had wealth that many people couldn't imagine in their lifetime. At the same time, he had also become the king of assassins that made the entire assassin world look up to him. It was even more frightening to ordinary people. This kind of height and level was something that Yang Ming didn't dare to think about before. However, all of this had now been realized. However, at the same time, Yang Ming didn't have much enjoyment and happiness when he achieved this. He felt that he seemed to have been pulled into a huge conspiracy by an invisible hand. The strange events that happened again and again made Yang Ming really confused. Although the things that happened were generally people attacking him or the people around him, every time someone attacked him, it seemed that there was a lot of coincidence. Just like this time's Alice, who seemed to be completely unrelated to Yang Ming. How could she set up a trap to kill Yang Ming in Europe? This made Yang Ming puzzled. Even if Yang Ming knew that there was a mysterious boss behind the scenes. Who was this boss, and what was his purpose? This made Yang Ming really have some doubts. Yang Ming had doubts, guesses, and boldly imagined it. However, Yang Ming wasn't sure whether this behind-the-scenes boss was that person, or was it Elder Yu whose plan was disrupted by him. He really wanted to end all of this as soon as possible and live a peaceful life with his family. This was what Yang Ming wanted. Yang Ming didn't like this kind of days of gunfire. Wang Kejin saw that there was no movement from Yang Ming's car for a long time, and Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't get out of the car. They didn't even get up. While he was puzzled, he was also a little anxious. If this dragged on, the one who would compromise in the end would definitely be Wang Kejin. As long as the sky was bright, the security patrol car of the community would begin to patrol. This was the rule that Wang Kejin had figured out after so many days. In a security patrol car, in addition to the community security and the auxiliary police of the street office, there was a regular police officer with a gun. If he still held a gun and wandered around in the daytime, he would definitely be discovered by the patrol car. Although Wang Kejin wasn't afraid of these people, it was just a police officer with a gun. If Wang Kejin wanted to kill him, it wasn't difficult. But the difficult part was, what would Wang Kejin do after killing this police officer? He couldn't kill all the patrol members in the car. As long as one person was alive, he would quickly use the walkie-talkie to ask for help, and then a large team would arrive. Even if he could safely leave before the arrival of the large group of people, then the plan to kill Yang Ming would be ruined. The police would definitely be on guard and guard around this community. At that time, Wang Kejin would really not be able to make a move. Thinking of this, Wang Kejin knew that he had to take some action. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do anything at dawn. Wang Kejin took a deep breath, then stood up and gently approached Yang Ming's BMW. While moving, Wang Kejin was also carefully observing the movement in Yang Ming's BMW. His eyes had been staring at the BMW's window. When he saw that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't raise their heads, he was relieved to approach the BMW boldly. "He is coming. Be careful," Yang Ming told Wang Xiaoyan. It was because Yang Ming had already seen Wang Kejin's action through the steel plate of the door. "Oh, how do you know?" Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. She wanted to raise her head, but she was pressed back by Yang Ming. Now, Wang Kejin was close to the car. It was a good opportunity to attack him. If Wang Xiaoyan raised her head and alerted him, then it wouldn't be good. "I heard the sound. Trust me." Yang Ming winked at Wang Xiaoyan. Although Wang Xiaoyan was still very confused, she finally chose to believe Yang Ming. After all, when she was in Vietnam, Yang Ming showed amazing judgment, which wasn't something she could reach. Wang Xiaoyan also understood that the difference between her ability and Yang Ming wasn't just a little bit, but a lot. Therefore, when Yang Ming said so, Wang Xiaoyan no longer observed curiously. "In a while, when he comes over, I will open the door and hit him with the force of the door. You get off when I open the door? I don't need to say what to do after getting off, right?" Yang Ming saw that Wang Kejin was coming in his direction. At this time, it was too late to change positions with Wang Xiaoyan, so the task of attacking Wang Kejin could only fall on Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan immediately understood after listening to Yang Ming's words. She nodded and said, "Don't worry. Leave it to me." When Wang Kejin saw that there was still no movement in the BMW, he couldn't help but smile slightly because he was already close to the BMW. Previously, he had already observed that Yang Ming's door was not locked. After Yang Ming lay down, he apparently forgot to press the center lock of the door, so this also gave Wang Kejin an opportunity. Wang Kejin's plan was to carefully walk to the front of the BMW, then open the door abruptly and shoot wildly inside. There were still 5 bullets left in the pistol. At this kind of close-range shooting, these bullets were enough to take the lives of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. However, Wang Kejin's idea was good, but his every move couldn't escape Yang Ming's eyes. Wang Kejin had already walked to the front of the door. He was overjoyed. He reached out and wanted to pull the door of the BMW. But at this moment, the door of the BMW opened abruptly. Boom! Before Wang Kejin's hand could touch the doorknob, his arm was hit by the door that opened abruptly. When Yang Ming opened the door, he had already used enough strength, and the speed was very fast. This made Wang Kejin unable to react at all. His arm was severely injured. It was like an iron plate smashed on Wang Kejin's left arm, making his left arm swollen instantly. Wang Kejin was counting his chickens before they hatched a plan. Who would have thought that Yang Ming actually played such a trick? Before he could do anything to Yang Ming, his left arm was already swollen. At the moment when Wang Kejin was in a daze, Wang Xiaoyan had already gotten out of the car. She quickly reached out and grabbed the pistol in Wang Kejin's right hand. Sometimes the opportunity was in an instant. If it was seized, it would become a big deal. If it was lost, then it would be a disadvantage. Wang Kejin wasn't so easy to take away the gun from his hand, but this time he failed. Although Wang Kejin had already recovered when the pistol was taken away by Wang Xiaoyan, everything was too late. The pistol was already in Wang Xiaoyan's hand. Then, Wang Xiaoyan threw the pistol into the courtyard of her villa. Wang Kejin wanted to enter Wang Xiaoyan's villa to pick up the gun, but it was obviously impossible. Wang Kejin's intestines were green with regret. He didn't expect that he, the most promising disciple of the third generation of the butterfly family, actually failed such a small mission. In fact, the target of his assassination was an ordinary college student. If he couldn't complete the mission, then how could he still have the face to be a disciple of Master Tombstone? However, no one could be blamed for this matter. It could only be blamed on Wang Kejin's own carelessness. If he didn't underestimate the enemy before and blindly thought that Yang Ming was just an ordinary college student, he wouldn't be so careless. Wang Kejin was already very annoyed because he didn't find Yang Ming's trace for a few days. At this moment, he saw Yang Ming with his girlfriend. Wang Kejin naturally wanted to end this as soon as possible. As a result, the more anxious he was, the more mistakes he made. The pistol was taken away by Wang Xiaoyan, and Wang Kejin also recovered his calmness. In an instant, he understood that Yang Ming and his girlfriend were both martial artists. They were not ordinary people who didn't know anything. This also instantly let Wang Kejin figure out why Yang Ming was so sensitive to stop the car and lie down. It turned out that they had already noticed the danger and had been waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. Wang Kejin still stupidly thought that he wanted to open the door to shoot when they were unprepared, but they were waiting for the opportunity to attack when he approached. The reason why Yang Ming didn't lock the door was probably because of this, right? Wang Kejin had some self-deprecation. His judgment ability was still not good. As long as he thought about it at a deeper level, he would figure out. When most people were robbed and in danger in the car, the first thing they would do was to lock the door. Yang Ming just happened to be able to stop the car and lie down, but he didn't lock the door. This had to explain some problems. It was just that Wang Kejin was eager for quick success and didn't understand this point. Wang Kejin retreated and avoided Wang Xiaoyan's fierce blow. Wang Kejin calmed down. It seems that today's mission is not so easy. Wang Kejin was a bit puzzled. How could such a difficult mission be defined as simple? Did the assassin group make a mistake? Or did the client deliberately conceal the truth? However, now is not the time to pursue this. Regardless of whether the assassin group made a mistake or the client concealed it, Wang Kejin had to find a way to solve the matter in front of him first. Wang Kejin didn't know if Yang Ming knew Kung Fu, but the person next to him was definitely a master. As the saying goes, when an expert makes a move, one would know whether or not he is a master. Wang Xiaoyan grabbed the gun, threw the gun, and attacked with her leg. It was done in one go without the slightest pause. Obviously, she was also a veteran of fighting scenes. Yang Ming also got off at this time. When he saw Wang Xiaoyan and Wang Kejin confronting each other, he frowned slightly. For this person who disturbed his rest, Yang Ming didn't have a good impression. His hand shook slightly, and a flying needle made of wood provided by Zhang Jishan was drawn into Yang Ming's palm. Yang Ming wanted to move, but he heard Wang Xiaoyan say, "Leave it to me. I can just stretch my muscles." Wang Xiaoyan could be said to be annoyed with this Wang Kejin. Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming could be said to be the last night of tenderness. Tomorrow, Yang Ming would accompany Chun Mingyin and the others, and this Wang Kejin actually came to disturb them. How could Wang Xiaoyan not be annoyed? Chapter 12:14. Yang Ming had just pushed open the door until Wang Xiaoyan got off to grab the gun. He had been paying attention to Wang Kejin's movements all the time. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan succeeded in grabbing the gun, Yang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. This Wang Kejin didn't seem to be very powerful. What Yang Ming didn't figure out now was whether he was just randomly blocking the road to rob, or he had a purpose. Since he had lost the gun in his hand, Yang Ming didn't have to worry about the safety of Wang Xiaoyan. So he said, "Okay, but leave him alive." When Wang Kejin heard Yang Ming's words, His lungs were about to explode. He came to kill Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. This Yang Ming actually said that he wanted Wang Xiaoyan to leave him alive. Isn't this looking down on me? Since Wang Kejin's debut, he had never been so insulted. His eyes suddenly turned green, but he also knew that it was not good to be angry at this moment. If he lost his head because of anger and delayed the business, then the sin would be big. Therefore, Wang Kejin calmed down and didn't take Yang Ming's words to heart. Instead, he stared at Wang Xiaoyan cautiously. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Ming's words might be reasonable. Although he was hit by Yang Ming's car door because of his carelessness, and the gun in his hand was also taken away by Wang Xiaoyan, this also indirectly showed that Wang Xiaoyan was not an ordinary girl. She had kung fu. It was just that he still didn't know how deep this kung fu was. However, Wang Kejin was now as cautious as possible. Wang Kejin didn't have the patience of Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. Time was slipping away. The more time was delayed, the more unfavorable it was for Wang Kejin. Wang Kejin also understood that if the battle was not resolved tonight, then it was likely that he wouldn't be able to successfully assassinate Yang Ming and his girlfriend in the future. After experiencing tonight, they would definitely be vigilant. Wang Kejin couldn't lose this opportunity, and he didn't dare to lose it. Although the success or failure of the mission only had a slight impact on the organization's income, to Wang Kejin, the failure of the mission this time meant that he had no fate with Uncle Tombstone. This was a dream opportunity for every assassin in the Butterfly family. Wang Kejin had been waiting for this opportunity for too long. He would not allow himself to make any mistakes in this mission. Therefore, Wang Kejin made his move. He launched a fierce attack on Wang Xiaoyan. This was a good opportunity. Just now, he underestimated the enemy and underestimated Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. But now, Wang Kejin thought that Yang Ming was underestimating the enemy. Looking at Yang Ming's relaxed and confident appearance, although he was a little angry, wasn't he the same before? Only by underestimating the enemy and letting down their guard would they suffer a crushing defeat. Yang Ming's bystander gave Wang Kejin a chance to deal with it one-on-one. If Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan besieged him, Wang Kejin would fail today's mission, needless to say. Both of them had kung fu, and they didn't seem to be very weak. If they attacked from both sides, Wang Kejin would definitely not be able to resist. In that case, he could only give up. But now it was different. Yang Ming did not join the battle. Only Wang Xiaoyan was fighting one-on-one with him. So Wang Kejin felt that as long as he seized the opportunity to kill Wang Xiaoyan in one fell swoop, it would be much easier to deal with Yang Ming. However, he must use the speed of lightning to give Wang Xiaoyan a fatal blow. Let Wang Xiaoyan be knocked down without having the power to fight back. Otherwise, if Wang Xiaoyan showed a lack of physical strength or other weaknesses, Yang Ming would definitely not sit idly by. In this way, with the addition of Yang Ming, Wang Kejin would lose the opportunity. Therefore, Wang Kejin was determined to kill Wang Xiaoyan as soon as possible so that he could have the energy to deal with Yang Ming. Wang Kejin moved. His whole person was like a toad. He jumped up from the ground and quickly turned his fist into a palm in the air. He slammed toward Wang Xiaoyan's head. Wang Xiaoyan's figure was relatively petite. She was not very tall, so this also gave Wang Kejin an opportunity. Wang Kejin's move was more effective against some relatively short opponents. Because of the strict professional training, Wang Kejin's jumping height was relatively high, which also ensured that his lower body was in a safe state. Wang Xiaoyan couldn't attack Wang Kejin's lower body because of her petite figure and Wang Kejin's jumping height. In this way, Wang Kejin had no danger of being attacked in his lower body. He could boldly launch an attack on Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Kejin's move might be effective against ordinary people, but for a well-tested assassin like Wang Xiaoyan, it could be said to be somewhat ridiculous. Wang Xiaoyan saw through Wang Kejin's intention at a glance. In fact, Wang Kejin's toad jump was mostly to scare people. It was a bit like Ouyang Feng's toad skill in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. It looked very sharp. Therefore, most of the opponents would be surprised and moved when they saw this toad skill at first glance. This was just a moment of stagnation brought by the movement. It was enough for Wang Kejin to kill. But unfortunately, Wang Xiaoyan was not scared by Wang Kejin at all. If this trick could scare Wang Xiaoyan, then Wang Xiaoyan would not be Wang Xiaoyan. At the moment when Wang Kejin launched his palm, Wang Xiaoyan also moved. She couldn't let Wang Kejin's palm hit her head. In fact, Wang Xiaoyan could completely avoid Wang Kejin's palm, but Wang Xiaoyan chose to use her palm to receive Wang Kejin's palm. Wang Kejin was suddenly shocked because he suddenly saw that between the fingers of Wang Xiaoyan's outstretched palm, there was actually a transparent dagger. How could Wang Kejin not be shocked? If this palm hit, then his right hand would be pierced with a hole. However, now that he was in midair, there was no point to exert force on his lower body. He wanted to stop, but he couldn't stop. Bang! Wang Kejin could only watch his palm and Wang Xiaoyan's palm face each other. The transparent and cold dagger stabbed into Wang Kejin's right palm. Wang Kejin groaned and endured the pain in his palm. After he landed on the ground, he quickly dodged backward. In this palm, Wang Xiaoyan obviously did not suffer any harm. The assassin's strength was not very great because they did not rely on strength to win, but on skills. Even if Wang Kejin wanted to attack Wang Xiaoyan's head, he would choose the most vulnerable back of the head or near the temple. He would not hit the top of the skull at all. The skull was the harder part of the head. He had not practiced the iron palm, so it was impossible to break the skull. Moreover, with the dagger blocking in the middle, Wang Kejin also subconsciously reduced most of the strength in his palm. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan did not suffer any harm except for bearing Wang Kejin's weight. Wang Kejin was secretly horrified. Is this girl in front of me still an ordinary student? Which student goes out in the middle of the night with a knife? And her skill is so good? Although most of Wang Kejin's mistakes were because he was too careless. If the other party did not have a certain strength, even if he was careless, the other party would not gain any advantage. Looking at the dagger in Wang Xiaoyan's hand that was covered with his blood, Wang Kejin was simply horrified. If he knew that this mission was so difficult, then Wang Kejin would not have chosen the close combat method to complete the mission. No matter how much it cost, he would get a sniper rifle and kill the man and woman in front of him from a distance. However, things had come to this point. There was no way back. He could only continue to fight. Wang Kejin took a deep breath and tried to calm his mind. In any case, Wang Kejin was the best assassin in the third generation of the butterfly family. Although the gap between him and Yang Ming was not small, the gap between him and Wang Xiaoyan was not very big. Although Wang Xiaoyan was the young lady in the family and could receive the best training from a young age, Father Wang did not want his daughter to do missions. Instead, he wanted her to focus on learning management so that she could inherit the family business in the future. After all, managing an assassin organization did not necessarily require one to be an assassin, so Father Wang did not deliberately train Wang Xiaoyan. This caused Wang Xiaoyan to be in a position where she was neither too high nor too low. She was definitely much better than the average assassin. When she encountered someone like Yang Ming, she could only be bullied. However, Wang Kejin was too confident before, and he blindly attacked when the enemy's strength was not clear. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan took advantage of the opportunity and gained the upper hand. Wang Kejin thought about it and recalled that he was a little impatient just now. It was only 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. There was still a long time before dawn, so he still had time. There was no need to fight head-on with Wang Xiaoyan as soon as he went up, resulting in Wang Xiaoyan taking the opportunity to stab him. The pain in his hand was nothing for Wang Kejin. Thinking about the previous training, this little injury was nothing at all. However, if he was injured in the execution of a mission, especially when his hand was injured, it would affect his strength more or less. However, now that they had fought head-on, both of them were in a state of preparation. Wang Kejin could not stop and be in a stalemate with Wang Xiaoyan. Retreating at this time was equivalent to giving Wang Xiaoyan a chance to fight back. He believed that Wang Xiaoyan would definitely continue to stab him with a dagger. Wang Kejin's assumption was not wrong. After Wang Kejin escaped, Wang Xiaoyan did not stop. Instead, she pursued and stabbed at Wang Kejin's chest with the dagger. Wang Kejin quickly leaned back. His entire upper body was in a horizontal state, but Wang Kejin's leg was not idle. He quickly kicked at Wang Xiaoyan's arm that was holding the dagger. Wang Kejin had some regrets. If he used his leg to attack instead of his hand, he would not be stabbed by Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Kejin's shoes were thick and hard. The lethality of the kick was relatively high. Similarly, it was difficult for the dagger to pierce it. Wang Xiaoyan originally made a feint. She did not expect this dagger to kill Wang Kejin. Therefore, after the attack missed, Wang Xiaoyan also quickly retracted her arm. Wang Kejin's leg kicked the air. Wang Kejin saw that he did not kick Wang Xiaoyan. He supported himself with both hands, bent his legs slightly, and kicked hard. His whole body flew up and kicked at Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Kejin learned to be smart this time. He did not wait for Wang Xiaoyan to stand firm, and he kicked out this flying kick. In fact, this flying kick was similar to the Yang Ming's flying kick invented by Yang Ming. It was just not as high-end as Yang Ming's flying kick. The same legs were off the ground, but Wang Kejin could only kick once. He could not continue to kick a second time after the first kick like Yang Ming. Yang Ming's technique was purely practiced by himself when he was fighting with the street gangsters. It was completely contrary to normal martial arts. It was impossible for normal martial arts not to leave a way out after the move. After Yang Ming kicked the Yang flying kick, he fell to the ground with a big butt. The result was that it would be better if the kick hit. If the kick missed, he would be kicked by others. Wang Kejin obviously could not make such a common mistake, so he only kicked once. However, although it was safe in this way, the power was also reduced a lot. As long as the attacker dodged, the kick would be in vain. It couldn't be like Yang Ming, who kicked after the enemy dodged. This kind of attack caught others off guard. Who would have thought that after dodging the first kick, Yang Ming could still kick a second time in the air? Therefore, Yang Ming also used this Yang flying kick to do a lot of big things at the critical moment. Although Wang Kejin's flying kick was not as powerful as Yang Ming's, his attack caught Wang Xiaoyan off guard. Indeed, there were not many people like Wang Kejin who bent down and used his hands as a fulcrum to jump up and kick. This required a lot of arm strength and explosive power to do it. Wang Xiaoyan obviously couldn't do it. After everyone made a move, there would be a momentary flaw. However, many people made this process fast to a certain extent, making it impossible for others to see their flaw. This was the so-called in the world of martial arts. Only speed is invincible. But obviously, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't do this. So when Wang Kejin's leather boots were about to step on Wang Xiaoyan's chest, the flying needle in Yang Ming's hand was about to be launched. However, a very strange scene appeared. Wang Xiaoyan quickly dodged. Her body, which was still in front of Wang Kejin, quickly slid behind Wang Kejin with an incredible posture and pace. The dagger in her hand was placed on Wang Kejin's neck. Wang Kejin's face showed an incredible look. Even Yang Ming widened his eyes. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to actually have such a move. Butterfly dance micro steps? Wang Kejin exclaimed subconsciously. He was really shocked. He didn't expect that he would actually see the butterfly family's best martial arts that he was looking forward to learning when he was performing a mission. This was the butterfly family's secret technique. Only the direct relatives of the butterfly family and the best disciples of each generation of the butterfly family could learn it. If Wang Kejin's mission this time didn't go wrong, then he would worship under the tombstone and be able to learn this wonderful butterfly dance micro steps. This was the butterfly family's best and most difficult martial arts to practice. Not only could it be used for assassination, but it could also be used for escape. It was extremely useful. Legend had it that this was adapted from the martial arts secret technique, lightning ripple micro steps. This kind of extremely exquisite kung fu actually appeared on the target of the assassination. How could this not make Wang Kejin shocked? In Wang Xiaoyan's heart, she was actually very lucky. She had been exposed to this set of butterfly dance micro steps since she was a child, but it was extremely difficult to practice it. Wang Xiaoyan practiced it for a while, but she didn't make much progress, so she gave up trying to practice it. Wang Xiaoyan's father didn't force Wang Xiaoyan to practice it. His idea was that Wang Xiaoyan would marry the king of assassins in the future. So with this link, even if Wang Xiaoyan didn't know martial arts, the assassins under Wang Xiaoyan wouldn't dare to disobey Wang Xiaoyan's orders. Who dared to rebel against the wife of the king of assassins? Wouldn't that be courting death? Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan didn't practice this set of butterfly dance micro steps. Otherwise, when she was competing with Yang Ming, she wouldn't have been bullied so badly by Yang Ming. Even if she couldn't beat Yang Ming with the butterfly dance micro steps, wouldn't she be able to escape? This was also the reason why Yang Ming was surprised. Since Wang Xiaoyan had such a powerful skill, why didn't she use it when she was competing with him? Wang Xiaoyan was proud in her heart. In her desperation, she actually used this set of butterfly dance micro steps unnaturally. It was really a coincidence. She often saw on TV that some martial arts masters broke through themselves in a crisis and understood a certain martial arts. Wang Xiaoyan didn't expect this to happen to her. However, Wang Xiaoyan didn't wait too long to be proud. Wang Kejin's words were like a basin of cold water poured on her head. Wang Kejin actually knew the name of this set of martial arts. As a matter of fact, this was the secret of the butterfly family. Except for the people in the butterfly family who knew and had seen this set of martial arts, outsiders couldn't have access to it. Wang Kejin only saw Wang Xiaoyan's few steps, and he could call out the name of the butterfly dance micro steps. He must be a person who knew this set of martial arts very well. Who are you? How do you know? Wang Xiaoyan asked quickly. She also increased the strength of the dagger that was pointed at Wang Kejin. This involved the top secret of the family. Although Wang Xiaoyan had a conflict with her father, she also knew what was more important. This kind of family matter couldn't be sloppy. Who am I? Wang Kejin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to actually ask him this. If Wang Xiaoyan didn't speak, he just wanted to ask Wang Xiaoyan this sentence. Who are you? How do you know the butterfly dance micro steps? However, since Wang Xiaoyan had already asked, then Wang Kejin couldn't ask anymore. At this moment, Wang Kejin's heart was also full of confusion. How did Wang Xiaoyan learn this set of the butterfly family's highest martial arts? In particular, this person is Chinese, and in China? Wait, Wang Kejin suddenly thought of something. It must be like this. The cold sweat on Wang Kejin's forehead suddenly came out. He thought of a possibility, and it seemed to be the only possibility. Wang Kejin carefully turned his head and looked at Wang Xiaoyan carefully. He was more convinced in his heart. You are the miss. Chapter 12:15. Wang Kejin had naturally heard of the name of the butterfly family's miss, Wang Xiaoyan. However, Wang Xiaoyan had left the family very early to live independently. Wang Kejin had never really seen the real Wang Xiaoyan. He only mentioned Wang Xiaoyan when he was chatting with other assassins. He roughly knew about Wang Xiaoyan's age and the matter of her going to China. That was all he knew. However, when Wang Xiaoyan used the butterfly family's secret skill, butterfly dance micro steps, Wang Kejin thought that the person in front of him was probably the butterfly family's miss, Wang Xiaoyan. Butterfly dance micro steps was a very good and secretive kung fu. Even the assassins in the butterfly family couldn't practice it casually, let alone unrelated outsiders. However, Wang Xiaoyan could use butterfly dance micro steps. This in itself explained the problem. Wang Kejin didn't think that Wang Xiaoyan learned it secretly. How could this kind of kung fu be learned secretly? If this was the case, then the kung fu of the butterfly family would all be leaked, and the butterfly family would not be the world's largest assassin organization. Therefore, in summary, there was only one possibility. That was why Wang Kejin was so panicked. When he went to assassinate, he actually killed the eldest young miss, Wang Xiaoyan. How could he not be horrified? To assassinate the miss, he was simply trying to rebel. Thinking of this, Wang Kejin's body trembled. Who are you? Wang Xiaoyan was very sensitive to this miss because she was called the miss in the family. Do you know butterfly dance micro-steps? Are you really Miss Wang Xiaoyan? When Wang Xiaoyan said the name of butterfly dance micro-steps, Wang Kejin was more convinced that the person in front of him was Wang Xiaoyan. Are you from the family? Wang Xiaoyan didn't say the butterfly family because she didn't want Yang Ming to know her background. She didn't want Yang Ming to feel discouraged because the butterfly family was too difficult to surpass. Wang Kejin nodded. What's his name? Wang Xiaoyan continued asking. Wang Kejin, a third-generation disciple. Wang Kejin answered honestly. Now that the identity of Wang Xiaoyan had been determined, then Wang Xiaoyan's question was equivalent to the question of the family master. Wang Kejin naturally had to answer in full detail without concealing anything. There's a family token in my pocket. Because Wang Kejin was threatened by Wang Xiaoyan with a knife, he didn't dare to act rashly. So he just said that there was a token in his pocket, but didn't take it out. Wang Xiaoyan reached into Wang Kejin's jacket pocket. Sure enough, she found a small butterfly token in his pocket. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. She fully believed Wang Kejin's words and put away the dagger on his neck. Don't reveal the family secret. Come in and talk with me. Wang Xiaoyan whispered to Wang Kejin. Although Yang Ming wasn't far away, Wang Xiaoyan's voice was very low. Yang Ming didn't hear it. Indeed, Yang Ming had the special ability of telescopic vision and could read lips, but he didn't need to do that with Wang Xiaoyan, so he didn't hear the last sentence of Wang Xiaoyan clearly. Yang Ming, this person is an assassin sent by my family. After Wang Xiaoyan finished talking to Wang Kejin, she turned to Yang Ming and said. Yang Ming had already faintly guessed something from the conversation between Wang Kejin and Wang Xiaoyan. At this moment, when he heard Wang Xiaoyan, he immediately nodded and made a gesture. Let's go in and talk. Yang Ming got in the car and waved to Wang Xiaoyan and Wang Kejin. When Wang Xiaoyan nodded, Wang Kejin sat in the back seat of the BMW. The car drove into the underground parking lot of Wang Xiaoyan's villa. After parking the car, Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, and Wang Kejin got off. At this moment, Wang Kejin no longer had the previous murderous aura, but he was very respectful behind Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. However, Yang Ming didn't relax his vigilance because Wang Kejin and Wang Xiaoyan knew each other. Who knew if this was a trick to deceive people? Therefore, Yang Ming always paid attention to Wang Kejin's movements. Until they entered the villa's hall, Wang Xiaoyan let Wang Kejin sit opposite the sofa. Yang Ming relaxed his vigilance, but he didn't completely lose his guard against Wang Kejin. First, bandage your hand. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Kejin's right hand and said, Yin Yin, you go upstairs to the bedroom and bring down my medicine box. Since he was a member of Wang Xiaoyan's family, Yang Ming naturally treated him differently. He planned to give him some of Feng Tian's secret healing medicine. These were refined by Feng Tian according to the ancient prescription. The price was very expensive. Wang Xiaoyan originally planned to find a medicine box and gauze for Wang Kejin, but after listening to Yang Ming's words, she immediately understood that Yang Ming wanted to give Wang Kejin better medicine. So, she looked at Yang Ming gratefully, and then quickly went upstairs. In any case, Wang Kejin was a member of her family, which meant that he was her subordinate. Yang Ming cared about Wang Kejin because of Wang Xiaoyan's face, so Wang Xiaoyan was naturally very grateful to Yang Ming. Thank you. Wang Kejin naturally understood that the reason why Yang Ming let Wang Xiaoyan get his medicine box must be that the medicine in the medicine box was better, and it couldn't be taken easily. Yang Ming waved his hand and looked at Wang Kejin. He said faintly, Your mission is to kill me or Wang Xiaoyan? It's you. Wang Kejin hesitated and didn't hide it. Now it seemed that the relationship between Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan was deep. Since Yang Ming let Wang Xiaoyan go to the bedroom to get the medicine box, it proved that the two people lived together. In other words, Yang Ming was Wang Xiaoyan's boyfriend. So when Yang Ming asked, Wang Kejin had no reason to hide it. However, the employer asked me to kill your girlfriend together. Of course, I didn't know that your girlfriend was the miss because the information said that I should kill you and your girlfriend. Wang Kejin didn't hide the fact that Wang Xiaoyan was the miss of the family. Their previous conversation was also heard by Yang Ming. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan didn't intend to hide this. Wang Xiaoyan's last sentence to Wang Kejin might have asked him to hide some specific details of the butterfly family and the name of the family. So Wang Kejin didn't mention these. Yang Ming nodded. It seemed that Wang Kejin really should have come to kill without knowing anything. He only knew at the last minute that the target was their Mississippi. However, Yang Ming was wondering, who wants to kill me and my girlfriend? Who has this kind of hatred with me? Who is the employer? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know. The mission was issued through the platform. We don't know the identity of the employer. Wang Kejin shook his head. Yang Ming naturally knew the mission process of the assassin platform. Many missions were issued anonymously, so Yang Ming didn't question Wang Kejin's words. Wang Xiaoyan took the first aid kit and handed it to Wang Kejin. Wang Kejin didn't need anyone's help. He opened the first aid kit, applied the medicine, and bandaged the gauze with one hand. This was the most basic quality ability of an assassin. After being injured, one would bandage himself. Because in many cases, the execution of the mission was carried out alone, and there was no one else around, so it was necessary to bandage himself after being injured. After Wang Kejin bandaged himself, Wang Xiaoyan spoke. Who sent you? It's my instructor. Wang Kejin said truthfully, this is a mission received from the assassin platform. It asked the organization to assassinate Yang Ming and his girlfriend. There is only Yang Ming's information on the information, but there was no information on his girlfriend. So, I didn't know that his girlfriend was you, Mississippi, that's the case. Wang Xiaoyan nodded after listening. She thought, luckily, you met me with Yang Ming, so you made a move. If Yang Ming was with other women, and you made a move, you would die directly. You wouldn't have a chance to see me again. Who is the employer? The missions on the assassin platform are issued anonymously. Wang Kejin smiled bitterly. The organization won't ask about this kind of thing. Okay, I got it. This mission is stopped. You can go back. Try to investigate the identity of the employer. Forget it. I will talk to my father directly about this. Wang Xiaoyan waved her hand and said, Miss, I still have other missions. I'm afraid I can't go back immediately. Wang Kejin didn't need to hide anything from Wang Xiaoyan, so he naturally told Wang Xiaoyan that he still had mission. There are other missions? What mission? Wang Xiaoyan asked casually. It is a mission to assassinate a gang boss in Songjiang. Wang Kejin replied, Gang boss? Yang Ming's heart was subconsciously shocked, and then he quickly asked, What is the name of the assassination target? This. Wang Kejin hesitated. The assassination mission needed to be kept secret. It couldn't be said casually. Ask you a question. Just answer it. Why are you stuttering? Wang Xiaoyan glared and snorted at Wang Kejin impatiently. Yes, Mississippi, Wang Kejin said quickly. Yang Ming's identity, although it seemed that he was the boyfriend of the miss, whether this identity was recognized by the family was unknown. Therefore, Wang Kejin still had reservations about Yang Ming. Most of the assassins in the family were clear about Wang Xiaoyan's affairs. Wang Xiaoyan's fiancée should be the apprentice of the king of assassins, and Wang Xiaoyan's escape was to escape this marriage. However, although Wang Xiaoyan escaped, it was still unknown whether she could resist the fate of the family, so Wang Kejin had reservations about Yang Ming. Now, since Wang Xiaoyan spoke, then Wang Kejin couldn't hide it anymore. The Mrs. words represented the second highest power in the family, so Wang Kejin replied truthfully, It is Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan. It is said that they're the gang bosses of this city. What? Although Yang Ming heard Wang Kejin say that he wanted to assassinate a gang boss, he had already faintly guessed something. At this moment, when he heard Wang Kejin say that it was Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan, he immediately exclaimed, You want to assassinate Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan? Wang Kejin was puzzled by Yang Ming's big reaction, but he still nodded and said, Yes. This mission is also cancelled. Yang Ming waved his hand. You can go back. Wang Kajin was a little dumbfounded. Yang Ming's words were like an order, but Wang Kajin frowned in his heart. He thought, "You're just the boyfriend of the Mississippi. Why do you have to order me? Even if I am the miss, I can't just cancel the mission, right?" The previous mission involved the miss, so it had to be canceled. But now this mission was aimed at an outsider. How can it be canceled easily? Once it is canceled, how can I report back? Cancel? This is impossible, Wang Kajin said subconsciously. If I ask you to cancel it, then just cancel it. What is impossible? Wang Xiaoyan knew about Hou Zhanhan and Bao Songli. When the Black Widow Assassin Group merged with Li Chong and the others to form the Black Butterfly Assassin Group, she saw Hou Zhanhan and Bao Songli. She also knew that these two people were working for Yang Ming, so at this moment, Wang Xiaoyan naturally stood on the side of Yang Ming. Miss, Wang Kajin was helpless about Wang Xiaoyan's words. Miss, the previous mission involved you, so it must be canceled. I can report back, but if this mission is canceled, I can't report back when I go back. The family master will not agree. Really? Then you have to go through me first. Yang Ming's eyes were cold as he spoke to Wang Kajin. Wang Kajin didn't know how Yang Ming's skills were. Before, he only fought with Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming didn't make a move, but he thought that Yang Ming should also know Kung Fu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have something like a medicine box. Miss, don't make it difficult for me. Wang Kajin really didn't know what to do in the face of Yang Ming's threat. Fighting with Yang Ming was obviously not giving face to Wang Xiaoyan, but if he didn't fight, Yang Ming would stop him from completing the mission, Shua. A flying needle pierced Wang Kajin's right ear and directly pierced a hole in his right ear. Wang Kajin was suddenly shocked, although he was talking to Wang Xiaoyan just now. And he was distracted. He didn't see how Yang Ming made a move. If this flying needle was pierced in another position of Wang Kajin, then he would probably be dead at this moment. Don't do something that is beyond your ability, Yang Ming said faintly. You are a member of the Yin-Yin family, so I am so polite to you. Otherwise, do you think you can still stand here? Wang Kajin's cold sweat came out. He didn't doubt the authenticity of Yang Ming's words. He didn't expect that Yang Ming would actually use a concealed weapon, and it was such a small concealed weapon. In some of the top assassins, concealed weapons were not unfamiliar to them, but most of the concealed weapons were launched with the help of machinery, similar to pistols. This kind of concealed weapon that was launched purely by hand strength could be said to be less and less in today's society. This was because the first throw of a concealed weapon had a very high requirement for the opponent's strength. This required very strict training. This was not the most difficult point. Many assassins were people who could bear hardships. However, the second point wasn't something that everyone could achieve, and that was the accuracy of the throw. Perhaps many assassins were sharpshooters, but if they didn't use modern equipment, then who could guarantee the accuracy? Therefore, many assassins would not spend much effort to practice the throwing of concealed weapons. In contrast, the use of firearms was more convenient. The problem could be solved with one shot. Why would they need to use concealed weapons? However, in many cases, in some public places, using a gun was not a good way. If they could use a concealed weapon to quietly kill the target, it was hundreds of times better than using a gun. Yang Ming could casually throw out a flying needle in an instant. This seemingly simple technique was a height that many assassins couldn't reach in their lifetime, especially with a flying needle. If it was a dagger or a stone, it was still possible, but a flying needle was so small and light that it was very difficult to throw it. After Yang Ming revealed this move, Wang Kajin already knew that his mission was extremely difficult to complete. Even if he took advantage of Yang Ming's unpreparedness, pretended to leave Song Jiang, and then turned back to assassinate the target, even if he succeeded, then Yang Ming would definitely know that this was done by Wang Kajin. With Wang Xiaoyan in the middle, Wang Kajin would not be able to mingle in the butterfly family. So for a time, Wang Kajin was in a dilemma. Let's do it this way. I will talk to my father about this matter. Your plan will be suspended for these 2 days. After seeing my father's opinion, I will inform you again. Wang Xiaoyan also knew Wang Kejin's dilemma. As an assassin of the butterfly family, if he gave up the mission and went back directly, he would definitely be severely punished by the family. However, if there was a reason and he got the permission of the family master, then there was no problem. Thank you, Mississippi. This is the best. When Wang Kejin saw that Wang Xiaoyan set a compromise, he breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. However, he still had not solved the most important problem. From Wang Xiaoyan's words, Wang Kejin had already understood that the result of the matter was likely to be to cancel the mission and let him go back directly. But in this way, these two missions were not completed. Then, would he still have the opportunity to worship under Master's tombstone? However, the current situation did not allow him to make any refutation. He could only let it be. Well, you leave your contact information. I will keep in touch with you at any time. Wang Xiaoyan didn't want to waste time on Wang Kejin's matter. Today was already the last night to get together with Yang Ming. The next time was uncertain, so Wang Xiaoyan particularly cherished it. Okay, my satellite phone number is... Wang Kejin said his satellite phone number, then got up and said goodbye to Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. Wang Kejin was somewhat frustrated as he left Wang Xiaoyan's villa. Originally, he came to Songjiang excitedly. He wanted to complete these two tasks perfectly, but he did not expect that he could not complete one. Is this fate? It seems that I have no fate with Master's tombstone. Pa! A hand was silently placed on Wang Kejin's shoulder. Wang Kejin was suddenly shocked. His hair stood up in fright. Why are there so many strange things today? Who is it? Wang Kejin exclaimed subconsciously. Chapter 12:16. Although Wang Kejin was not a top assassin, it was incredible that someone could approach him without him being aware of it. Wang Kejin did not think that he was incompetent to such a point. But in fact, this was the case. Someone approached him and even put his hand on his shoulder before he reacted. He didn't know if it was because he was a little distressed and in a bad mood when he came out of Wang Xiaoyan's house. So he was careless, or the approaching person was really powerful. However, these were not important. In the case of not distinguishing between friend and foe, Wang Kejin could only concentrate on dealing with it. Don't be nervous, young man. A familiar hoarse voice came to Wang Kejin's ears. Wang Kejin was shocked and quickly turned around, but he saw the person he wanted to see in his dreams. Masters Jr.? Wang Kejin couldn't believe his eyes. The person in front of him was actually Masters Jr. Tombstone. He had always wanted to be a disciple of Masters Jr., but he had never had a chance. He finally had the opportunity this time, but he had not completed the task yet. Wang Kejin wanted to give up, but he did not expect to unexpectedly meet Masters Jr. Tombstone here. The person who came was Tombstone, the person sent by the butterfly family's family master to secretly protect Wang Xiaoyan. However, in most cases, as long as Tombstone saw Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan together, he would give up tracking and protecting them because Yang Ming was there. Wang Xiaoyan would not be in any danger. If even Yang Ming could not deal with someone, it would be useless for Tombstone to go. Therefore, Tombstone only secretly tracked and protected Wang Xiaoyan when Yang Ming was not with Wang Xiaoyan. Today, Tombstone also saw the fight between Wang Kejin and Wang Xiaoyan from a distance. Tombstone smiled slightly and nodded. Wang Kejin, right? The third generation of the family's outstanding assassin. Masters Jr., do you know my name? Wang Kejin was very excited when he saw that Tombstone could actually call out his name. His voice changed a little. Of course I know. Your instructor has recommended you to me to let me train you alone. Tombstone said with a smile. Really? Wang Kejin looked at the martial uncle in front of him in disbelief. However, after he was excited for a little while, he showed a depressed expression. Martial uncle, my mission this time has failed. Failed? You lost the eldest miss. Do you think it's considered a failure? Tombstone waved his hand. Young Miss has received strict training since she was young. Although she is not as professional as us, she has been exposed to the most sophisticated martial arts. Wang Kejin was shocked. although he was already convinced in his mind that the person he saw just now was Wang Xiaoyan, the butterfly family's Mississippi. But now, after hearing Tombstone say it personally, he was more confident in his heart. But Miss Boyfriend asked me to give up another mission in Songjiang together. Wang Kejin hesitated and said, because Tombstone was not an outsider, Wang Kejin did not need to hide anything from him. Another mission? What mission? Tombstone's current duty was to protect Wang Xiaoyan's safety and report Wang Xiaoyan's situation to the clan leader at any time. It's an assassination of the two gang leaders here, Wang Kejin said truthfully. However, the two gang leaders should have a good relationship with eldest Miss Boyfriend, Yang Ming. Oh, after listening to Wang Kejin's words, Tombstone asked, are the targets of the assassination called Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli? Martial Uncle, do you know them? Wang Kejin was stunned. He didn't expect Tombstone to know the names of these two people. Tombstone shook his head and said, I don't know them, but I know these two people. Their relationship with Yang Ming is really good. Just cancel this mission. Wang Kejin did not expect Martial Uncle Tombstone to let him cancel mission. However, Tombstone's words were obviously more powerful. Although Wang Xiaoyan was also a member of the family, her current identity was still the eldest Mississippi. She did not participate in the family's assassin affairs, but Tombstone was different. Tombstone was one of the leaders of the Butterfly Assassin Group. Tombstone's words represented the order of the organization. Do not worry. Even if there are no these two missions, I will still let you follow me. Tombstone patted Wang Kejin's shoulder as if he saw through his thoughts and said with a smile. Wang Kejin did not expect Tombstone to directly agree to accept him as a disciple, and he was overjoyed. He completed these two missions in order to be able to worship Tombstone. Since his dream had now been realized, Wang Kejin was no longer entangled with the success or failure of the mission. Originally, Wang Kejin was still worried that these two missions could not be completed. Now, with Martial Uncle Tombstone's personal guarantee, Wang Kejin regained his previous mood of coming to Songjiang. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Wang Kejin quickly thanked him. What are you thanking me for? Tombstone waved his hand. We are all family. If you are not excellent, I will not teach you anything. I can let you follow me because of your own efforts. Although Wang Kejin also understood that if he did not work hard, then it would be a waste of effort, but at this moment, he was still very grateful to Tombstone. Well, I will report this matter to the family master. You don't have to go back. Follow me to experience Songjiang. I still have the mission to protect the eldest miss here. I can't go back for a while, said Tombstone. That's great. Wang Kejin was overjoyed after listening to Tombstone's words. He immediately nodded and agreed. As long as he could follow Martial Uncle Tombstone, it was the same no matter where. Wang Kejin naturally would not care. My mission is to secretly protect the first miss, but the first miss doesn't know of my existence. So, don't tell the first miss that you've met me, the Tombstone said. You know the stakes of this. Yes, Martial Uncle, I know. Wang Kejin responded hurriedly. Tombstone nodded and said to Wang Kejin, let's go. I will take you to my residence. Wang Kejin and Tombstone disappeared into the night. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan's villa frowned. Yang Ming had long noticed the existence of Tombstone. He even fought with him. However, since Tombstone was to protect Wang Xiaoyan's safety, Yang Ming did not bother with him and let him follow Wang Xiaoyan there. However, recently, as long as he was with Wang Xiaoyan, Tombstone would avoid him. So Yang Ming had no reason to find trouble with Tombstone. Now that he saw the scene of Wang Kejin and Tombstone meeting, Yang Ming also heard him say that he was here to secretly protect Wang Xiaoyan. Then his and Wang Xiaoyan's every move must have been passed to the ears of Wang Xiaoyan's father. So, why didn't Wang Xiaoyan's father take any action? It was reasonable to say that Wang Xiaoyan still had a marriage. A big family like hers would definitely pay attention to the privacy of their private life. Now, Wang Xiaoyan was still a student, and she lived with Yang Ming every day. After Wang Xiaoyan's father knew about it, it was reasonable to say that he should stop it. He shouldn't let it happen, right? Therefore, Yang Ming felt a little puzzled. Which side is this tombstone on? Is he helping Wang Xiaoyan hide from her father, or has he reported everything about Wang Xiaoyan to him? However, just from Tombstone's words, Tombstone should be more protective of his side. He advised Wang Kejin to cancel the mission of assassinating Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli. It was entirely out of Yang Ming's consideration. Otherwise, what did Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli have to do with Tombstone? With Tombstone's mediation, Wang Kejin believed that this time, Wang Kejin had completely given up the plan to assassinate Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli. Otherwise, Yang Ming was really worried. The reason why Yang Ming used a special ability to detect Wang Kejin's departure was that he wanted to see where he was going after leaving Wang Xiaoyan's house. He also wanted to see if there was any intention to assassinate Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli. Now, there was no need to look anymore. Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli could be said to be safe. However, Yang Ming still couldn't calm down. This matter was really weird. Someone actually hired an assassin to kill me and Wang Xiaoyan, and they also wanted to kill Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli. Although my relationship with Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli was not public, and only a few people knew about it, there was indeed a great relationship between them. Now, when someone wanted to kill me and Wang Xiaoyan, they also wanted to kill Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli. Is the client of these two missions the same person or two people? Is this all a coincidence, or is it a well-planned conspiracy? This was nothing. The weirdest thing was that the client actually hired an assassin in Wang Xiaoyan's family to kill Wang Xiaoyan. This was simply too funny and unexpected. In this case, there was only one possibility left. That was, the client of the mission did not know about Wang Xiaoyan's background, nor did he know about her relationship with the assassin organization. Moreover, the most important thing was that in the assassination information received by Wang Kejin, it only mentioned that she was Yang Ming's girlfriend. There was no other detailed information, not even a name. In other words, the client's target should be Yang Ming, not Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan was just a sacrificial victim. Even if the person sitting next to Yang Ming was not Wang Xiaoyan, but Chun Mingyan, Lin Jiun, Zhou Zhejia, Xiao Qing, Sun Jie, or even Zhao Ying, as long as it was a girl who was close to him, she would be the target of Wang Kejin. Then, it seemed that this conspiracy should not be made by the mysterious boss. The mysterious boss was obviously also targeting Wang Xiaoyan. That time, he set a trap in Macau and the assassination in Wang Xiaoyan's villa. Obviously, he knew Wang Xiaoyan's information very well. At least, it was impossible that he didn't even know her name. So it seemed that the client this time should be someone else. However, it involved Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli. What the hell is going on here? Thinking of this, Yang Ming picked up the phone. Although it was already very late, Yang Ming couldn't sleep if he didn't figure it out. Hello, Bao Sanli? I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming dialed Bao Sanli's cell phone. Brother Yang? What's the matter? Bao Sanli and Yang Ming had just separated. Bao Sanli had driven the car to Yang Ming's hands. Now, he had just returned to the Nightless Club. Baozi, I just met an assassin. Yang Ming said. Assassin? Brother Yang, are you okay? Bao Sanli was shocked after listening. Brother Yang, the assassin wanted to kill you? Yang Ming nodded. But Yin Yin knew the assassin, so he stopped his mission. But according to him, his next mission was to assassinate you and Ho Junhan. What? Bao Sanli was even more surprised when he heard that Yang Ming had met an assassin. Now, when he heard Yang Ming say that the assassin wanted to kill him and Ho Junhan, he was suddenly horrified. Yes, but his mission was also canceled. For the time being, you and Big Ho will not be in danger. Yang Ming said, however, what I don't understand is why someone wants to hire an assassin to kill you. Have you offended anyone recently? Who do we offend? Bao Sanli was stunned. Brother Yang, you know that we have now turned into a proper business. We have long stopped doing underworld business. How can we offend anyone? That's strange. Since there is no enmity, why would someone target you and Big Ho. Yang Ming listened to Bao Somli's denial and was even more puzzled. That assassin, did he say who hired him? Bao Somli didn't understand the rules of the assassin industry, so he asked directly. The assassin's mission is anonymously issued through the mission platform. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. If we knew the client of the mission, we wouldn't have to work as hard as we do now. So that's the case. Bao Somli was a little embarrassed. Could it be that some people feel that after Big Ho and I unified the underworld of Songjiang, we have become a proper business, and they are not used to our practice? It is also possible. Yang Ming nodded in agreement after listening to Bao Somli's words. You may not feel anything, but what about your men? Perhaps some people just yearn for the life of swords and knives. They intend to take the opportunity to get rid of you. I understand, Brother Yang. Tomorrow, I will start to investigate the internal and external affairs. This matter must have a result. Otherwise, we are not afraid of thieves stealing, but we are afraid of thieves scheming. If this person is not found, Big Ho and I will not be able to live a stable life, said Bao Somli. It's good to investigate. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that time when he met Lu Cha in the elevator. The arrogant look at that time was still fresh in Yang Ming's memory. Especially the several senior executives inside the group, it is best to check if there is any problem. The person named Lu Chan, his son, is very arrogant. Why? Did Lu Cha offend you? Bao Somli also knew Lu Chan's son. He knew what kind of character Lu Cha usually had, so when he heard Yang Ming mention Lu Cha at this time, he quickly asked. He didn't offend me, but this kid had thoughts about my cousin's girlfriend. Last time, he wanted to take the opportunity to kidnap her and do something. As Yang Ming said this, he sighed. Baozi, I know that some people have been following you until now, but the children of these people are too arrogant. Although you have changed to a proper line of work, the actions of these children have seriously affected the image of the group. I understand, Brother Yang. I will deal with it. Bao Somli was now not as careless as before. He understood a lot of Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming had long wanted to clean up the internal affairs of the group, but there had been no suitable opportunity to speak. After all, these were veterans who followed Bao Somli. Bao Somli couldn't be too heartless. This would make it difficult for him. However, since there was such an opportunity, Yang Ming naturally passed the words directly to Bao Somli, and it didn't seem abrupt. If there is news, contact me. Yang Ming said, Be careful. I will also start the investigation, but before the results come out, you and Big Ho shouldn't go out casually. I am afraid that the client will do something again. Yang Ming said, Okay, Brother Yang. Bao Somli quickly agreed. Wang Xiaoyan had already gone upstairs to take a bath. After a few days of traveling, she was already dirty. Wang Xiaoyan loved cleanliness. When she got home, she naturally went straight to the bathroom. Yang Ming waited for Wang Xiaoyan to take a bath before going, so in his free time, he thought about Wang Kejin's assassination here. Tianlong's main goal was Yang Ming, not Sun Hongjun and Sun Jie. Once all the Sun family's businesses in Donghai were transferred to Tianlong's name, then Sun Hongjun and Sun Jie would not pose any threat to him. On the surface, Sun Hongjun seemed to have a lot of power in Donghai, but this power, to put it bluntly, was controlled by Tianlong. Whether it was the gang or the group, Tianlong had placed his own people in all of them. In other words, as long as Tianlong substantially held the power, Sun Hongjun would not make any more waves. After persuading Tian Donghua to lure Yang Ming failed, Tianlong could only make other plans. However, he quickly came up with another alternative, which was to let Sun Jie call Yang Ming. Naturally, he couldn't force Sun Jie to make this call. With Sun Jie's character, she would not be obedient. Tianlong was very familiar with Miss Sun's character. Sun Jie's character was very strong. She would never be manipulated. It was a complete coincidence that he was able to lure her here. It was reasonable to say that with Sun Jie's IQ, she would not be deceived by such a small conspiracy. But Tian Donghua played the emotional card. An elder who watched Sun Jie grow up, a person who had been loyal to her father. How could Sun Jie be on guard against such a person? When her father was in trouble, Sun Jie subconsciously thought of the people who could be trusted around her father. Besides Uncle Sun San, it was Tian Long. Therefore, Sun Jie was deceived by Tian Long when she didn't have any defense against him. This was not that Sun Jie was not cautious, but if it were anyone else, they would be deceived in this case. However, this kind of trust could only be used once, not a second time. Now, Sun Jie would not believe anything Tian Long said. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.